Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the big 12-hour live stream. I am your host, Demetrius Mason, and I am also the member of the Youth Parliament for North West Hampshire. I am very, very grateful for you all watching in and tuning in today as we raise money for such amazing causes. At any point, if you wish to donate during the live stream, visit www.tinyurl.com/the DMK. The links and all information that you will ever need is also linked in bio in all my social media platforms, or it is on the screen or in the links in the description below on YouTube. I hope we are doing quite well today. I'm very looking forward to actually doing this with you all, but this is going to be an amazing event, and I really hope that we fundraise as much money as possible. So keep on donating, and we will keep on updating you on how much money we have raised throughout the live stream. Today we've got such an amazing lineup of guests, and I'm really looking forward to actually interviewing them all. So we've got Kit Malthouse, we've got Caroline Nokes, we've got Maria Miller, we've got so many, we've got Phil North, we've got Iris Anderson, and just to name you. We've got amazing youth activists, of course, we've got members of the Parliament, members of the Youth Parliament. We have councillors, we have got county councillors and borough councillors, so we've got a lovely little mixture there. But I really am looking forward to joining you all, and hope you'll join me as we interview and raise some amazing money for some amazing causes. Now, let's find out how much money we have got so far. We have so far got £170 out of our 500 so far target, but if we do reach the 500 target, we will be aiming for it. So, if you do wish to donate, go to www.tinyurl.com/the DMK fund, and the smallest donation will make the biggest difference. That's around here. So let's find out about some of the amazing charities that are going to be benefiting from these funds. So in the press releases and everywhere where I've said in interviews, I have always said that basically as soon as lockdown started and as soon as COVID hit, I knew that charities and youth organisations will be impacted because it's quite hard to do the work during lockdown, and the charities and youth organisations that we're benefiting today will probably be doing more work than they have done ever before. So, let's find out about the amazing charities that it is benefiting. So, first up, we do have the British Youth Council. Now, I'm very proud to be part of the British Youth Council, and I have been a member of the Youth Parliament for this area. British Youth Council actually runs the UK Youth Parliament, so I have been a member of Youth Parliament for about over a year. And I have now a 3-year term because of COVID. So my term will actually be ending instead of, I think it was February 2021, it will be actually ending in 2022, which is pretty weird to say. But the British Youth Council, so you can visit them on their website, www.byc.org.uk, or you can go to my website and you'll find all the links there as well. You can also follow them on social media at British Youth Council on Instagram and Facebook, and also at BYC Live on Twitter. Now, their whole purpose as a small charity is that they empower young people aged 25 and under to influence and inform the decisions that affect our lives, because it's really important that young people actually do get a say in what decisions are made about them. So, of course, BYC supports young people to get involved in their communities, and there are so many opportunities, not just the UK Youth Parliament. BYC runs a lot of networks and a lot of opportunities, so do visit the website to find out a bit more. But they get them involved in their communities and democracy locally, of course, nationally and internationally, making a difference as volunteers, campaigners, decision makers, and leaders. So it's a huge variety of things that the Youth Council does, and that's why today we are benefiting them. The next charity which we are fundraising for is a bit more local to us, of course. It's the Hampshire Youth Parliament. So, as you know, I am a member of the Hampshire Youth Parliament for North West Hampshire. They cover 25,000 amazing young people, all aged 11 to 18. So the Hampshire Youth Parliament, you can go follow us at HantsYP absolutely everywhere, and you can go visit our website by clicking the link in my website. So, there are around 130,000 young people in Hampshire that we cover, so we've got a lot of work to do. We aim to give a voice to all of them, of course, across the county. There are 6 elected members and 6 support members across the county, so we're all working together to bring change across the county. So we've got 12 elected members in the Hampshire Youth Parliament. We heard around 11% of the whole population in Hampshire last year in Make Your Mark, which was those little ballots that you got to pick a little topic on, and we heard about a lot of you. So I heard here about 6,000 of you in my constituency. So that was a really big target that we hit. So Make Your Mark is, of course, Europe's largest youth consultation. Because of COVID, it will be running a little bit differently this year, but we will keep you updated, of course. If you do visit the link in my website, you can also sign up to the Hampshire Youth Parliament newsletter, and where we update you quite regularly. And the next edition of the newsletter will be coming out soon. So do sign up and do find out a bit more about the work we do. Of course, you can contact me on any of my social media, on my telephone number, or my email, doingitjustmakethings@harroway.hants.sch.uk, or you can, of course, contact Charlie Kinghorn, who's the support member of the Youth Parliament for North West Hampshire, and I can give you her details as well. Great, so the next charity that is benefiting from the money raised today is Unity. Now, Unity I absolutely adore. Of course, I adore all the charities that we are benefiting today, but Unity has been so amazing throughout this whole COVID process. So, as soon as lockdown started, they identified that it will be a lot of struggle for the residents of Test Valley. So, Terry led the team and came up with the Test Valley Community Helpline, basically, so which Test Valley residents can call from Monday to Saturday for assistance during COVID-19 on 0330 400 4116, and we can get access to medicine, to shopping, and so much more. So do give a call or email unityc-19@unityonline.org.uk. So Unity's slogan is "Put Unity back into the community," and I do love the good slogan. By providing numerous services within the Test Valley community, from volunteering to transport, Unity literally does do it all. So it is benefiting Unity, and I am the youth ambassador for Unity, and I was elected back in November, I think, during the Unity annual meeting. So I really do enjoy the job I do, and I do hope that you'll donate by going to www.tinyurl.com/the Right, okay, so now we will talk about Andover Trees United. Now, of course, Andover Trees United is also a very, very special charity to me, because I have been, actually there was a photo that I found from a really long time ago. I think it was about 5 years ago, when I first went up to the woods. Now, you can visit www.andovertrees.org.uk, and they are on social media as always, of course, so you can go find them there as well. Now, Andover Trees is a volunteer-led group and a charity working in partnership with schools, local authorities, businesses, environmental groups, artists, and so many more to promote can't speak today, and improve access to natural wild spaces. So they aim to involve every young person in their community in 10 years of woodland creation from 2012 to 2021. So we are coming to a close on the project quite soon, but we are looking for steps forward, which I'm really excited. So every year, unfortunately not this year, but we are working on a way for how we can actually still bring children up to the wood this year. The wood sees about 1,000 children and young people come through its gate. So it's a really amazing project, and I really, really enjoy working with them because it is such an amazing, just an amazing opportunity for everyone. So there goes Andover Trees United. Now let's talk about DMK Worldwide. Now DMK Worldwide, I am the Chief Executive Officer of. and we have set up a proper company, basically a youth organisation, which is really, really awesome. It's always been a dream for me to have my own youth organisation, and I have done just that. So DMK Worldwide is a registered limited youth organisation for the purpose of providing opportunities to young people, from volunteering to music, and of course we've got DMK Music, which is our young artist record label, and anyone under the age of 21 can get involved. So basically, we want to develop young people to be confident and outgoing individuals of society. Through our projects, we provide support and advice through every step of the way by allowing opportunities to as many young people as possible. And if you do want to get involved, do get in touch and I'll put you with the relevant team. You can visit us. We do have a lot of social media, but I do hope that you will donate today. You can, of course, donate by going to www.tinyurl.com/the DMK Fund. Let's have a look at these comments sections. So thank you very much, David, for watching, of course, and for supporting us with Love Andover and Andover Radio. Thank you very much, basically, to everyone who has already donated. It's been an absolute amazing opportunity for me, basically. It's just an amazing thing that everyone is doing, because it is a very hard time for us all, for everyone. So I am just really grateful to have this amazing opportunity. So thank you so much for everyone who is basically just keep supporting the live stream and everyone else, and it's just amazing. So thank you so much to everyone who's just been so supportive throughout this whole process. Now, I will take a few questions, so if you do want to pop it in the description of a few questions, I will be more than happy to answer some questions as well. If you need anything, do let me know, because I will try my best and help. It has been cutting in and out, however, we will keep it going, hopefully. So if I do break out, I am very sorry. This is a brand new thing for me. So YouTube hopefully will be our best friend as we go through the morning and then we go through the day. It is now coming up to, on my watch, of course, because there is a bit of latency. Hopefully there's about a 30-second latency, 1 minute latency, but hopefully not any bigger. It is now coming up to, it is coming up to 13 past now, 13 past 8, and we will be coming up with some amazing guests soon enough. Let me run through the amazing guest lists that we do have for today. We have 8:30, we have Kit Malthouse, and he's the Member of Parliament for North West Hampshire and the Minister for the Home Office. So policing and everything else, and I'm really, really excited to be interviewing him. Then we've got at 9, we've got Amanda Chetwynd, who is the chair of the British Youth Council, and will be talking about the amazing work, of course, the British Youth Council does. We will then at 9:30 be talking to Caroline Nokes, who is the Member of Parliament from the Southampton North, and she is also the chair of the Women and Equality Select Committee in Parliament. So we will be talking about her work and the amazing constituents that she's got down in Southampton North. That will be a 15-minute interview, and then at 9:45 I will be revealing the winner of the prize draw for the big 12-hour live stream, and also we will be doing another competition in this live stream, so do stay tuned, because it will be an amazing opportunity for you to get involved and win some gift vouchers. And then at 10 o'clock you've again got me for a half an hour slot. We'll be doing a bit of a news of the day. We'll be talking about who's coming up next and reflecting on what's happened so far. At 10:30 we have Jamie Burl, who I think is actually watching right now. So he is a member of the Youth Parliament for Cheltenham and Tewkesbury, and he's also the president of DMK Music, and now actually transitioning to be the chief operating officer for DMK Worldwide, and he has done a lot of campaigning for climate change. We'll be talking about everything throughout this whole process. Then at 11 o'clock, we've got Councillor Iris Anderson, who we all know and love, and she is the councillor for St Mary's down here in Andover for Tesco Borough Council, and we'll be talking about her roles of different charities in the local community, such as the Ambassador for Unity and so much more, but we will of course get to that very shortly. Then at 11:30 we have Councillor Phil North, who is the leader of the Borough Council here in Test Valley, and we'll be chatting about the work that he's done and all his fundraising efforts that he has also done quite recently. At 12 o'clock we will be doing the lunchtime question and answer, and we will be answering any of your questions, and then we'll be doing a fire round of questions that have been very, very nicely put together by Gareth Hogan. We then have at 12:30 we have Maria Miller, who is the Member of Parliament for Basingstoke, and she has been in the Cabinet in the past few years. We'll be talking about that very shortly. Then at 1 o'clock we have Councillor Sue Carter, who is a councillor for Rushmore Borough Council, so it's along the Waterloo line, and we will be speaking about her efforts to bring young people voice and her duties as past mayor of Rushmore Borough Council as well. At 1:30 we'll be speaking to the Chief Executive Officer of Unity, Terry Bishop. Of course, Unity is one of the beneficiary charities for today's live stream, and we will be chatting to her very shortly at 1:30. At 2 o'clock you've yet again got me, so you've stuck with me pretty much throughout the whole live stream. Get ready because, why not? And then at 2:30 we will be speaking to Bethan Hogan, and she is a really good friend of mine and the member of the Youth Parliament for North East Hampshire, so she's one of the neighbouring constituencies in the Hampshire Youth Parliament. She's also genuinely tied up in everything, really. She's also a member of the Young National Children's Bureau, and oh so much more. She's the president of DMK Worldwide, which I'm really fortunate to have her on the team of. So that is 2:30 for you. Then at 3 o'clock we have Sam Poole, who is the Assistant County Commissioner for Hampshire Scouts, and he also covers the lead for the media and communications for Hampshire Scouts, and we'll be interviewing him and actually finding out how scouting is working during lockdown, which will be really interesting to find out. At 3:30 we have Wendy Davis, and she is the project manager for Andover Trees United, and we will be talking about the past of Andover Trees United and how it's all going, and we will let you know on when that time comes at 3:30. 4 o'clock you've yet again got me, and hopefully we will have a special guest joining us then as well. At 4:30 we have got the members of the Youth Parliament for Hampshire Youth Parliament, Gareth Boyd, and the support member of the Hampshire Youth Parliament, Thomas Gosham, will be speaking about the work the Hampshire Youth Parliament does, and we will also be talking about a brand new announcement that the Hampshire Youth Parliament has got for us, so do stay tuned for 4:30. At 5 o'clock, we've got Faith Oliver, and she's a member of the Youth Parliament for Stockport. I'll be speaking about her role and on the Stockport Youth Council as well. At 5:30, we've got Councillor Ros Chad, and she is a Hampshire County Councillor, and we'll also be speaking about her role in the Cabinet of Hampshire County Council as the Executive Member for Education and Skills, which will be, I'm sure, very interesting to find out about her work for children and young people. Then again, at 6 o'clock, aren't you very lucky to have me? And we will be doing a bit of a news of the day. We'll be speaking to some lovely guests, and we'll be answering any questions that you have. At 6:30, we have Anna McGovern, and Anna McGovern is a lovely youth activist down in Medway, and we'll be speaking about her role as chair of Medway Youth Council, who she will be stepping down from, and she was also the member of the Youth Parliament for Medway quite recently, so we'll be speaking about that as well. And then we've got at 7 o'clock, we've got Owen Castelli, and he is a member of the Hampshire Youth Commission, Hampshire and Isle of Wight's Youth Commission, and we'll be speaking about how they have been operating and basically the background of how they started from the Police and Crime Commission's Office of Hampshire. Then at 7:30, you've yet got me for a wind down of today's events. We'll be talking about the amazing interviews that we've had and everything else. So that will be at 7:30, and at 8 o'clock, unfortunately, it will be the end of the 12-hour live stream, and I simply am really excited for that, really. So, let's have a look at the comment section, because I do not check that too often, so I will keep on testing that. Right, okay. So, look, so people are saying hello in the comment section. Do leave me some questions. I will be trying to answer them, as you know, during the live stream. So thank you very much for everyone's support yet again, and do keep donating, because the money will be going to causes, as I have previously mentioned. So thank you very much for doing that. So do keep, of course, donating, keep sharing it. You can actually watch by going to www.tinyurl.com/DMK Fun Live, and do share that link around your social media platforms so people know to come and join this lovely live stream, which will be fundraising for the British Youth Council, Hampshire Youth Parliament, Andover Youth United, Unity, and of course DMK Worldwide, who are my amazing youth organisation. Have a drink, because my throat is very sore. Hope everyone is doing well. We will be starting with our first guest quite shortly, who is Kit Malthouse, MP, and he's a member of Parliament for North West Hampshire, as well as a Minister for Policing. So, let's talk about who is actually coming up. Now, coming up, we've got at 8:30, we've got Kit Malthouse MP, of course, and then at 9 a.m. we've got Amanda Chetwynd, who is the chair of the British Youth Council. I'll be speaking about her and her role within the organisation, and then at 9:30 we'll be speaking to Caroline Nokes, MP, who is the Member of Parliament from the Southampton North, and we will be hopefully talking to her about her role as the chair of the Women and Equality Committee in Parliament. I'm very, very excited for this all. Do make sure that you do join and you share around and that you donate, of course. I will be really excited to see what target we can reach for the live stream and how much money we can actually reach, which will be really exciting. And I do hope that we reach quite a bit of money. At the moment, we do have, let's have a look how much money we have already raised. We do at the moment have £170 out of the £500 target. Oh, it's a lovely white screen. How lucky are we? Let's just fix that, shall we? Because we don't like white screens. There we go, look at that. We do have £170 raised of the £500 target. Do please keep on donating. It will mean the absolute world, not only to me, but who is benefiting from this Youth Council, Hampshire Parliament, and Youth United, Unity, and of course DMK Worldwide. I do want to let you know that at 9:45 we will be drawing the winner of the prize draw for the big 12-hour live stream. So I'm really excited for that, and I will hopefully be updating you on who the winner is, and we'll be drawing the winner live today during the live stream. So do keep here for 9:45 if you did enter the prize draw, so you will find out whether or not you did win. So do keep donating, of course. I will keep on saying that, of course, during the live stream, as it is very important that you do donate. Even, like I said, the smallest amount means the greatest of help for us. So, welcome to the big 12-hour live stream. Whenever I say welcome to the live stream, it means from The Greatest Showman. Ladies and gents, this is the lovely little choir that they've got. So it does remind me of that. But do keep everything coming. I will hopefully read your lovely chat and comments during the live stream. Thank you very much to Love Andover, of course, for tuning in and having a look at this lovely little live stream. And as you can see, there was quite a lot of media presence during the live stream. So a lot of press releases went out and a lot of radio appearances were done. So do keep on watching, and hopefully we will be starting very shortly for the 8:30 start on the first interview of the day. Kit Malthouse, MP, Minister for Policing and the Member of Parliament for North West Hampshire. Now, I do have a couple of questions coming in from different channels, so I will try to answer them now, if I can, of course, find them, because that would be very useful if I can. So let's get these. Okay, so the first couple of questions that have been coming in. Okay, why did you do this live stream? So I did this live stream, of course, for the purpose of raising money. I mean, I really adore the charities and youth organisations that we are benefiting today. They're really, really important to me, and I genuinely just really love the amazing work that they do for the local community. So yeah, I mean, it just really is a pleasure to be doing these. Why did you choose these charities? I chose these charities because they mean a lot of significance to me. The British Youth Council, I'm a member of Youth Parliament, and so is the Hampshire Youth Parliament, and they have been really supportive throughout this whole crazy, lovely journey that I've been on since being elected as a member of Parliament. Um, Future plans. Oh, this is a lovely hard one. So I will hopefully keep on doing the work I am doing so far, and we will, keep on doing whatever we can during lockdown, and there will be, of course, a few little along the way as we exit lockdown, of course. And yeah, I mean, it will be a really cool time as a member of Youth Parliament for another 2 years. So I do have a few lovely projects in store, not only for the Member of Youth Parliament role, of course, but we've got a few DMK music things coming out quite soon, and we've got some lovely opportunities which will be announced during a Jamie Burl slot about the DMK Worldwide. So do stay tuned, because it will be a really, really, really lovely event. So do, of course, stay tuned, and thank you for everyone who keeps on just being amazing during this whole process, and I will just look quickly. Okay, that's great. Awesome. So let's answer a few more of your questions. So I know that some of you are still watching. That would be lovely. We've currently, I think, got just. Oh yeah, we've got just around 10 viewers at the moment, but it is very early in the morning. I'm not expecting everyone absolutely to be watching straight away at 8 o'clock. So people, I'm sure, will tune in throughout the day. So do share around the post, and there's loads of media coverage. So do share the links so people can actually watch and tune in, because then it will just seem for hopefully another future live stream, because you never know, this might not be a one event, which I really hope it's not. I do enjoy doing this. So hopefully all goes well. We can do, hopefully in the future, a second live stream. So let's answer a few more of the lovely questions that keep in. So role model. Who is my role model? I have many role models, and a few I am, interviewing today. Young people wise, a role model of mine is Bethan Hogan. She is, she's been really supportive. She's been an absolute delight to work with. I really look up to during this, every time, because we've been, we started to get quite good friends, and it's the youth parliament is such a great opportunity to actually not only bring upon change and work towards change, but to also meet amazing people along the way. And I've met the youth parliament, so it's just amazing. Some other people that were, of course, the MPs. I do have to give a special shout out though to Caroline Nokes and Kit Malthouse, of course, because they've been really, 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 really supportive during this whole thing. And so, yeah, I mean, thank you so much to everyone who has been just amazing throughout this whole process. And we will be starting with our first interview quite shortly, which will be really, really lovely. We will be back very, very soon with Kit Malthouse, MP, and we will be joining him as we chat about this whole process of him during lockdown and how he's continued to engage with his constituents throughout the whole time. See you all very shortly. Hello everyone, sorry about that. We do have a bit of difficulty, so we will hopefully be having our first guest, Kit Malthouse, very shortly. We will hopefully be interviewing him today. I will, of course, have to stagger some time today, but we will be interviewing him quite shortly, hopefully. So I will keep on answering some of your questions coming in. Do keep them coming in because it will be great to answer some. Great. So, okay. Right. Let's keep them coming in. All right. Thank you very much for the question, and I will ask Mr. Malthouse this question. Thank you very much for bringing that up. I will keep that in. So let's answer some of your questions whilst we wait for Kit to join the waiting room in Zoom, and then we will keep this going. All right. So, favorite subject. Gosh, that is a bit of a hard one because there are quite a couple favorites. I do like, I must say, I do like photography. I really am loving photography at school. History also, I really, really like the whole concept and just getting into the nitty-gritty. But the favourite, I guess, I really like history just because of the career path I want to take as well. Before I went into youth parliament, I wanted to, go into the aviation industry. I was so passionate about, like the whole airline industry, and I was like, yes, let's go. I was like, no, I'm not going to change my mind. I will definitely go the aviation industry. But that, of course, changed because now I want to go into politics. Yes, so no, it's going to be great. It will be quite good. So I hope everyone is doing quite well. We are just waiting for our next guest to join us so we can start this lovely live stream. We will be back very, 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 very shortly. Hello everyone, sorry for the delay so far. We are just waiting for our first guest to arrive, and I did want to go this quite smoothly, and I was going to run quite a tight ship, but can't be a tight ship if no one shows up. Um, so we will be waiting. We hopefully he will be joining us momentarily. Um, so this is just hopefully going to be a short setback, and people will be joining us very, very shortly for their interviews. We are eating into interview time for Kit, unfortunately, but hopefully people will join us quite shortly so we can start interviewing. I am just hopefully keep on waiting. We do have to wait a little bit now for Kit to actually come along so we can start the interview. And we will be starting it as soon as he shows up. And I'm really excited to interview him. We do have a great amount of questions lined up for him, and hopefully, if we do get through them, we can take a few questions from the comments. So we will keep on waiting, of course, and um, we will keep on waiting. See you all yet again very shortly. Hello everyone, sorry that has been taking quite a long while, but we hopefully will be getting Kit on to the Zoom quite shortly. So we can actually interview him, or we will just have to move the interview down to a time during the live stream at another time. He will hopefully be joining us quite shortly, but in the meantime I will keep on answering some of your questions to Right. Okay, let's have a look. Favorite hobby? Gosh, that is a hard one. I'm a workaholic, I must admit. So, um, but I do love sports-wise. I do love a bit of tennis and some basketball. Hobbies-wise, oh gosh, I am just a workaholic, aren't I? No, I do love going out and I do love walking. Just in the countryside, somewhere near the beach, somewhere near the sea. Do love water. seem to get quite attracted to it and pulled to it as a magnet. But yeah, no, I do love go for walks, and just it's important to actually take care of yourself when you're doing so much. So, do you have any pets? Yes, yes, I do have two actually. I do have two pets, and Michelle, who is our eldest, and she is, I think, 3 years old now, and so it's quite. She's getting quite old, but she's a bit grouchy. Um, so it's because basically as soon as our youngest, Ocean, who's about 1 years old, he basically, as soon as he entered the house, that's it. Michelle was not having it. She did not like it one bit, and she still hisses at him, and she still doesn't like him. Which is, I mean, not too great, but hopefully they'll get along as he grows up. I hope. But you never know, really. Yeah, we will hopefully see. And Ocean, yeah, we both we we rescued Ocean from a breeding factory, farm, sorry. And basically he was quite, he was quite small, and he was quite cute, and he fit in the palm of Mum's hand. We drove him, and we surprised my siblings with him as we drove to a walk, but we ended up picking up a little furball from the person who was selling them. So let's keep on answering some lovely little questions. Why are you passionate about making a difference in your local area? It's really important to make a difference. I mean, we always have to try to make a difference. You can't just sit on your bum all day and do nothing. I mean, it's really important that we have the best life and experience possible on this earth. Because it's you can't just sit around and do nothing. But it's really important that young people do get involved, because after all, when all is said and done, young people are the future, and so I will now be introducing to you our first guest of the day, Kit Malthouse, and we will be interviewing Kit right now. Let's started. Hello. Yes, hello. How are you? Yes.
I'm very sorry it's taken me a little time to get on there. We had some problems getting hold of the codes, but here I am, fine. Ready for it.
Great.
My apologies. I can't see you. It's just a very charming photograph of you on some steps.
All right, yeah. So we'll start with a few questions and see what we get through, really. And yeah. So how has lockdown been treating you?
Well, I have to confess to you, it's been extremely busy. It's while I know a lot of people have found lockdown boring and difficult, and been trapped inside and all the rest of it. To be honest with you, I haven't had time to think, because we've been obviously dealing with thousands and thousands of emails and letters that have come in. I mean, literally thousands, from distressed business people, residents, constituents, and then, of course, with my policing job, with lots of people from around the country talking about that. And then I've been flat out on Zoom and Skype and Microsoft Teams and on conference calls, trying to make sure that the police are in as good a shape as possible and helping them with the lockdown regulations and dealing with the changes in crime. Also, the courts, trying to get them in good shape and back up and running, but also the close down. There was a huge amount to do. And so it's been pretty flat out for us. I mean, happily, we're one of the fortunate families that stayed free of COVID thus far, touch wood. But dealing with all of that has been enormously difficult, alongside, of course, having to do homeschool with my kids. So it's been very busy.
Good. Well, yeah, I think same here. We are. Dad, unfortunately, was tested positive for COVID, but with hope, luckily, the whole family stayed away from it. So the next question: what got you involved in politics?
Oh gosh, well that is a good story, a good question, sorry, and a long story. I mean, so I was brought up in Liverpool back in the 1970s and 80s, which was a very highly politicized time across the whole country and across that city in particular. It was in the grip of the far left. Derek Hatton, very famously, and militant tendency, the Labour Party, had gripped the city. And I watched them during my teenage years basically destroy the city of my birth. And it sort of sparked in me an interest in politics, and frankly, what politics can do that's bad and indeed good. And then when I went to university, I got a bit more involved and quite interested in the big ideological battle between the left and the right. And in particular, I was very attracted to the idea that the vision of the future presented by the Conservative Party was one of aspiration and opportunity and ladders for people to climb. And so I when I came to London then to train, I left university in the teeth of a recession and went to train as an accountant in London because it was frankly the only place I could get a job. I got involved in the local council there because, frankly, I got a bit fed up of some of the things that were happening around me in the area that I lived in. And once I got elected as a councillor in central London, my enthusiasm just grew and grew because I was able to be one of those rare people that can actually change things in the places that we live and make life better for my fellow citizens and neighbours. And that became infectious. It's a really terrible thing that grips you when you realize that you can make changes in this world. And it just sort of grew from there.
Right. Well, I guess, can you offer a piece of advice for people who actually want to get into politics? What kind of advice would you offer?
Well, I would say this. I mean, the politics is a very unstable existence. You every few years you either get hired or fired without any notice, and your party may well be out of power or in opposition, and that can also be very difficult. And so, my general advice to young people who are interested in getting in politics is do something else first. Go and build a career or a profession or an enthusiasm for something else alongside politics, so that you've always got something to fall back on, and then come to it a bit later in life. I would generally say to most people, turn to politics once you're through your 20s and you've had your fun, and you've established yourself in the world a bit more. The other thing I always say to people who come and ask me about politics is you need to make sure that you really like people, because you're going on all sorts of people, because you're going to meet them all in politics, particularly national politics. And some of them, a small number of them, will be extremely rude to you. And you need to be sure that you like even them and are willing to work with people who are incredibly rude to you, because often you have to recognize that their rudeness comes from an anger about something that they perceive as wrong. And so once you recognize that, so if you like people, you've established yourself in this world, then you've got an enthusiasm for politics still, then it is a fantastic thing to serve your neighbors and communities, I have to say.
That's amazing, yeah. And this might be a bit of a difficult one, but what do you think has been the highlight of your career so far?
Gosh, well, to be honest with you, it's been such a roller coaster ride. There are quite a number of ups and downs. I have to confess to you that it was an amazing night, the night I first got elected for Northwest Hampshire. An enormous privilege and honour to be sort of catapulted into Westminster in such a way. And every day I go into work in that amazing building, I'm always conscious of how lucky I am, first of all, to be a member of Parliament, but secondly, also a member of Parliament for such a fantastic part of the country. I mean, my love affair with Northwest Hampshire and the beautiful countryside in which we live just seems to get stronger and stronger. I totally adore that part of the world. So that has been a big highlight. I mean, look, there have been so many over the years. I think the sort of highest and lowest thus far. I mean, obviously the lowest was when I was Deputy Mayor for Policing in London, and during the August 2011 riots, when large parts of the capital went up in flames. That was a terrible few weeks and days. And then, 6 months later, the huge highlight of the Olympic Games that came to the capital was massive. I think if there's one thing I'm proudest of, which is not a great fanfare, cut the ribbon, all the rest of it, it was the job we did on cutting crime at City Hall. I think, my first year as Deputy Mayor for Policing in London, 29 young people were stabbed and killed. It was a terrible, terrible year. But by 2012, my final year, we'd managed to get that number down to 8. Still 8 too many, but it was a huge achievement by the police and all the partners who were involved across the whole of civil society in London. And I think that's probably the thing of which I'm proudest so far. There will be more to come, I hope.
Yes. So moving on with policing, of course, and so tell me about your role for Minister for Policing, because it's quite a new role for you, but of course you were Deputy Mayor for Policing in London, and what kind of progress have you made recruiting 20,000 new police officers?
Yeah, so you're quite right. So I've had 3 ministerial jobs so far. I did a short stint at Department of Work and Pensions for 6 months, and then I had a year as Housing Minister, which I loved and was a great job. And we made some big progress on hitting those house building targets. But then when Boris became Prime Minister, he asked me to repeat the job that I did for him at City Hall and be the sort of crime fighter in chief for the government. With the specific target, you're quite right, of recruiting 20,000 new police officers. Now, on recruitment, we're doing very well. So the last number I saw, official number, was 3,005 we recruited so far, and that's just in the first few months. We've got to hit 6,000 by next March, and I'm pretty confident that we'll beat that by quite some way. And then the following 14,000 in the 2 years after that. And again, we're getting so many applicants coming through now, and there's such an enthusiasm for it that I think we're going to do very well on that target. So it's good so far, and all those officers are getting out there and getting cracking as quick as we possibly can. So that's looking good. On crime, we're having to do some pretty assertive things to achieve what the Prime Minister wants us to do. So, for example, on county lines, where he's told us that this awful trade, quite rightly, has to come to an end. This is the idea of drugs gangs running drugs into small towns like Andover, using the transport network and using young people to carry the drugs backwards and forwards, that we're going to bring that to an end. And so we're doing huge amounts of work on that. And in fact, just before lockdown, as part of that, the British Transport Police came and did an exercise at Andover Station. They brought one of the new drugs dogs that I've paid for, or that you've paid for, sorry, through your taxes. Brought one of those new dogs down to see what was coming in and out of Andover in the morning. And I think in an hour and a half, that would be, 5 trains. We had, I think, 9 arrests for people who were carrying drugs, including a couple for Class A. So it was very eye-opening for people. And, in a town like Andover, where, drugs, particularly amongst young people, sadly, is all too prevalent, and where we've actually seen some pretty unpleasant drugs-related violence and indeed murder a couple of years ago. Neither victim nor perpetrator from Andover, I have to say, that this is something we have to deal with. And so we're doing huge amounts of work on that, as well as looking at violence overall across the country, and some violence against women and girls, rape and domestic violence, child abuse online, and then dealing with some of the bread and butter crimes like burglary, and robbery, where we've seen a bit of an uptick over the last couple of years that we need to get down on. So we're setting ourselves big ambitions, and happily we're seeing a lot of enthusiasm from the police to come on the mission with us.
That's great. No, that's awesome. So I'm going to move quite local now. So what are your thoughts or hopes with the rejuvenation of the Andover Town Centre? And how closely have you been working with Councillor Phil North on this?
Yeah, so Phil and I have been talking for some time about Andover, in particular the town centre, but its economy generally, and what we can do to stimulate it. And I held rather, a kind of small business summit right back in the early days, sort of 4 years ago, I think, to talk about where we might go. And of course, when Phil became leader, he rejuvenated the Andover vision, looking at the future of our town and how we can progress. But a big part of that has been thinking about the town centre. And, one of the big issues for us both that we've discussed a lot over the last 4 or 5 years was the sort of future of the Chantry Centre and how it sort of squats in the middle of town, and was getting emptier and emptier. And that sort of feeling that it was spreading. It was all galvanised in our minds when we worked very closely together on the Marks and Spencer's closure, if you remember, a couple of years ago, which was a real turning point, I think, for the town. And emerging from that have come these brilliant plans for a sort of large-scale redevelopment. And rather cleverly, various interested people in the town centre, from Simply Health to the college, to the Chantry, which has now been bought in by Tess Valley, have all come together to work up this master plan, which I went to see when they were exhibiting it down on Bridge Street. And I've had various discussions with them before and since. And I thought it looked fantastic. I don't know what you thought. I thought it was a really, really good plan for the town centre to do two things. One, to kind of create much more of a streetscape and a kind of interesting destination. Two, put more kind of independent retailers and create something that's quite, special there, rather than just the same old chains that everybody else has got. But three, critically, bring more residents into the town centre. Because the more people that live in the town centre, the more people will just use the shops as sort of footfall. And one of the things I love about Andover is the lanes, right, from Union Street to Waterloo Yards and all those kind of places, and Waterloo Place, sorry. And if we can create a new town centre that has those nooks and crannies, and I don't know if you've ever been to Marlborough to see their high street, which is really thriving. And it's exactly that. It's lots of small independent shops with little nooks and crannies and alleyways that are interesting for human beings to peer down and go and explore. If we can create a sort of modern version of that, I think that would be great. And so we're working quite closely on that. And we've been talking, obviously, to the government about what assistance they can give from a sort of grant point of view. But critically, it's going to be a sort of, I guess, a 10-year project to really put Andover on the map.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Kit, for basically coming onto the live stream, and it's been a pleasure having you, and thank you so much.
My pleasure, and I'm very sorry that I was late.
No, that's completely fine.
Next time you do it, and good luck on your fundraising. What's your target?
Target right now is 500, but I think we're going to smash that.
Oh, fantastic. Well, look, I hope the rest of the day goes really well. It was lovely to talk to you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. Well, thank you very much to Kit, of course, for coming along and actually allowing us to interview him. Now, we will straight away bring in our new guest, of course, who is Amanda Chetwynd, who is the chair of the British Youth Council, and we will be chatting to her very shortly. Right. Awesome. Hello, Amanda.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yes, doing well, doing well. We've got on to a good start now. So I'm going to ask you a couple of questions and we'll see how it goes.
Sounds great.
Awesome. So how has lockdown been treating you?
Yeah, kind of okay. I think I kind of count myself as quite lucky in a sense. I'm a bit of an introvert at the end of the day, so having lots of free evenings that I have to entertain myself isn't necessarily the worst thing in the world. But I think I'm also a bit like everyone, where I'm a bit bored now of not seeing my friends and of working from home. So I count myself quite lucky that like my family and I are healthy, and that's kind of the main thing. But so yeah, kind of okay, but yeah, I could do with seeing some of my friends now.
Definitely.
It's been about 3 or 4 months. So,
yeah, of course. So, so what got you involved in the youth sector? Why was the youth sector something you wanted to go into?
So I was thinking about this morning, actually, in preparation for the chat. I think I actually didn't realise I'd probably kind of always been involved in it slightly. Both my parents do a lot of like charity work, a lot of fundraising, particularly for like military families, because my dad was in the military, and my sister and I, were always involved in that from like the children and young people like aspect, I suppose. Well, I think I kind of got really, really involved when I was at university, and that was when one of my best friends and I got really involved in the fundraising side of things and trying to get other students into doing more fundraising for local like Cornish charities. And I think that was when I first started to take up different like leadership roles as well. So I kind of helped run the fundraising society, and then I got really involved in my students' union when I was at university, and it kind of snowballed from there. So I ran to be student union president, and then I came to a BYC ACM, and it kind of just like one thing after another. But I think it was that my family had always been involved in charitable work, and that was just like a natural thing for me to get involved with. And then I started like taking up positions and like getting more involved in actually like leading it, I guess, as such. So yeah, it's been a bit of a lifelong thing, I think, for me.
Awesome, yeah. So tell me about the BYC. So, I mean, I know firsthand what the kind of experience of BYC is, but tell me about it.
So I guess, especially if there's people who don't know what it is, BYC is British Youth Council. So we're the National Youth Voice Council, the National UK Youth Council, which is pretty cool. It basically means our aim and our responsibility is to make sure that children and young people are meaningfully heard in the decisions, whether that's like policy decisions or political decisions that impact their lives. And also there's an element of making sure young people are supported in terms of like skills growth to be confident in talking about the issues that really matter to them and campaigning on them. So British Youth Council is a charity. We run several different programmes, everything from the Bank of England and NHS Youth Forum all the way across to some of our European work with the European Union youth element over there. And we do different skills training sessions. We do different events to bring people from like minority groups together so they can have like safe space conversations about how to use their voices as well. So it's quite like a big charity, and we've got like thousands and thousands of young people involved all across the UK, which is brilliant. But I think the easiest way to define it to people is it is our aim and responsibility to help young people be heard, meaningfully heard on the issues that really matter to them. And I think probably one thing that makes it unique from other charities is it is truly youth-led. So obviously I'm very lucky to be chair of the trustee board, and all trustees have to be 25 or under when they start on the board, which trust me, compared to other charity boards, is very young.
Yes.
Not the norm at all. Whenever I go to events of other trustees, I lower the average age by about 40 to 50 years sometimes. So yeah, so that's BYC in a bit of a nutshell.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess board of trustees tend to be, with people with quite good experience, with people who know what to do with finance and stuff. But no, it's really cool that actually the board of trustees for BYC is actually quite really good youth-led, and the whole organisation is really youth-led, really. So tell me about your role as chair. How long have you been doing that?
So I've been chair since October 2018, so I'm coming up to 2 years, which also means I'm coming to the end of my time as chair. It's a 2-year fixed role. So yeah, being chair is great. It's a very, very, very varied role. Obviously, like a significant proportion of it is around like the trustees and the charity and the kind of running of the charity. So steering people, making sure we've got good, like accessible decision-making spaces for people who need to like make those important decisions about the charity and how it runs. And then there's kind of a completely different side, which is the representation, I guess, of the charity, kind of seen as the main person to do the representing work. So everything from brilliant and sort of unique events like this one to meeting with members of parliament or senior kind of like Whitehall officials on behalf of the charity. So it's a bit of a mixed bag, but it's great. And obviously, bit of a plug, if I may now, the application process to replace me is open now. So if there's anyone out there who thinks that perhaps they could do a different job, a better job, you can just have a go at like getting involved. I would encourage anyone and everyone to have a look at the opportunity to join. But yes, I've been chair for about 2 years, and I was a trustee for 1 year before that. So I kind of like joined the board and then took on that position of like extra responsibility on the board.
So this might be a bit of a hard one, but can you offer a singular piece of advice for people who actually perhaps want to get involved in the youth sector? What kind of advice would you offer?
I would say that, and this is kind of, I think, just based off like my experience, I think that it's best to decide what your interests are and then find out what is the best organisation, I guess, to help you get more involved there. So if, for example, climate change and tackling climate change is what really, really drives you and that's your absolute priority and you want to do more on it, and then I would like really look into like youth organisations or youth campaigning groups that work on tackling climate change. If you are a really fearless like anti-racism campaigner, then I would look for like youth-led movements and youth-led charities that are doing work on that. And I think that's the best way to get involved, rather than perhaps thinking, okay, I'm a young person, I therefore need to look for an organisation that specifically focuses on young people. Obviously, there are people like me where that was my priority, and it was actually making sure that all young people equally were able to like use their voices and be heard. So that was why BYC really came for me. But I think that would be my advice, is try and find like what's the one thing that you really want to advocate and like stay involved in, and that perhaps is the best way to get involved. But I'm not sure, what would I'm going to flip the question around. If you had to give one piece of advice, what would it be?
I mean, I really enjoy my job. And it's just been, it's varied job every day. You don't get one day that's the same as the next. It's I really like it. And I think my piece of advice would be to be prepared for that, to be, prepared that, lots of situations will come up and you've got to really work as a team, of course, with the colleagues around you and actually, tackle the day by day. And no, Youth Voice is such an amazing opportunity, and it looks great on your CV, of course. But no, I guess this is just a really awesome opportunity, especially to get involved with charity and volunteering, and maybe if that's a way for you seeing, that as a pathway possibly for a career, you never know. But yeah, I guess to look at every day a different way, I think that would be my one.
Yeah, that's good advice.
So, what has been the highlight of your time with BYC?
Picking one is quite hard.
Yes, for sure.
It's been like a wild 3 years, particularly the last 2 as chair. I think if I really had to narrow it down, in early 2019, so I'd only really been chair for maybe like 6 months-ish. That isn't that long, trust me. Like I still only sometimes just feel like I've understood all different parts of the role. In early 2019 was when the kind of school strike for climate movement kind of like really took off, and loads of our members of youth parliament, youth cabinet members, youth select committee members were all really involved in that, and we kind of saw that spreading literally like wildfire, ironically, across the country, which was, on the one hand, it was brilliant to see, obviously, because so many people were getting involved. And then from that, we people in government and in Whitehall kind of got in touch with the British Youth Council and said, actually, you already run these youth voice groups for us, which is where groups of young people kind of advise on policy and come up with solutions, like in partnership with like civil servants and stuff. And they said, we really want to do some of that around climate change, around tackling climate change as a response to the fact that this is so obviously like a generation defining issue and that young people are so passionate about it. And then from that, we had this group of young people who were really involved in advising the government when they came up with the 2050 like net zero target. Now, there's a lot to be said. Like, some people would prefer 2030, some people wanted it to go less far, more far, etc., etc. But to me, there was something just so cool about the fact that young people had made their voices clear by striking from school at such a young age, which was almost unheard of, perhaps, in this country, but probably worldwide as well. And that actually we at the British Youth Council were able to facilitate a really diverse group of young people from across the country getting involved in advising government and having a really quick, tangible win, actually, for young people. It got a lot of like media attention. Those young people were kind of able to go out and be ambassadors for this group that we were like facilitating. And I think for me that was just a highlight, because it kind of was just almost like a complete circle, I guess. Like, young people have said it's the priority, it's really urgent, we don't have time to have a 5-year conversation about it, something needs to be done now. And actually it doesn't always happen, but the government and policymakers actually responded in a way and said, okay, let's work with the National Youth Voice Council and let's bring those young people in and let's have a conversation quickly and let's decide some kind of ambitious goals and targets. And for me, that kind of like summed up like why I do it, I guess, and why BYC is here. But also it's just a brilliant opportunity for those young people. It was probably a bit of a once in a lifetime opportunity for some of them, because we actually do make sure that we work with people from all different backgrounds, from like all different places in the country, and not everybody gets that opportunity to work with government. So yeah, I think if I had to choose one, I would choose that one. But there are a lot of very strong contenders. I've definitely got to do some quite cool stuff in this role. So
I mean, Youth Voice, like I said, is just a different day every day, and there's so many issues that a lot of young people care about. And sometimes when you hear about it and you speak to them, it's like, oh, I didn't realise that you actually, thought about this, that this was really an issue for you. So it's just a really great, approach to the job. So I'm going to move on to lockdown, really, and what have you as a charity been campaigning for? It is, of course, quite hard to campaign during lockdown, of course. But what has the British Youth Council been campaigning for?
So we've kind of had like one fundamental thing that we started highlighting and prioritising from the moment it became clear that this was going to be a long-term crisis, I sense, for the country. And the overarching like message there was that if young people aren't involved in the conversations and the decisions around how the country respond to this, then actually you're going to have a really disillusioned few generations. You won't have as good a kind of like holistic response about how our country should respond to COVID-19. And so we were kind of saying, like, we completely understand, and this is to organisations, to other partners, to the government, to opposition parties, to everyone. We understand it's a crisis. We understand it's moving very quickly. We understand you're having to make decisions at the speed of light, and they're huge like decisions for the country. However, the need to listen to young people hasn't changed at all. If anything, if you can't listen to young people in a crisis, if you can't make sure that like children and young people's priorities and their well-being and their voices are meaningfully heard in like crisis planning, actually you've not got a very good setup. You've not got a very good system there. So that was kind of one thing that we really had to get to work on straight away. And some departments and some organisations have been really good. So the Bank of England, for example, worked with our youth forum to survey just over 900 young people on what their like money and financial and economic concerns were, specifically in relation to COVID. And then the youth forum were able to take that to the chief economist, which was, I think it's like quite unique. I don't know any other charity that's been able to advise the chief economist of the Bank of England on like the priorities of people. So there's things like that we've done, and that's all kind of fit into that one. It's not a named campaign, but it's kind of just proving that actually it doesn't matter if you're in a global pandemic, a crisis, or if you're on a normal Monday, you have to listen to young people. Their voices are so valid. So that was kind of like the underpinning aspect of our work, and I think that was where we really proved ourselves as a charity. Actually, we managed to make sure that we were involved in securing more funding for charities. We were involved in bringing young people together with DCMS to make sure that actually they didn't think, oh, okay, we need to stop focusing on the climate crisis or stop focusing on tackling knife crime. Like, these priorities by young people, they're still priorities. Just because we're in a pandemic doesn't mean that their priorities have dramatically changed in the long term. Like, your short term interests and focuses might have changed, but actually there is still a climate crisis. We do still have a really unresolved problem of young people kind of being forced often into like a youth, like a violent, like young childhood, and those haven't changed. So we did a lot of work around that to start with. I think it's worth highlighting as well, like, we're still, like a lot of organisations, we're still making sure that we're trying to respond and focus to the kind of focus, the new focus, around like Black Lives Matter, and that's something that will hopefully be shown in a lot of our programs that we do, like leadership programs over the summer with young people. So we're trying to make sure that actually we as a charity are responding to that, and that we're giving young people the space to respond to that as well. So I think those would probably be the two I would highlight. But I mean, as per usual, I don't think much of our work has really stopped at all. If anything, I think the workload has kind of doubled. So we're still doing like international representation, we're still doing fundraising and all this kind of stuff. So there was that focus at the beginning about making sure everyone was really committed to being like, we might be in a pandemic, young people still matter, we still need their voices involved in decision making.
Definitely. And I guess what do you think has been what have been some of the concerns that young people have raised with the Youth Council, and I guess what have been concerns that they've raised?
So one of the things that I've definitely seen coming through, and that our youth democracy coordinators who are based all across the country, and the different youth clubs and youth groups and youth parliaments have said to us, one of the things we've definitely seen is that people have been telling us that they're really struggling with their mental health. And we know, we obviously work with like Young Minds and other national charities as well, that if people had a kind of like a diagnosed poor mental health condition prior to lockdown, actually a significant proportion of people have felt a lot worse and have really struggled with that, just because of the huge changes that everyone's seen in their day-to-day life, and the fact that suddenly school just like stopped on like one Friday, or college just stopped, or going to work or seeing your friends just stopped, and routine can be so important for like our mental health, and also seeing people and talking to friends can be so important for our mental health. And I think that's one thing that's like really come through to myself and the other trustees. We've really heard people talking about that, and I guess I kind of just referenced it, but it's a little bit different. I think the one theme that started to come through, which again is a bit of an overarching theme, is that there are so many unanswered questions that young people still have. Like, what's going to happen with school? Am I going to have to wait till September? Am I going to be able to go to the college or university that I want to go to? You know, maybe you had an apprenticeship or an internship planned up for the summer and that's been cancelled, and now you're thinking, okay, I actually need some way to like get some financial independence. You know, a lot of people like people that I know who were on free school meals have found that whole conversation really really concerning and really quite like unnerving. But I think a lot of that really boils down to like unanswered questions from young people. So I guess that ties in, one of the things that we've been calling for a long time has been a press conference for young people with perhaps the Prime Minister ideally, but also like the Education Secretary or even the Health Secretary, just to actually, one, they actually get the opportunity then they can't run away from the questions from young people. You and I both know that young people ask better questions a lot of the time, I think, than journalists. They're a lot more to the point, and they'll say very clearly if they don't think their question has been answered. And I do think one of the best things we do actually is like a generation. So we've been calling for that for a long time. But also I think sometimes you actually just need to hear that even if somebody doesn't have the perfect answer, even if they don't have the complete solution or the plan, you just need someone to say, we're working on it, we're doing everything we can. This is our current thinking around schools in September, or free school meals, or apprenticeships, or youth employment. However, we know we don't have all the answers, and we'll get back to you in a month. And sometimes you just need to have that acknowledged, or that commitment. But people have been saying to us that they don't necessarily feel that they've been acknowledged as young people. So Yeah, I guess those are probably the two things, and they're quite like big topics, like poor mental health and being heard. But I think most things that we've heard probably fit into like one of those two groups, perhaps. And obviously they're so interlinked. Like there's nothing like uncertainty to make you very stressed or concerned or anxious or nervous. So yeah.
I also, I guess, during lockdown, consider myself to be quite lucky to not have been as impacted, I guess. But as you know, I'm such a workaholic, so it's definitely been hard not being, out and actually, hopping on the train every week and then going to meetings and then doing schoolwork in school. So it's definitely been difficult to adjust to a more online setting. But no, I guess I do consider myself to be quite, lucky. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
How have you continued to engage with volunteers and young people during lockdown? What has been, I guess, the main thing that you've used?
Yeah, so I mean, the staff at BYC are incredible. We have moved most things online, and even if there's like something that we'd planned to happen and it couldn't happen in person, I believe for most things there's still a plan for it to happen in some form. It might have just changed like the time or like the time of year that we're aiming to do it. But another example is actually just when the government was saying probably by Monday we're going to be asking everyone to work from home. We're meant to have an NHS Youth Forum residential for 2 or 3 days, I think, over a weekend. And we moved, well, I say we, the staff, not me, moved all of that online with like minimal notice, still managed to deliver a really fulfilling programme for the volunteers and for the young people involved. And we've done quite a lot of that. There's some stuff coming up in the next couple of weeks I'm involved with like the Bank of England Youth Forum, different youth groups, youth parliaments, youth councils have managed to kind of move all of their stuff online. But I think the one thing, and it does pose a question for us, like it's easier, for example, for me to join you for this event for half an hour this morning because I'm literally doing it from my flat, and at the same time one of our other trustees, Zara, is going to the North East Convention online, and she's able to just pop in for 45 minutes to talk about the opportunity to join the trustee board. So I think there's something for us as trustees to think about. What can we potentially look to carry on after this that's been successful? Like I've definitely managed to talk to just as many volunteers and different youth groups over the last few months as I would have done probably normally, but I've managed to do it in a much more sustainable way, in a cheaper way, frankly. And I think it's something for us, the charity, to consider there. But yeah, I think on the whole we've probably kept our I guess contact level, if that's quite a boring way of to get up with young people and with volunteers. And I think some of our like MYPs have really, in my opinion, have really kind of like stepped up to the challenge of organising accessible meetings online when everyone's quite tired and everyone's quite stressed, and doing it in a really accessible way. So we've managed to keep in touch with a lot of people. I think there's stuff for us to take away that's maybe worked, and there's stuff that hasn't worked. And we have to, as an organisation, we have to embrace that we're not like carrying on as normal. We're trying to do our best in a global pandemic, like the same as everyone else. This is completely new for us as an organisation. So there'll definitely be a lot of lessons learned, and some of them will be great. Let's carry that on. That was really well. More people joining with certain things. Maybe that's a good thing. And there are some things where I guess we'll have to conclude you need that face-to-face contact time with people to really kind of get that good connection. Yeah.
It's definitely been, online meetings have been the salvation of the whole, but it's really cool how much work we've actually been able to get and done during lockdown. It's actually quite good to see everyone coming together as a whole and actually coming up with ways that we can actually continue to interact with people. Yeah. So what has been the biggest adjustment that you yourself have had to make to continue your job during lockdown?
So I guess I consider myself quite lucky. I can work from home. It's a very small desk, but I have a desk, and it's in my room, so it's not kind of like encroaching on my flatmate or any of their space. I think so quite early on, I got into the habit of actually making myself, as soon as I could, when I woke up in the morning, going for a walk and getting myself into the fresh air, like whatever the weather. Sometimes it's not been great because the weather is not always great, is it?
No.
But so when I wasn't working from home, I used to walk to work because I work in Westminster and I live just like in South London. So I used to do like a 45-minute walk to work, which got me up. I'd listen to like a music or a podcast or whatever, and it was just quite like a good start to my day and kind of like woke me up properly. And I managed to make that habit of doing that in lockdown as well. So even though I'm not actually walking to work, I still get myself out of the flat really early and get that fresh air and get that brain space. And I think that has been quite a big adjustment because I'm kind of just walking in a circle around the park that's like near my flat, which is a bit old, and I've done that walk a lot of times now. But I do think it was maybe not the biggest adjustment, but probably the most important one I did, and I think it's really helped keep me focused. It means that I start work at the right time. I don't kind of like struggle, I guess, to get myself going during the day. I think one of the changes I've made, which might not be so good, is I drink even more cups of tea per day than I used to. Like, I drink a lot of tea anyway. Like, I've always drank tea, but I now probably drink far too many cups a day because it's at home and it's cheaper than buying one, I guess, like out. So yeah.
Well, yeah.
Maybe I'm keep one habit and not the other.
Yeah. No, it's good. Yeah, I've definitely started to get outside much more because it's just I've got more time. Definitely. But yeah, no, it's really good that people actually getting outside and getting some fresh air. Yeah. So, what do you think will be the biggest change after lockdown is completely lifted? And I say that in quotation marks just because we're not too sure how that will look. So, what do you think the biggest change that we'll have to make?
I do think that it'll be very difficult for organisations to work in perhaps as flexible as a way as they used to, and I mean that in terms of like desks and hot desking, and I don't just mean us at BYC, I mean organisations including like my daytime job and like all across the country. People used to hot desk all the time. Obviously it was like courteous to like wipe a desk down, a hot desk after you've used it. It wasn't like a mandatory requirement of you that you had to massively almost like sterilize, I guess, a desk after it. And I do think that the way that like employees and businesses think about like their space and like what's their responsibility to their staff, I really do think that will probably change for the long term. I also think perhaps more related to more young people, I think our university and college sector will look completely different. Like it will look nothing like, I only finished university obviously quite recently, but it will look nothing like that. The idea that you can have perhaps up to 200 students, for example, in a lecture hall, and they've all come from different parts of town, different houses, different flat blocks, different subjects, different courses, and they all just get into one space and then they all go away without there being any kind of control is probably really unlikely. And I guess that's one thing that concerns me about like education, is I don't really think currently we nationally have a plan for education. Like college, university, sixth form, whatever your education is at that age is so important to help you get that first kind of step onto the employment ladder. And I'm a bit concerned about the fact that it's June and we don't really know what's going to happen with like universities and colleges in September. Like that impacts hundreds of thousands of people every year, and for a lot of people it is their first step into like an independent quote unquote adult life. I think those are the two things, like working conditions and education, are going to be like the biggest changes that we'll see for a long time.
Great. Well, thank you very much for joining me today. It's been a pleasure having you. So thank you very much. Hope to see you soon.
Hope to see you soon.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, thank you very much to Amanda for joining us today. Now, I will be admitting the next guest, who is Caroline Nokes. Caroline Nokes is the Member of Parliament for Romsey and Southampton North, and she is also the chair of the Women and Equality Select Committee. Hello, Caroline.
Morning, how are you doing?
Yes, I'm doing good. How are you?
Yeah, fine so far, thank you.
Good. So, I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions and then we'll see how we go.
Okay.
Great. So, how has lockdown been treating you?
So I think it would be fair to say it's been mixed. And it's been really obvious that for my constituents, lockdown has been very tough. And to begin with, and we can all hark back to the beginning of May, the sun was shining. And I know that I'm lucky and that most of my constituents are lucky, and we live in a beautiful part of the country and we have gardens and outside space. So I think that made a real difference to people's mood. It's been really obvious that as lockdown has continued, it has got tougher and tougher for all of us. And so people are increasingly frustrated. They want to get back to their normal lives. I think that's reflected in the correspondence that I get from people. Some of them are quite angry now. And you didn't see that at the beginning. I think people were worried and scared. Now people are extremely frustrated.
Yeah, definitely. And it's definitely gotten worse as lockdown has continued, and people are starting to get quite tired and quite bored of the lockdown. Yeah. So what...
It's hard, isn't it? So we all spent the first few weeks doing all those jobs around the house that had to be done. They're all finished now. So people are looking for, they just want to get back to normal. They want routine. They want their children in school. Absolutely nobody can blame them for that.
No, for sure.
And I think it's been interesting, those young people who have been able to go back to school, the difference that it's made to them. And it's not just about learning, is it? It's about the opportunity to socialise with your friends, to just spend time away from your parents. I think that is good for, particularly, primary age kids. They need to be running around with their friends, don't they? Not cooped up at home.
Yeah. So the next question I've got for you is, what got you involved in politics?
So, and that's probably a subject I could spend the next half an hour talking about, and you don't want me to do that. So I shall give you a abridged version. So I did politics as an additional A-level way back in, I'm going to get the year wrong, gosh, it would have been 1990 that I did my A-levels, I think. And I was doing my A-levels at Peter Symonds College in Winchester, fabulous sixth form college, and really struggling with A-level economics. So I decided to pick up politics as a fourth A-level, which I did in an evening class, taught by my own dad. There's an experience for you. I can't recommend that to anyone, being taught by your own parent. And I really enjoyed it. I found it interesting. I got my best grade at A-level in politics. So I decided that I would go off to university and read politics there. But it was never with any intention of having a career in politics. I didn't dream that I would end up doing this. And I think it's quite interesting when you talk to different members of parliament, you will find some who wanted to be MPs from when they're about 10 years old, and others for whom it, like me, being a happy accident. And it's a great career. I really enjoy it, but there was never any great intention when I was decided at 17 to do A-level government and politics that I would end up doing this.
Sure. And can you offer a piece of advice for people who maybe perhaps want to get involved in politics?
So I always say all politics is local. So get involved with issues and campaigns at a local level. Go join a political party of your choice. I was about to say it doesn't matter which one. Of course, I'm always going to advocate that people should be members of the Tory party. But actually, go and find the one that most closely suits your political opinion. Meet people. Go campaigning. There is nothing quite like the enjoyment of going door knocking on a wet Saturday morning. It's actually stopped raining here now, so I can't talk about the rain. And it's a great way to learn, and it's a great way to meet people. And I know you can't do it at the moment, and I think that's what many of us are finding frustrating. And I always say, my Saturday morning are taken up with knocking on the doors of random strangers, talking to them about politics. But I miss it. I do miss it, and can't wait for whenever the green light comes and we're allowed to go out and campaign again. And of course, there's a lot to work on. So we have a local by-election in Tess Valley in Chilworth. That was the Thursday that we went into lockdown. So that by-election literally got at 10 o'clock on the Wednesday night before polling day. So who knows when that will happen again. But next spring, we've got Southampton City elections, we've got county council elections, we've got an election for the Police and Crime Commissioner for the whole of Hampshire. So, there's a lot going on that people can get involved in. And I think that's a great way to learn. I think it's a great way to be able to talk about politics and issues and policies. A great way to meet, people who might have a different perspective to you. And I think it can be a lot of fun. It's a lot of hard work as well, but brilliant way. I always tell people this is a brilliant way to keep your step count up and keep you fit. I always lose weight in election campaigns.
Well, that's good. Yeah. So, what do you think has been the highlight of your career?
So I think that's a really, really difficult question to answer. I might turn it on its head and talk about the lowlights of my career. So I always remember back in 2005 when I didn't win the Romsey seat by 125 votes. And I always tell people that was the toughest night of my life. However, you lose by 125, you have nobody to blame but yourself. So you can always identify the work that you could have put in and didn't. And I think for me, it was an incredible learning experience, and you should always use the opportunity to learn from things that haven't gone well. So I took away from that I had to be more committed. I had to work harder. I had to be prepared to go the extra mile every time. And I think that has kind of impacted upon the way I go about being a Member of Parliament. So I absolutely pride myself on the fact that I am well known for being one of the most responsive MPs in Parliament. I always make sure that it is me that does my emails. So I'm not unique in this, but a lot of colleagues will not have their emails go to their own phones or tablets, where I see and respond to every single email that comes in personally, because it matters to me that I know what people in the constituency are thinking. It matters to me that I know that they've had a reply. It's not always easy. It's been much, much harder over the course of the last 13, 14 weeks because the volume of correspondence has been through the roof. But I think 2005 had a very, very profound impact on me. And I said to everybody when I stood again in 2010 that if I am still standing at 10 o'clock on election night in 2010, then I'll have done it wrong. I wanted to be so exhausted that I just keeled over. And about 9:30 on election night in 2010, I was bundled into the back of a lady called Sally Marison's car to be taken home to have a bit of a sleep before the count, and the count starts at 10. It doesn't really get going until the wee small hours. And here in Romsey, we're not the fastest counters on the planet. And I always look with envy at places like Sunderland, where they wheel out their result before midnight. And I know that in Romsey, it'll always be at sort of 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. On one occasion, famously 7 o'clock in the morning. It's usually getting light by the time we have a result in Romsey. And so I went home for some sleep and was literally, as they put me in the back of the car, I was asleep before she was off the driveway of the house that she'd been parked at. So that was the low light of my career. I think the highlight, there have been some fantastic moments. I can remember particularly the night that Theresa May put me in her cabinet. That was fantastic. But an interesting one, which is it's not about politics, it's just about something that I really enjoyed doing, was that I spent a year between 2015 and 2016 as the chair of the Speaker's Advisory Committee on Works of Art in Parliament. And it's a committee that decides which politicians should be painted, who's worthy of a portrait. We try and have a complete collection of prime ministers and great parliamentarians going back over centuries. And in 2016, we unveiled a brilliant work of art in the Commons, which was a tribute to the suffrage campaign called New Dawn, and it's at St Stephen's entrance. And it's a light sculpture by Mary Branson. And I can remember the night that we unveiled that. And because I was chair of the committee, I did that alongside Mr. Speaker and the Lord Speaker at the time. And it was just a really really wonderful moment. But every time I walk through St Stephen's Chapel now, I always look up and look at New Dawn and remember the very long campaign by the suffrage movement to make sure that women got the vote. And it's a fabulous triumph to know that there is a permanent piece of art to commemorate that in Parliament.
Sure, definitely. And so, your most recent role as the chair of the Women and Equalities Committee, tell me about that. What does it involve? What does it entail?
So, the job of a select committee is to scrutinise government, hold ministers to account. It's been a really interesting but challenging start. So the select committees weren't set up in this Parliament until February. I was elected chair of the Women and Equality Select Committee. So back in 2010, the process by which select committee chairs were chosen changed, and it went from a process of appointment by party whip, so effectively party patronage, to being an open election across all parties in the House. Now, I didn't have to stand for election because I was the only nomination to be chair of the committee, taking over from Maria Miller, who chaired it since 2015. And I wanted to do it for many reasons. I think it was a new challenge for me, something different, but also something that I cared passionately about. And it's proving to be a phenomenally important, interesting role. But one of the challenges is that the committee, with the exception of me, Angela Crawley and Rosie Duffield, was completely made up of new members of Parliament who hadn't been in the House for very long. So they came in December. They were elected to the committee towards the end of February. So just as the committee was beginning to get up and running, I think we had perhaps had 2, maybe 3 meetings in person. Parliament went into lockdown. And we had, and I always talk about this, so we had a debate in Parliament about the emergency legislation around COVID and the measures that had to be put in place, whether they were for local councils, whether for employers. And from an equalities perspective, I spoke in the debate about the emergency legislation and raised some of the issues I think we saw coming. But it's really interesting to reflect back on the issues that we didn't predict. So none of us predicted that COVID would impact men more than women. And none of us knew at that time that people from Black, Asian and minority ethnic communities would be so much more affected than the white population. And that is one of the big challenges that the government faces, but it's also a challenge that the committee faces. So we instantly started an inquiry into the impact of COVID on people with protected characteristics. And it became very obvious very quickly. And you only had to look at the photographs of the first, 16 of the first 17 doctors who died were from BAME backgrounds. And so we started a very wide inquiry, and we've now narrowed that down. So we're looking specifically the impact of coronavirus on BAME people, the gendered impact of coronavirus, because although we know men are more likely to die or be seriously unwell as a result of COVID, it's actually women who have seen the biggest financial impact. And women are more likely to be furloughed than their male colleagues. Women's employment is more precarious than men, and there's a real danger that as we come out of lockdown, we might see women made redundant at a higher rate than men. And we know that women have carried the greatest share of the burden of caring responsibilities. So whether it's looking after children, looking after elderly parents. So we've got a second separate inquiry into that. And the third inquiry is about the impact on disabled people and the access to services that they have. And we know that the emergency legislation gave councils the ability to be more restrictive about where they were delivering care, because it was obvious that there would be an enormous burden on the care sector. And instead of councils having a duty to provide care services, it became a power so that they would be able to prioritise. And I think it was essential that was given to them, I also think it's essential that we look very closely about how that is used and understand what impact that may have on those with disabilities. And it's wider than that. So if you look at supermarkets, for example, right at the beginning of lockdown, there was a real lack of understanding that maybe people with learning difficulties, people with sight impairment, wouldn't be able to go to the supermarket on their own. They would need a companion to help them. I think there were real challenges around mask usage. Now, I'm a huge advocate of masks and campaign for them to be compulsory on public transport, so I welcome that. But we also have to look at the impact on people with hearing impairment who might be reliant upon lip reading. When you have mask usage, of course, that prevents their ability to communicate and understand the person who's talking to them. And of course, it's not just on transport, so it's also in hospital settings when you're talking to your doctor. So I think that's a really important aspect that we need to look at. And we heard a couple of weeks ago from the CQC that the death rate from COVID of people with learning difficulties is much, much higher than the general population. So I think there's some work to do about understanding how messages have been communicated. Have they been clear enough? Have they been tailored to those who perhaps aren't able to access mainstream media or can't understand it? And how can we make sure that those who are more vulnerable, those who have protected characteristics, are looked after properly? So that's the main focus of work of the committee at the moment. And we're hearing from a range of experts. And now that we're coming out of lockdown, we spent the first period only able to have a committee meeting via Zoom once a fortnight. We're now up to being able to have a committee meeting once a week, which is progress indeed. And we're bringing more members into the room. So this last week, there were 3 of us in total in the select committee, and the rest of the participants still took part by Zoom. The witnesses took part by Zoom. But as we move forward, we have to get back to normal. We have to be able to have all of the committee members taking part physically. We have to be able to have witnesses able to come in. But until such time as it's safe to do so, then I actually think that the new arrangements have worked surprisingly well.
Sure, yeah. Well, thank you very much for joining me today, Caroline. It's been a pleasure interviewing you, and we will hopefully, after this all blows over, actually meet in person for the first time.
I think that would be great. Who knows when that will be possible,
yes.
But hopefully.
Great. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Well, that was Caroline Nokes, who is the member of the Parliament for Romsey and Southampton North, as well as the chair of the Women and Equalities Committee. So we will now draw the prize winner of the prize draw for the Big 12 Hour live stream, and we ran this all over social media, and hopefully now we will decide the lovely winner of the £10 co-op gift card. So I will just let me have a second, and we will draw it. There will be a competition later within the live stream, and we will be hopefully announcing that quite soon. So there's my little bowl. I have a little bowl with some names in, and we will draw the winner. And hopefully, if all goes well, we should have a winner today. Are we ready? Drum roll. I need a drum roll. I know that I hopefully will hear one, but we need a drum roll. Oh, right. Okay, I'm actually going to pick one. Okay, this one. Okay, this is the mystery person that will be winning the prize draw, and the winner is... Can we see that? Caroline Hogan is the winner of the £10 co-op card, and we will be mailing that to her as soon as we make contact with her via email. So congratulations, Caroline. I will speak to you quite soon. So it is now 10 to 10, and we are 3 guests in to the Big 12 Hour live stream. Please do keep donating. I will now give you an update on the donations. We have so far we have reached nearly £200 on the GoFundMe, so please do keep going to donate by going to www.tinyurl.com/the DMK Fund. I will be back right after the break with some more news and some more fun. See you all very, very shortly. Hello everyone, very sorry for some of the wait, but I have changed location, so we will hopefully get a better connection with live stream. Hope everyone is doing quite well. We are currently, like I said, on here. We have £182 raised for the big 12-hour live stream. So thank you very much to everyone who has so far donated. Please do keep donating. It's really important that people do for such amazing, amazing causes. Now, as you know, I have the 10 o'clock slot to myself. So thank you very much to all the amazing guests who have appeared so far. Caroline Nokes, we've had Kit Malthouse, we've had Amanda Chetwynd. We will be speaking to a few more guests throughout this morning, and I'm really looking forward to it. So I will take a few more questions, and we will hopefully have a bit of a snack break because it is about 10 o'clock and I have been awake since. So we are going to have to do a few things. So hope everyone is actually doing well and that, you know, we're going quite strong. So we are now hopefully going to answer a few more questions and get to it. So let's have a look. There we go. Okay, so right, so what is your advice for young people wanting to get involved in politics and volunteering in the local area? So I guess my biggest advice I could give is to, like I said to Amanda, is to do not expect one day to be the same like the other, because it's such a varied role, politics, and it's like Caroline said, it's quite unpredictable. You can never have the same day more than once because it's so difficult to. It is such a varied role and it consists of so many different responsibilities on a day-to-day basis. It does take a bit of time up, I must say. It does take quite some time up. However, it's all worth it because it really does give you an amazing opportunity to connect with people and to network with people and find organisations and youth organisations and charities that are really, really important and that focus on one issue, but then you find another one. It's like, oh, that's really cool. So it is now coming up to 10 o'clock, and that means my 30-minute slot has started. So we will hopefully have a bit of a, break, just so I can actually munch something down, and then we will see where to go from there. Okay, let's have a look. Right, I think we should start on. Hope everyone is doing quite well. I think we do have just one watcher at the moment, and I think you know who it is. So thank you very much for everyone who is watching. We are going to continue to live stream until 8 o'clock today. We have, at the moment, altogether 90 viewers, which is just amazing. So we do have 90 viewers, which is really awesome, and I really, really enjoy it. So thank you very much to everyone who has actually watched and who's continuing to watch. I really, really appreciate it. Yeah, so we will be drawing another competition, and Karis, well done for winning the £10 gift card, and we will post that to you quite soon. So thank you very much to Co-op Andover for sponsoring that. We really appreciate that. And we will hopefully run another competition very, 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 very soon. So coming up, we have got a couple of things. We've got at 10:30 we've got Jamie Burl MYP. At 11 o'clock we've got Councillor Iris Anderson, who is the Test Valley Borough Councillor, as well as an ambassador to unity and so much more roles within the local community. At 10:30 we've got Councillor Phil North, who is the leader of the Borough Council. And then at 12 o'clock we'll be taking some more of your questions as we head through the day. It is now officially 10 o'clock. And thank you very much for tuning in to everybody. So we will do a news of the day. So let's have a look what's happening in the world today. There have been leaked rules that show how pubs, restaurants and hotels reopen in England. Cafes, gyms and spas can also open from July the 4th, so hopefully, like Caroline said, everything will start to get back to normal. So I will now read out a few things. So, beer gardens will be patrolled to enforce social distancing, hotels will leave room service at the door, and restaurants' tables will not be set in advance under plans to reopen the hospitality sector. Boris Johnson will announce that next week that the 2-metre rule will be relaxed from July 4th, and that pubs, restaurants and cafes and attractions can reopen as he attempts to revive the economy. Guidance drawn up by the government and the hospitality industry will also be published as Britain embarks on a quote-unquote a new normal. Separately, ministers will publish legislation next week to encourage an al fresco revolution. Every pub, bar and restaurants will be automatically entitled to serve alcohol for people to drink on the pavement and in the streets. So, this is really good. So things are really actually coming back to normal. Things are restarting. Things are all going back to normal, like I said. So I hope everyone is doing all right. I will just check if we've got any more questions, because I do love a good question. Hello everyone, we've got quite good viewers at the moment, so we will continue to actually basically, there we go, look, I'll change to the next slide for you. So, owners for restaurants will be required to place strict limits on the number of people they allow in to ensure social distancing is observed, with queues forming outside. They will be encouraged to use reservations to stagger bookings. Upon arrivals, tables spaced widely apart will appear surprisingly bare, as napkins and cutlery will only be brought out with the food. Laminated menus will be replaced with single-use disposable menus, and condiments will be served in sachets on request. Waiters may also make use of menu boards, but there will be fewer options than usual, as chefs will try to minimize cross-contamination of ingredients. Plates will be cleared by staff wearing gloves, and at the very least, waiters will be asked to wash their hands each time they serve a different table. Payments with contactless card will be encouraged. Buffets are unlikely to open anytime soon. So things are starting to get back to normal. Gyms and spas, so they're opening from July 4th. Receptionists will use clickers to count people into gyms and swimming pools, and booking systems will be put in place to prevent overcrowding. Treadmills and weightlifting machines will be spaced out from one another, and managers will enforce social distancing. That is your today. That was your news daily briefing. Yes, this is welcome. But so let's have a look at what other things. Oh, airport coronavirus testing to end quarantine rule. Air passengers will be tested for COVID-19 on arrival into the UK for the first time, under plans to phase out blanket quarantine restrictions. A trial will be launched at a big airport next month that will involve travellers receiving a swab test after passing through immigration and customs. The tests, similar to those administered by the NHS, will in time identify those infected with the virus in as little as 7 hours. It is hoped that passengers with negative results will be able to avoid the compulsory 2-week isolation period. So, at the moment, the government guidance says that once you enter the UK as a visitor or as a worker, you have to be in quarantine for 2 weeks before you're allowed to exit your house, your hotel, your accommodation, whatever you choose. What else is there? Let's have a look. There is a lot here. There's a lot of news today. Always good. World Health Organization says coronavirus is accelerating in a new and dangerous phase. Well, that's not good, is it? Yeah, so there is your news briefing. I will keep on updating you today on what's going on and what's happening throughout the day. I will try my best to do that, of course. So, yes, we will keep on doing that throughout the day, of course. But hopefully you will share this live stream across everywhere, and you'll keep on sharing this across everywhere throughout the period of this, and keep on donating. Please do keep on donating. It's really important that people do, because these are such amazing courses, and they really will appreciate the money that will be donated to them. So all the money will go directly to the charities and youth organisations that they are impacting. Oh, Right, so at the moment we have now reached an amazing target, which I'm really, really excited, and we're only 10 o'clock into this all. So at the moment we have a staggering amount of, hopefully when it loads, we have currently £202 of the 500 target. Thank you very much to everyone who keeps on donating. We are really lucky to have you on the live stream donating. So we will continue with our regular schedule from 10:30 when we interview Jamie Burl. We do have a lovely announcement that we will make about DMK Worldwide on the live stream, and hopefully you will join in with us, and we will continue with this live stream. So I will keep on answering some of your questions, and then we'll do a lunchtime question and answer at 12 o'clock. So the next question that has been brought in: what would you say to young people afraid to speak up for what's right? Even if you think that speaking up is terrifying or that you would never do it, always do it. And it's not just about young people afraid to speak up about youth voice. It's also about mental health. That I'm, as a survivor of, quite mental health problems, the biggest advice I'd give to someone who has been through mental health problems or issues or whatever that they may have seen is to speak up. Is to speak to somebody. It doesn't have to be a parent, doesn't have to be a sibling. Just speak to somebody. Speak to NSBCC, speak to Childline, speak to someone. Or it's really important that you do let everything out of the system and that you just go back and see, okay, what could I have done differently? The thing that I could have done differently is actually spoke up to someone earlier than what I've done. So thank you very much to everyone who keeps on donating. It's genuinely a lovely thing that everyone is doing. Okay, next question. What is the achievement you are most proud of? Oh God, that's a difficult one, for sure, because there are so many achievements that that I'm really proud of. And it's not just only me who have done them; it's that a lot of people have. And I guess the biggest achievement, is such a hard one. Biggest achievement. Oh, I'm not too sure. I think the biggest achievement is that I raised almost £3,000 for the Hampshire Youth Parliament in a different fundraising situation from county councillors and borough councillors. I'm really proud of that, and it's going to amazing. We are really, really working quite hard to get as much funding for the Hampshire Youth Parliament as possible, because we really do a lot of work within the community, and it's really important that amazing youth organisations like we're benefiting today are recognised. Sorry, that was such an awful voice crack. I beg your pardon. So yes, I think raising money for the British for the Hampshire Youth Parliament, and I guess being nominated for the National Diversity Award, that was definitely a shock. First of all, being nominated for the National Diversity Award, but also I guess that was such a lovely thing. But I guess that's also me saying to myself, all right, I've done something right because people are recognising it. I've done something. Woo! But yeah, so I'll find out if I got onto the shortlist on the 22nd of July, so I've got a whole month to wait, and I think I'll go insane waiting that long because I'm very impatient. But no, I think whatever the outcome is at the end of the day, I hope that people will take this opportunity to appreciate the platform they have given themselves and they have used. What is the thing that you're most looking forward to after lockdown? Oh, that is a hard one, isn't it? The thing I'm looking forward to most after lockdown is getting a good Caffeinero with some of my friends and going back to physical meetings. I miss meeting in person. That's the best part of my job, is to network in real life and with amazing people. And, like Caroline said, she loves the dirty, nitty-gritty politics, knocking on doors and telling people why they should vote for their party. But I love it because I get to meet so many amazing people. I've met Kit, I've met Maria. We actually had a meeting with Caroline Nokes planned on the 16th of March, but that was actually the week. That was the week after. I think it was the Thursday that Gavin Williamson decided that schools were closed. It was the week after, on the Monday after the Thursday when they decided that schools were closed. That's when we were supposed to have the meeting with Caroline. So I never actually got to meet Caroline in person. However, we did, of course, meet virtually today, and it was really a pleasure to talk to her today. So yeah, people like her are really, really, really inspiring because she really does stand up, as well as Kit and as well as Maria. They stand up for some amazing topics and they talk about them so well and so eloquently. And I'm really proud to have such amazing supporters of work within the North West Hampshire constituency, because my constituency is quite a big one. I mean, I cover 25,000 young people across Test Valley, Basingstoke and Dean, Romsey, and South Newbury as well, actually, which is genuinely such a pleasure to do so, and I feel really, really lucky to have this platform because I can't take it for granted. It is such an amazing platform, and I will try to use it to the best of my ability, because in the end of the day, that's I guess the only thing that you can do. Use it to the best of your ability and try to bring upon as much change as possible. Yeah, definitely. Right, let me take another bite of this. Nectarines are always so juicy, and it gets everywhere, so I hope it doesn't get everywhere. Hello to everyone who is actually still watching. We have currently got 101. We had 100 altogether, 101 people watching it. So if you guys want to ask me any questions, do put them in the live chat, and I will try to answer them to the best of my ability, of course. So do pop them into the chat, and I will try to answer them. Right, next question. Let's have a look. Something you didn't know that you've learnt from the live stream. I think I'll come back to that a bit later. Good one. How have you been spending time in lockdown? Gosh. It's like I said with the interview with Amanda. I definitely grant myself quite lucky. I'm not as impacted by lockdown as many have, which I really do not take for granted. And it's lovely that that I get this opportunity to speak with you virtually. And although no one's speaking back at me, I know that some people are watching because little numbers are ticking by everywhere. But yeah, so thank you very much to everyone for doing that. But lockdown, I mean, it's been hard, and it's definitely been hard, I must say. Because it's been hard for everyone. It's a difficult time that we're going through right now, and all we can do is try our best and not get angry. I mean, and just keep working together, because I know teamwork is the dream work, la la la. But it's I know it's cringy and everything, but it's really, really true. And people really need to continue to work together as a team, and the quicker we follow the social distancing guidelines, and the less COVID deaths we have, and the quicker we get out of lockdown. And I really want to get out of lockdown really soon, because I think I will go insane if I don't hug another person. I think, but yes, that's that for now. Thank you to everyone who keeps on donating. You can go to donate by going to www.tinyurl.com/the DMK Fund. If you want any more information on the charities that it is benefiting today, then you can go to www.demetriusmakensmyp.weebly.com, and you can find all the relevant information you'll ever need there. Right, it is now coming up to 10:15, and we have now, well, the live stream has been running for about, so now 2 hours and 15 minutes, but I have actually been on the air for 2 hours and 46 minutes, so, because we had to set up a live stream, of course. Right, let's get to some of these questions again. Okay. What do you do to relax? Do I relax? I'm not sure what sleeping or relaxing means, because I don't think I've ever done it. I always work. Like I said, I'm quite a big workaholic, to say the least. But yeah, I mean, I've been trying my best to relax. I love Netflix, of course. Everyone loves Netflix. I think that's just, But yeah, definitely watching loads of Netflix. And going for walks. I do love going for walks. Going to the beach also is lovely. Yeah, so things like that. Any plans for the summer? Well, they've kind of all been deleted, haven't they, really? Plans for the summer, it's a weird time. I'm not sure we can really plan too much for the summer. But next year, for summer, we are planning to go back to my home country. For the viewers at home who don't know, I was not born here. I was born in Latvia, and I was born in the capital of Latvia, Riga. And we moved here about at the age of 7. And basically, when I meet people, when I speak to them, and then I say, "Oh, I was born here," and they were like, "What? You have such an English accent." And I was like, "Yes, because I've been living here for quite some time." Funny little story. The first word I could ever say in English was toilet. I guess that's an important word to say, I guess. I'm not sure. But yes, that was the first word. But yes, I moved here. So the first year I did was year 2. Nicola asks, what is something you haven't missed during lockdown? God, what haven't I missed? I haven't missed school. I do miss it every so often, but I don't miss it. Yeah, I mean, I try my best, but I haven't missed school too much. I do like online learning. I do miss my friends, and I do miss the physical normality of face-to-face teaching. It's definitely harder to learn without the teacher in the classroom. And part of the role as member of Parliament is actually going to meetings and going to trips and going to events, conferences, name it. And the part of it is that I actually have to miss some school sometimes to go to these meetings and to go to these events. And I guess I take that for granted. People are missing schools. I mean, I don't miss school that often, but people are all across the country now missing school. I always catch up with work, always. There's not been singular complaint with me not, but yeah, I definitely do sometimes take for granted teaching. Thank you to everyone who keeps on donating. Do keep donating. All the links are on screen right now. And for all the links, you can go to linktr.ee /Demetrius Masons. Great. Awesome. So, the next question I've got, I am doing a bit of a question and answer right now, but I will do another question, an actual lunchtime question and answer at 12 o'clock. So, keep those questions coming in if you do want to ask one. I will happily answer that. I'm just going to check if the internet is working and that I am actually being heard by some people. Thank you to everyone who keeps... Yes! Wow! What? That is an awful voice crack. I think someone needs to keep a tally of how much voice cracks I have during this whole live stream. But, yes, so... Favourite place you've ever been to holiday? Now, I haven't been on holiday at all, really. My favourite place, if I had to say, will be my home country, Latvia. I really love travelling. As you can see, I mean, I go to meetings by train. I love going on a train. That's the biggest thing I guess I missed during lockdown. It's hopping on a train, popping an earbud in, and going for an hour's train drive. It's then beautiful where I live. So all the scenery is quite rural, although we've got some quite built up places. It's the outskirts of the cities where the train tracks are, the towns are. Sorry, the outskirts of the towns is beautiful. And I really miss going on a train. I know I'm really sad for doing that, but I do miss it, and I'll continue to miss it. But yes, I am. Okay, so do keep those questions coming in. Miss during lockdown. It's hopping on a train. Okay, I am just trying to listen to myself and just to make sure that I'm not looking it out all the time. But I'm sure that you'll get bored of my voice very soon. So, right, okay. Where are we now? We are now coming up to 20 past. So, right, thank you, Nicola. Thank you for keeping a tally since the day I met you. Great, thanks. I mean, I appreciate it for you, of course, doing that, I guess. I'm not sure. Do I appreciate that? I'm not sure. Thank you to everyone who keeps on watching, of course. Right, we currently are, let's just check the GoFundMe again. I think we're still at £202. But yes, so thank you very much to people who do keep donating. I really appreciate it. And it is, of course, going to amazing causes. You don't have to donate much. Like I said, I'll keep saying this, but even the littlest amount makes the biggest difference. Do keep donating because it will really matter to organisations that this live stream is benefiting. So we will now just show you who is coming up next. There we go. I hope that's the right thing. Alright, so we'll have 3 back-to-back interviews. So first of all, we've got Jamie Burl, MYP, who is the member of the Youth Parliament for Cheltenham and Tewkesbury, and he was also the president of DMK Music and the incoming chief operating officer of DMK Worldwide. And he does loads of things within the youth sector, so we'll be chatting to him at 10:30. At 11 o'clock, we will be speaking to Councillor Iris Anderson, and she's a Test Valley Borough Councillor for the St Mary's Ward, and we'll be chatting to her about her work within the community. At 11:30, we will be speaking to Councillor Phil North. Councillor Phil North is the leader of Test Valley Borough Council, and we will also be speaking to him about the Andover Town Centre rejuvenation in a bit more detail. So we have so far had some amazing guests. We have interviewed Kit Malthouse, we have Amanda Chetwynd, Caroline Nokes, and so do keep on those donations coming. Thank you very much. Alright, we will keep on, of course, here, and I'm trying to make as less stops or as less breaks as possible. If I must go, I must. So yes, do keep those questions coming in. I will, try to answer as many of them and much more. All right, great. Okay, hello to the 8 viewers. I think at the moment we've got, but we have had already 115 people tune in. Really, really great. Alright, so we have 7 minutes until the next interview, so please do keep those questions incoming. I will try to answer as many of them as possible. It is now 23 past 10 and 7 to 10:30 until the next slot. Now, I will tell you a story during the lunchtime Q&A, and basically foretold the whole of this live stream. This could have actually not happened, so do stay tuned. I will leave you a bit of a teaser there, but do stay tuned for 12 o'clock. Alright, so we will now go back to this lovely slide and wait now until we've got the next guest for the 12-hour live stream. Alright. So it is now 5 minutes to the next interview, and I will now just take any other questions that I've got here, and let's do a bit of a okay, right, awesome, okay, let's have a look. Where are we? Somewhere. We are somewhere. Great. Okay. So let's have a look. So, if you guys want to, have a look, I am on social media, absolutely everywhere, at dmatons_NYP on Twitter and Instagram, and at dmatonsNYP on Facebook. I don't use Facebook necessarily as much as I want to, but I do still use it, of course. Yes, so Twitter I really love. Twitter's my best friend. But yes, so do check me out on all my social media platforms. Great. So we have 5 minutes until the next interview. Let's let's do a bit of... Let's find a few more questions to answer, and we will get going. So I did an Instagram poll and a questions poll, so people did send in their questions. So thank you very much to the people who have been sending them in. And if you do have your questions, do keep putting them into the live chat, as I do check it every so often. Nicola asks, who is my inspiration? I have many inspirations, but I guess some of the biggest ones is Bethan. Bethan has been really supportive. Nicola, of course. Nicola is one of my really good friends. And yeah, I mean, Caroline is also a really good inspiration of mine because of the work that she does for women and equalities, and she's been doing that for such a long time. Maria, who will be interviewing at 12:30 today, is a member of Parliament for Basingstoke, and she served on the cabinet for some time. Kit Malthouse, of course, is another inspiration of mine. He does loads of work for policing, and he's been involved in politics for quite some time, which is, quite a big thing of ours. All right, okay. We will just try and find these questions because I'm not sure where they are. That's always good, isn't it? When you don't know where it is. It's somewhere, I'm sure. I am sure. I know that I left it somewhere. So actually, I announced the announcement of the live stream now a month ago, which is just crazy. So weird. Reconnection was weird. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Right, awesome. So do keep on watching, and I will be hopefully bringing in our next guest. I will just take a lovely little photo here for the gram, of course, and we will keep on going with that. So thank you very much to everyone who keeps on watching and keeps on donating. You can donate by going to www.tinyurl.com/the DMK Fund. Right, there we go, and there's something for the gram. Right, okay, so it is now coming up to 10:30. We have 1 minute until 10:30, and we will be there very, 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 very shortly. Okay, let's bring in our fourth guest of the day, Jamie Burl, MYP. Hello, Jamie.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Good, thank you. How are you doing?
Yes, I'm doing well. So, I'll ask you some questions, and we will go from there, if you don't mind. Awesome. So,
sounds good.
How has lockdown been treating you?
Lockdown, I think, again, I've heard other people saying this morning. I've been quite lucky, I think. I've had lots of youth parliament stuff to keep me busy, a lot of kind of transitioning to doing things online and quite a lot of time on Zoom meetings. But yeah, it's been all right.
Good. And so what got you involved in the youth sector, and what kind of the things that you do in the youth sector?
So at first I was kind of just generally interested in politics, and so when the opportunity came up to get involved in youth parliament, go and sit in the House of Commons, I thought, oh, that's super cool. So I applied and I was elected, and then kind of throughout the start of my time as MYP, I started to realise how much young people aren't really listened to, and so it kind of really fueled me to carry on and campaign more for kind of positive change for young people.
Yeah, for sure. And young people do deserve a voice. They are the future after all. So yeah, no, that I completely agree with you. So tell me about the UK Youth Parliament and British Youth Council's involvement.
Yes, so I think Amanda touched on this earlier. The UK Youth Parliament is the youth parliament of the United Kingdom. It's one of the projects that's run by the British Youth Council, which is the National Youth Council of the UK. And the UK Youth Parliament has about 370 elected members who represent constituencies across the UK, and they network with other young people, and they represent all young people in their area, ideally on a local, regional, and sometimes national scale.
And it really is a huge scale that the UK Parliament reaches. I mean, 360 members, that's pretty good, to say the least. And what constituency do you represent?
I represent Cheltenham and Tewkesbury, which is part of Gloucestershire in the southwest.
Awesome. So, tell me about your role as a member of Youth Parliament. What does it entail? How long does it take up of your time, etc.?
Yeah, so it's kind of extremely variable. Some weeks, especially around Make Your Mark time, or when I'm trying to really launch a campaign, it'll take up a lot of time, like a good few hours a week. Other weeks, it'll just be like a couple of meetings or a few documents to prepare and write. But yeah, it's kind of extremely variable. I've heard other kind of grown-up politicians saying this morning. It's very variable, and that's no exception in youth politics.
Yeah, exactly, and like it's quite a busy job, and like I keep saying throughout this live stream, no day is the same day, and it's. I think that's one of the things that I enjoy about this role, I guess. It is such an interesting, concept, and it works quite well when put to good use. Yeah, definitely. So, right, so you have been recently appointed as the Chief Operating Officer of DMK Worldwide Organisations Group. So I guess.
So DMK World.
Please go on. Sorry, the connection keeps on breaking up.
So DMK Worldwide Organisations Group is the organisations group that you founded, that Demetrius founded about a year ago. It started just as DMK Music, which was a record label that aimed to give young people a platform who were interested in music, and we kind of would handle distribution, etc. And then as that platform started to grow, DMK Worldwide was created as kind of a parent company that can host multiple subsidiaries and projects to help grow our platform and help grow what we do for young people across the UK in carrying out our kind of strapline of giving young people a chance. So recently I've been appointed the Chief Operating Officer of the DMK Worldwide Organisations Group, which means that I'll be responsible for working closely with Demetrius and other volunteers that we have in the organisations to carry out our day-to-day operations, monitor and oversee the provisions of our projects and subsidiaries, and just overall make sure that DMK Worldwide is operating well and doing what it sets out to do.
Definitely. And tell me about what your role of president of DMK Music used to entail, and what was that experience like?
Yeah, so for a few months before I became Chief Operating Officer, I was the president of DMK Music, which meant that I worked closely again with Demetrius in heading up the DMK Music subsidiary, that's the record label aiming to raise the platform of young people in the music industry. And despite the fact that during my time as the president, we didn't actually release any new music, we gained some new artists, and we also launched a recruitment drive and have now recruited 5 volunteers who lead on the different aspects in DMK Music.
Yeah, and we will be announcing something at the end of this interview, so hopefully you can get further involved in the work of DMK Worldwide Organisation. So, how long have you been elected as a member of the Youth Parliament?
I was elected as a member of Youth Parliament in March 2019.
So that's about just over a year.
Yeah.
And what experience has that been like, I guess? I mean, what has been the highlight of your time with UKYP?
I think the highlight has to have been going to the House of Commons in November to debate the 5 top topics that had been voted on by almost over 800,000 young people across the UK in Make Your Mark, Europe's largest youth consultation, and having the opportunity at the end to speak on behalf of the Southwest region from the dispatch box about political reform in commemoration of the 200-year anniversary of the Peterloo massacre was a really unique experience.
Definitely, and I'm sure it would. So can you offer a piece of advice for young people who perhaps want to get involved within the youth sector?
Yeah, my advice would be go for it. If there's something that you're interested in, go for it. Have a go, see where it takes you. Like when I set out to be elected as a member of Youth Parliament, I never knew I would now be working with MYPs across the country on different campaigns, with DMK Worldwide on basically building a youth organisation. Yeah, just go for it, see where it takes you would be my piece of advice.
Definitely. And during lockdown, what have you been campaigning for? What are the campaigns that you've been heading up?
So, primary campaign that I was elected on was transport, which I ran a survey which got 197 responses from across Cheltenham and Tewkesbury, which I used to compile a report about public transport in Cheltenham and Tewkesbury. And just before lockdown, I had the opportunity to meet with the bus company that runs services, and that was a productive meeting. However, my meeting with the council cabinet member responsible for transport was delayed due to coronavirus. So that campaign's been on hold. However, over the course of COVID-19, I've been doing a lot more work with MYPs from across the country. So I've been working with some MYPs on an exciting Curriculum for Life campaign, and we've also been trying to revive a school funding campaign that me and Demetrius founded last summer.
And that campaign, it's really important. So school funding is quite a big problem within the United Kingdom, especially for secondary schools and colleges. So in Hampshire, there's about 385 schools that have been missing out on school funding and that have lost school funding throughout the 5-year period from 2015 and 2020. What, Jamie, have been some of the concerns that young people have raised with you? What are the kind of things that young people worry about?
So, two primary things that people have spoken to me about or that I've been aware of, is shortly after I was elected, the fact that I'd stood on a mandate to provide free transport. A lot of young people were really keen to get that more affordable transport for young people, and that's kind of something that a lot of young people care about. And then Make Your Mark made it evident that protecting the environment is one of young people in the UK's number one concerns. It came top in Make Your Mark by an absolute landslide, and is now the UK Youth Parliament's UK-wide national campaign for 2020.
So, talking about protecting the environment, tell me about your work with UKSCN, and tell the viewers what the campaign actually stands for and what it does.
Yes, so near the start of lockdown, I got involved with the UK Student Climate Network, which is separate to British Youth Council and UK Youth Parliament, but is another great organisation that has lots of different working groups that are looking at different bits and pieces, from social media to political outreach to finance. And so it's been really good to be involved in that. Lots of like-minded young people who are really keen on campaigning for change. And I've also got involved in the Teach the Future campaign, which is jointly hosted by UK Student Climate Network and Students Organising for Sustainability UK, which is part of the National Union of Students, which is a campaign calling for climate education in all schools.
Yeah, so that's really good work, because it has actually had a lot of impacts, especially climate change and the kind of things that young people care about, protecting the environment, and the school strikes that we've seen, especially going virtual, the school strikes. So it's still a really relevant topic, even though that we are staying at home. So what do you think has been the biggest problem amongst young people during COVID?
I think one of the key problems has been us not being listened to, not being consulted, not being taken into account when decisions are being made. Politicians haven't been listening to us. One of the key examples of this is the press conference, where any members of the public can ask a question, except if you're under 18. because clearly maybe the government think that young people's voices don't matter, and that's kind of a rhetoric that many members of Youth Parliament have been trying to challenge over the last few weeks, and try and get a young people's press conference so that young people can have their concerns listened to and taken it on board by the government.
Yeah, because, young people, especially during COVID, there is still an amount of uncertainty around what's going to happen with exams, although that has started to evolve and revolve. However, there is still an amount of uncertainty whether students will go back to school in September, how that will work, what are the social distancing guidelines, although at the moment the news says that this social distancing space will actually be reduced to 1 metre in schools, so it will be much more flexible. But yeah, young people are still prevalent even during COVID, and some of the issues that they have are really, really important. And, taking into consideration young people's voices when making this decision is so, so important, definitely. So, what has been the biggest adjustment that you yourself have had to make to continue doing your job during lockdown?
I think one of the biggest adjustments has been just basically moving from lots of in-person meetings, lots of traveling, to basically everything being on Zoom. Like absolutely everything is online. So I've got used to it now, because like we've been in lockdown constantly for 3 months now. But certainly at the start, everything moving online and no in-person events or anything was a bit of a challenge.
It was, and yeah, you've utilised Zoom, I assume. How's Zoom been going for you?
Zoom has been going well. At first, I hadn't used it very much. I'm now using it almost daily without exception. I've got quite used to how Zoom works. But yeah.
Yeah, I
right.
mean, it's been really helpful, to say the least, during this whole thing. Yeah, so what do you think? Hang on a second. Sorry about this. So, what is? Do you have a piece of advice for the viewers during lockdown?
Yes, my piece of advice would be keep going. Know that like it's not going to be like this forever. Kind of just keep going, keep doing what you can do. Don't expect every day to be super productive. Just keep going, and at some point we will come out the other side of this pandemic, and hopefully we will be able to recover in some way.
And if we keep positive, then all good things will happen. I mean, it's really important that, like you said, to keep your heads up, and we will get out of this quite soon if we all work together. And that was the kind of things that we were talking about really with Amanda and Caroline. Yeah, I mean, all right. So I'm going to move on quite swiftly to telling about the amazing, exciting announcement that we have. Jamie, do you want to explain that then?
Yes, so earlier I talked about the work of the DMK Worldwide Organisations Group. And DMK Worldwide Organisations Group relies entirely on volunteers. We have little to no budget, and so we rely a lot on our volunteers who are dedicated and really have a passion for giving young people a chance. And as we look to grow the organisation in the coming months and really raise our profile in the world and extend what we're doing, potentially with the creation of new projects and subsidiaries, it has become apparent that we are going to need to get some new volunteers on board. Which is why on Monday, the 29th of June, DMK Worldwide Organisations Group are going to be launching a recruitment drive to find young people who are willing to take on roles such as the Vice President of DMK Worldwide, Vice President of DMK Music, and other roles within both DMK Worldwide and DMK Music. These are really exciting opportunities, and I'd really encourage you when these open on the 29th of June to really apply for them and have a go. Like, they won't take up too much of your time. It's very flexible what you do, and we are grateful for all our volunteers.
Yeah, and volunteering within the company and the organisation is really, really important. And we, it's just such an amazing opportunity to connect with like-minded people, and we're really excited to have you on board. So, we will give some more information towards that time. So you can visit our website. In the meantime, go to www.dmkworldwideofficial.weebly.com or follow us on our Instagram at DMK Worldwide and at DMK Music Official. So, Jamie, you don't mind if I do a bit of a fire round question? Or two? Or three?
Sure.
Yeah? So, let's have a look at some of these questions. Okay, so, what are your future plans? What are you hoping to do during lockdown?
I'd like to be involved in politics and campaigning in some way. I'm not entirely sure. I think being kind of a clerk at the House of Commons or some role in Parliament would be something that I'd aspire to get involved in.
And who are your role models?
Who are my role models? It's a difficult one. Lots of MYPs, I'd say, are my role models who've run really successful campaigns, that have actually managed to create change. Just kind of young change makers are really role models for me.
Yeah, definitely. So what's your favourite subject?
My favourite subject? Well, I don't study politics at the moment. If I could study politics, it would be politics. My favourite subjects that I study at the moment are maths and computing.
Awesome. And what is your favourite hobby at the moment?
My favourite hobby at the moment would probably be my youth voice work with Youth Parliament, UK Student Climate Network, DMK Worldwide.
And do you have any pets?
I do not have any pets.
And why are you passionate about making a difference in your local area?
I think I touched on this earlier. I'm kind of passionate about making a difference because when I first came to the role as Youth Parliament member, I really realised that young people aren't listened to as much as I believe they should be, given that we are the future and young people are the next generation. In 10 years' time, the current young people are going to be growing up to be the next politicians, the next teachers, the next business owners.
Yeah, things like that. What would you say to young people that are perhaps afraid to speak up what's right?
I would say to them, speak up anyway. The more you speak up, the more confident you'll get. And if you speak up once, you'll want to speak up again and again. And you'll get loads of really cool opportunities to get involved in change-making campaigning that will give you really good life experience and skills that you can use in the future.
And what is an achievement? And this is really hard because I even struggle with this. What is an achievement that you're most proud of?
That is a difficult one.
Yeah.
I think being selected to do the special speech for the Southwest at the House of Commons sitting was quite a big achievement. I definitely wasn't expecting it, seeing as there were lots of people older than me applying for it. So it was quite a shock. And yeah, I'd say that's one of them.
And so some of the viewers have been saying that they're really excited about the Curriculum for Life campaign. Can you expand a bit more on that and what that entails and how much progress have you been making so far?
Yeah, so Curriculum for Life is kind of what you're taught in PSHE lessons, kind of learning for life skills that you can use in later life, such as finance, managing money, that sort of thing. And I've been working with a few MYPs from across the country on a super exciting project that we are hoping to launch quite soon. A few more things that we just need to sort out and see if we can get things set up, but we should be ready to launch that campaign, that project quite soon.
Awesome. And if people actually do want to hear about that, Jamie's username is on the screen, so if you do want to get in touch with him, there is that. So if you want to donate, you can go to www.tanyaworld.com/the DMK Fund. Please do continue sharing the live stream. We do have currently about 12 of you watching us, and we're totally with 140 people altogether watching us today. So a couple more questions until 11 o'clock, and thank you very much. Okay, so what is the thing that you're most looking forward to after lockdown, do you think?
I'm looking forward to kind of in-person youth parliament events again, especially if annual conference gets rescheduled, because I couldn't make annual conference last year because I was on holiday. So I'm really excited for that to happen when it does. And meeting all the MYPs and youth activists that I've been meeting over Zoom will be really exciting.
Definitely. All right. And something that you didn't know that you've learned from the UK Youth Parliament?
I've learned a lot more about how the political system worked. I thought I knew quite a lot about how the political system worked, but since getting involved in youth politics, I've learned a whole lot more about how the different levels of government work, and I've developed a real interest in how politics works and how our political system works in the UK.
That's amazing. That's really good. How have you been spending time in lockdown, except, of course, Zoom meetings, and some more Zoom meetings to go with that?
We've had that. I've also had some schoolwork to do. I've mainly been doing schoolwork in the mornings. I've been doing a bit of reading. I've been playing some games, and then I've been doing some Zoom meetings in the afternoon. Oh, and going out for some walks. That's been good.
Yeah, walks. I've definitely been going on much more walks than I have previously, so that's always good. So what is your favourite place that you've perhaps ever been on holiday?
Favourite place I've ever been on holiday? Probably last summer when we went to Seattle in America. It was kind of first holiday outside of Europe and the surroundings of Europe, and lots of just really different, very different from previous holidays that we'd had in Europe, and just really exciting.
Cool. And what country would you go to if you had the chance?
Quite like to go to New Zealand at some point, but I don't particularly like the prospect of a 12-hour flight. But yeah.
Well, I mean, 12-hour live stream couldn't be that hard. Right. Also, if you had a chance, what kind of dead or alive, what kind of person would you like to meet? Now, this is a hard one, I must say.
Yeah. I think, keeping to youth parliament, non-party political, I'd probably meet the Speaker of the House of Commons.
Okay, yeah, definitely. I mean, we kind of met him, kind of.
Yes.
Well, yeah, you were at the dispatch box. You addressed him, of course. And then we remember that huge picture that we did with everyone. I was literally right here next to the speaker, right there. And we were like, so that was quite fun. But yeah, I mean, the House of Commons, it's much more smaller than what we expected. I mean, definitely. So yeah. So but yeah, how was it, by the way, speaking from the dispatch box? What kind of things that you have to do to actually speak at the dispatch box?
So I had to record myself making basically the speech that I would make at the dispatch box if I was selected, about kind of political reform and Peterloo and what political reform I'd like to see next. And then I sent a video recording of it in, and then the procedures group, that are one person per youth parliament region, who oversee the programme and help the British Youth Council to run the programme, they selected one from each region to make the speech.
Yeah, definitely. And what did you speak again? Remind our viewers, please.
I spoke about the Peterloo Massacre, which was just over 200 years ago. And I spoke about how it's really important that young people are listened to, and the young people need and want to be listened to, as has been evidenced through various protests such as the youth climate strikes, showing that young people have a voice that they're willing to use to get listened to by the government.
We've got a couple of questions coming in from viewers. Nicola said that it's really good that you're passionate about making a difference, Jamie. And Mr. Peeble, sorry, asked, what is your favourite sports team, do you have?
I'm not that into sport, so I don't really have a favourite sports team.
And Gareth has asked, where in Seattle? Where did you go?
So we spent about a week right next to the waterfront, like downtown, and then we went over a bridge to somewhere a bit further afield from downtown for 2 weeks, more remote. But we went back into Seattle, into various places during that time.
Did you go to the Space Needle by any chance?
Yes, we did go to the Space Needle. It has the first and only ever in the world rotating glass floor.
Awesome,
which was quite fancy.
Great. So people are saying inspirational young people, keep it up. And then Kevin said that you are a super and knowledgeable speaker. So well done, Jamie. Thank you everyone who are keeping on, of course, donating and of course keeping up all the amazing watching. I mean 12 hours is, I'm going to probably struggle to keep on talking for that long. So thank you very much, Jamie, for actually coming along. I do have just a couple more questions so we can actually hit that target of 11 o'clock. Now, can you actually speak any languages too?
I'm learning both French and German at school. I'm taking them both for GCSE, but I can't speak any other languages fluently.
Can you do it well? Can you give us some phrases?
What phrases do viewers want to hear?
All right. Well, viewers, what do you want to hear? What kind of things do you want to hear? Let's have a look. There is a slight delay, so hopefully it all goes well. Right. So, guys, what do you want to hear in French or German? Let's have a look. How fluently can you do it?
Not that fluently at all.
Okay. How about hello, how are you?
In which language?
Your choice.
I'll do it in both. Okay. Bonjour, ça va is French, and hallo, wie geht's is German.
Awesome. And what other things can you say in German? Just one more phrase before we let you go.
Ich heiße Jamie. That's I am called Jamie.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Jamie, for actually coming along today and letting me interview you. It's been a total pleasure, and so people can follow Jamie at Jamie Burl NYP on Instagram and Twitter if you find him well enough. And we will keep you updated on the DMK Worldwide Organisations Group recruitment drive, which will be coming very soon. Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you very much, Demetrius, and for hosting this live stream.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, thank you very much to Jamie. It is now officially 11 o'clock. That means we have our brand new guest, and I welcome Councillor Iris Anderson. Hello, Iris. Hopefully. Oh, hopefully. Hello, Iris. Are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
How are
you?
You?
How are you?
Yes, I'm fine. What about yourself?
Thank you. Yes, perfectly fine, thank you.
Great. So I'm just going to ask you a couple questions, and we will go from there if you don't mind.
No, I don't mind at all.
Great. Okay, so how has lockdown been treating you?
Well, that's not just about me, is it? It's about everybody. I'm 72 years old. Obviously, I was one of the people that had to be, go under shielding because of my age. But I see it in lots of ways. Anxiety, panic, at moments of light relief and sadness, sunshine, living history we've had, 75 years of VE Day celebration, obviously clapping for the carers, the rainbow that we have, that we've made for them, keeping our distance, washing our hands, thinking of others and playing our part. So it's just not about me. Everybody is in the same position as what I am at my age group.
Cool. And you've been a councillor for how long?
11 years now.
And what made you get involved in the side of politics, local politics?
I got involved in local politics because I wanted to be a voice for the people. I think it's important to be there to understand what people are going through. It's very hard. I haven't been with any qualifications or anything like that. I've worked very hard in life, and this was my main aim, that I wanted to support local people and be their voice.
And it's really important that people like yourself, you're quite a recognisable character within the local community, and you've done quite a lot of work, and especially with 11 years of experience as a local councillor. So we're really lucky to have you in the community, so thank you for that. And was politics something that you thought that you wanted to do from the get-go, or what kind of things did you want to do?
What I want to bring forward as being a councillor? In my own experiences, I noticed how hard it was to get through to the right channels, i.e. education, disability, social needs, health authority. You just felt that you were going up a brick wall and you weren't getting anywhere. It's just hard if you don't know where to go. So now I've had all those experiences, I feel that I can support my community and go up those ladders and try and get through and help them. I want to support the local people in my area and try and be there for them, for the experiences that I've had myself.
Yeah, it's important to have self-experience then, because you can put it forward into the local community. So it's really awesome.
That's right. You have to have those experiences to know what people are going through.
Definitely.
Whether it be with disability, education, health authority. I can speak this way because I have had those experiences that have been very hard.
Yes. And can you perhaps offer a piece of advice for people who may want to become a councillor or get involved within local politics?
Yes, my advice for people becoming a councillor is that you have to be understanding, a good listener, see both sides of the story, support the resident where you possibly can, working together with different agencies that are out there. We should be encouraging different people, young people like yourself, to get involved in being a councillor, as you are our future and are going to be our voice. To be a councillor, I feel, is a good career based on going forward to do with politics.
Definitely. This might be a bit of a hard one, but what do you think has been the highlight of your local politics career, and what kind of things have you gotten the opportunity to do?
My highlight of my career has been the Mayor of Test Valley. The experience is tremendous, meeting people in our local community, people that are out there that you don't even know exist and work so hard. Yes, you do meet royalty and you do meet other famous people. But one of my experiences is that I met a 105-year-old Sister Elizabeth, who was a nun. She was 84 years as a daughter of wisdom in the nunnery. She had lived through 2 world wars, 4 monarchs, 10 popes, and 25 prime ministers. She was absolutely amazing to talk to. Also, one of my residents had nominated me to be one of the suffragettes. I received that on the 1st of the 3rd, 2018, as I am a bit of a fighter.
Yeah. So tell me about all the roles that you carry within the community. We know that you're a local councillor, but do tell us about all the amazing things that you do get up into the local community.
I loved being with the carnival, absolutely tremendous. Having young people on board, and those young people when I started were only 11 years old. I'm now looking at them at 20 and 21, coming up and tapping me on the shoulder, you know, saying hello, you know, and you just think, gosh, how big they've grown, and it's really great. There's lots of charities out there that absolutely do good work. And with the coronavirus, we've had people that's come out from places that you wouldn't think have put things together and made everything work for people that needed it. So every charity that is about has worked extremely hard on the coronavirus, because obviously there are things that are out there that are needed by different people. So there are different charities that do this different work. So they have put a lot of hard work into what they have done by even starting things up all by their own and going forward and making it a big, you know, a thing for the people of Andover.
Definitely. So what have been some of the concerns that residents have raised with you?
Right. Some of the concerns that residents have raised with me have been, how will I get my shopping? How am I going to get my prescription? I live in a social housing. Will they come and do my repair if it's really, you know, drastic and major? What about if I don't have any relatives living near or abroad? How will I get on? So I've reassured them that there are places and people that will help them through this pandemic, because obviously if you're unsure where to go, being a local councillor, they will ring you and ask you where they can go or what help they can get. So that is a lot of the actual things that I've been asked about.
Definitely, and there's a lot of support within the local community, especially here in Thames Valley. We were, you know, some of the, you know, quickest areas to actually get from the get-go, and Unity, who were actually one of the beneficiary charities this whole day, the live stream, has set up the Thames Valley Community Helpline, which Thames Valley residents can reach on 0330 400 4116. So what do you think has been the biggest problem amongst your residents within COVID? Or is that too difficult to tell, I guess?
No, the biggest problem amongst the residents during the COVID has been people being on their own, shut off from society, not seeing anybody. For probably the biggest thing is speaking to someone. You have got 52 weeks of the year that some people are very lonely and live that life all the time. So during the coronavirus, also, Thames Valley Borough Council recognised about people that are homeless, young or old, which was very, very important. We went out there, we actually found them accommodation. What people have got to remember is if they want to take that accommodation, they will, but we can't make them do it. We can't make them go in to accommodation. So that sometimes can be very hard for people. that live out there be homeless. You know, that you've got to sort of be on the receiving end of, do they trust us? What's this all about? But obviously we were very concerned about their safety.
Testified Borough Council and councillors like yourself at Full North have been doing absolutely so much, and the workers at the Borough Council have been doing so much to actually put homeless people off Death Valley into accommodation, especially during COVID.
Yes, they have. Everybody's been working flat out since this has been going on. Everybody in Test Valley Borough Council, community, everybody's been working flat out. You know, it's just, they probably start at 7 and maybe don't finish till 9 or 10 o'clock at night, because there are plenty of people out there that were, you know, very anxious and wanting answers. And some people you've got to think about may not be able to afford to get food. All different things come into this.
Definitely. So, talking about, you know, getting food and getting medicine during COVID, why do you think volunteers during coronavirus are so important?
I think volunteers are very important at all times. They're important at all times. They have been very important in our society during the coronavirus. Volunteers are very treasured people. They are very, very hard to get hold of. And we have got to look after them and give them the praise that they need when this is all over. Because if it hasn't have been for some of them, some of this wouldn't happen.
Yes.
So I take my hat off to them, because I know what it's like being a volunteer. You're giving back something to society.
Yeah.
And that's very, very...
For sure. It's definitely difficult, especially because volunteers, you know, of course they're treasured all the time, and they should, like you said, they should be given the praise that they truly deserve. But more than ever now is people rely on them. A lot of people rely on them, and especially in the community. It's just so amazing to see so many people really, you know, come together to provide for the most vulnerable and the most needing during this pandemic, because it's a hard time for everyone, of course. But
it is.
Yeah, but it's for some of our more vulnerable citizens. It's definitely hard, and volunteers are just super amazing for doing what they are doing really during COVID. And
that's why they need to be praised. We need to have when this is all over, we need to have a big festival in our high street to thank all those volunteers, to help all the people that have supported us through this pandemic, because it's been very, very hard for lots of people that are supporting. Obviously, they have their families, they have things themselves, but some people do it because they have their proms at the end of the leaving of their school, you know, end of year. It's been very difficult for them.
Definitely.
People with learning difficulties, making them understand that you can't socialise, you must keep your distance and not give one another hugs. Whatever disabilities they have, it's hard for them. Whatever age they might be. It must raise their anxiety of levels and also their mental status.
Definitely.
And those are the concerns that concerns me going forward with this, that we need to be there to help these young people, because they might keep it inwardly instead of letting it go outwardly. So we need to give them all the support and tell them to talk to us. Let us know if they've got any concerns.
Definitely. So moving on to the residents, how have you continued to engage with your residents during lockdown?
I continue to engage with my residents online, mobile phone, emailing them, but always they know that I'm very accessible. At any time they can contact me with any query they may want. I'm always here, even if, you know, you ring me on my mobile or whatever. I'm here to take your calls. I'm here to try and help you and take you through whatever you want me to do.
Yeah, definitely. And it's people like you are just so so amazing and so inspirational, because it's a difficult time, and people like councillors are the first point of contact when when people do need support, because it's local, and people you're quite visible within the community, and it's really good that you continue doing the job that you are already doing, if not more. So exactly, yeah. So what?
I enjoy it.
Yeah, no, and that's I guess, and it shows, Iris, and it really does show. What do you think has been the biggest adjustment that you yourself have had to make to continue doing your job during lockdown?
Well, the biggest adjustment that we've had to work from home with our iPads, doing team meetings, also training. We've had Zoom meetings, and being able to access and speak to our officers. They have worked very, very hard and have carried on the same way as what they would be if they're in the office. We've had a lot of support from our officers. I don't know what we would have done without them. They've been there. You send them an email, I want to speak to you, please, or this has happened. How can we go with this? They're there. They give you an answer.
Yeah, and it's really awesome that they that they've kept, because that they've kept online, that they've adjusted so quickly to the pandemic. It's genuinely it's fascinating how quickly they were able to do that, and to move quite some of the services that they normally provide, face to face and online.
I think you've brought a very good thing up there. How quickly everybody had to suddenly adjust, a snap of your fingers, and everything was put into place in so many days, sometimes hours. You know what I mean? But you were right as how much has gone into place. With even our local bins being emptied. We haven't had to put up with rubbish overflowing. They've been tremendous. Everybody's been tremendous.
Definitely. So what do you think will be the biggest change after lockdown is, well, I say this, in inverted marks, but it's completely lifted?
I don't think it's going to be easy. Things are going to be different, whether it be businesses or social. Lots of changes are going to be taken in place. We will have to do things differently, which we will find hard at first. Talking to one another, looking out for each other, and socialising is a big thing in our community.
Yeah.
So we have suddenly had to adjust of not going to coffee shops, not meeting people, not having meetings. So things have been tremendously different. So it is going to be very difficult when we get out there, because there's going to be big changes. But we must support all the local people that are out there in businesses. Things are going to be changing, but we must support our local businesses. Definitely, because they are supporting us. Especially when you think of people like Waitrose, Asda, whatever shop you've been to, they've been there right from the beginning and haven't let us down in any way.
Yeah, exactly. And can you tell me a bit more about the kind of grants that are now available from Test Valley Borough Council for businesses and independents and so much more?
We actually have got quite a lot of things that if the businesses go online, they can apply for different grants. We have the set-up grants always for businesses that first set up their business in the town centre, which Mr. David Leeds will always go and visit them, will always go and help them, whether you need help with the filling in the forms. Also, we've had the Convene 19 grants that have been helping lots of different charities, businesses, And obviously the government have helped as well by helping businesses. And, you know, Test Valley yet again have been working very hard on giving all those businesses the government grants. So things are out there for people on our website to be able to get.
Definitely, and people can visit it. So you can go to testvalley.gov.uk if you're a local business or a local youth organisation or just charity. You can go and visit and find what grants that suit you, because there is support and help available during COVID.
There is. Yeah, there is. And also the councillors have their own councillors' ward funding as well. We have grants that, you know, funding that we can give out as well to different things that people are trying to put together and support.
For sure. So, last question. What piece of advice, if you had to give one, for the viewers at home during lockdown, what kind of a piece of advice would you give?
Well, I'd like them to stay safe, remember the social distancing, and please check on other people to make sure they're okay. Just don't surmise, they're okay. Just go and knock on their door. You can socialise distancing by doing that. But just, you know, we've all got to look after one another. This has been a terrible epidemic, and we have got through it, or getting through it, and we will come over this eventually.
Definitely, and we will, if we all work together and we continue to follow the guidelines that the government continues to update and provide us. So it's important now that we stick together more than ever, for sure. And it's just been really awesome. So, as you work as councillor, how have meetings worked, and how have you continued to work with your local councillors?
We're quite lucky when we go on Teams. What actually happens is that we see one another, and we give little talks to one another. You know, we do talk to one another like that, or we phone one another up and, you know, like air our views probably. And we do see one another, and we do on Teams, and, you know, we do contact one another. So we do work very closely together.
And it's awesome that actually that like we said already, that everything has moved online so quickly and everything has been adjusted so quickly. So yeah. Well, Iris, thank you very, very much for letting me interview you for the Big 12-hour live stream, and I hope to see you all. I hope to see you after lockdown has hopefully ended.
Yes, and can I thank you very much for doing this and raising funds for such great charities as well. You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Keep it up.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Well, that was Councillor Iris Anderson, and she is the Test Valley Borough Councillor for the St Mary's Ward in Andover. So thank you very much to Iris, of course, for coming along. We are going to move on to our next guest quite shortly. So thank you all to who keep on donating. So the live stream is, of course, coming into its next guest quite soon, Councillor Phil North, who is the leader of Test Valley Borough Council, and we will be meeting with him quite shortly. So, yeah, just going to check something. So I haven't moved anything. Okay, hang on. Right, there we go. So yes, so please do keep on donating. It's really important. These causes are great causes. The British Youth Council, Hampshire Youth Parliament, Andover Trees United, and so much more. So do keep on donating by going to www.tinyurl.com/the DMK Fund. And you can find all the relevant information by going to www.tinyurl.com/ oh gosh, what did I just messed up? You can find all the relevant information by going to www.demetriusmasonsnyp.weebly.com. So thank you very much. So I will just give you a quick update on the fundraiser and how much money we are already raising. So we'll just refresh this lovely page, so we can actually see the updated amount of money they have raised. So thank you to everyone who keeps on donating. It's just amazing that you all do keep on donating. Like I said, amazing causes and such amazing things, really. Right, so we have currently raised, let's load this thing up, £237. So thank you so much to everyone who just keeps on donating. It's amazing. The work that the charities do, it will really pay off. So thank you for keeping on donating and for watching. So we currently have with us today, we have about 10 viewers, and 160 people have altogether joined the live stream. So it is now, I'm just going to check the comment section, of course. Thank you very much, Terry. And we will now get on to our next guest. Our next guest is Councillor Phil North. Councillor Phil North is the leader of Test Valley Borough Council, and I will just let him into the Zoom meeting now so we can actually interview him. Right, it's all loading up, hopefully. Okay, there's the sound. Hello, Phil. Hello.
Hi, Demetrius.
How are you doing?
Yeah, good, thanks.
Great.
I'm all right. I can't see you at the moment. Is that?
Yes. Sorry. Do you mind turning on your video on? Is that all right?
Yeah, I thought my video was on. So hang on. Oh, hang on. No, it's not. Yeah, it's on.
Awesome.
Yeah, I can see.
Awesome. Thank you very much for joining. Is that okay? Yes, that's perfect. Thank you so much for joining us. It's going to be a pleasure to interview you. So we're going to start with some questions, and then we'll move on from there. Is that all right?
That's fine. Thanks for doing this, by the way, Demetrius. That's it must be tough to spending 12 hours in front of the computer.
Yes. Well, it's going to be a challenge, but it's all worth it, of course. So first question, of course, is how has lockdown been treating you?
Well, it's been treating me fine. Thanks. I mean, I worked from home previously, so I suppose I'm sort of used to that life. It's been quite difficult in terms of not going out and meeting people. Usually in my role as a local councillor, I'd meet lots of people, go out to lots of meetings, and they haven't been happening. Or more accurately, they've been happening online. So I've had to get used to talking through the technology like this, but we seem to be adapting well. It's been quite nice in a certain respect. It's given me a bit more time to spend with my family and my young daughter, but obviously I'm conscious that it's not been that great for everyone, especially those shielding that have been stuck inside for 12 weeks. I mean, they're now able to go out in terms of their gardens, and people come and see them, which is great. But I know a few people that are shielding, and it's been really tough on them.
Yeah, definitely. So you are, of course, the leader of Test Valley Borough Council. So what got you involved in politics?
Well, I've always had an interest, Demetrius, in current affairs. I sort of realised that interest when I was at school, really, and the ability that elected people have to have a positive influence on their communities. I've always lived in Andover, and I always thought that we could continually make improvements, stand up for people, get things done for people. And I suppose what brought my interest on was some inspirational teachers that I had at college. I did government and politics at Peter Simmons in Winchester. And after studying that for a couple of years, I thought that I would want to take it further and stand for elections. So I got involved in the Conservative Party locally, did some campaigning in the local elections in 2003, and they were good enough to let me stand in 2007 when I first got elected.
Yeah, and so, of course, can you offer a piece of advice for people who perhaps want to become a counsellor?
Yeah, I mean, I'll offer two pieces of advice. So the first thing is that you've got to enjoy interacting with people. Your much of your time is spent taken up sort of talking with people, either in formal meetings or with your constituents, going to meet them face to face. Okay, not so much recently, but over the telephone and online. And you've got to enjoy taking things up on people's behalf. I'd also say that be prepared for it to take up quite a lot of your time. And I always say this to people that are looking to stand to become counsellors, that actually you can put as much into it as you like, as long as you sort of turn up for those formal meetings and support your constituents. But there's a lot of people, and people like me, that have sort of put their life and soul into it for the last, well, I've been a counsellor for the last 13 years. And it's always that challenge. And I'm interested to hear your take on this, Dimitri. But in terms of putting the hours in as a counsellor versus your full-time job, because of course, being a counsellor, especially if you're a young counsellor, it doesn't pay the mortgage. It's fine if you're retired and you're reasonably well off, but if you need another job to pay for your life, for your accommodation, to pay the mortgage, then actually it can be quite difficult. And sometimes it does compromise your other job and career, because the amount of time and effort you put into being a counsellor. So I think my advice to people would be that be prepared for it to take up quite a lot of your time, but also think carefully before you stand if you really want to do it, because it's a big impact on your life.
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite lucky because, of course, being a counsellor is a voluntary role, as well as being the member of the Youth Parliament is a voluntary role. We don't get paid. Of course, we get any travel paid for, etc. But like the members' allowance that any counsellor gets as well, that's the same here. But yeah, I mean, I have gotten used to, I guess, this taking quite a lot of time up. It does take some time up, but it depends on how much you put onto yourself and how much work that you actually put into the job. Because my role is to give young people a chance, and if I don't speak to young people and if I don't attend meetings, then what am I elected for, and what is my purpose? So yeah, I definitely put some time into it. Yeah.
What's your take on? I mean, I've always sort of wrestled with this, because I don't. Sometimes I think, if being a counsellor was full time, then you would actually attract a lot more younger people to stand and get involved in local politics. But then part of me thinks, well, actually, if you have that as a full time option, then it becomes a career, and potentially people that get involved don't have any sort of other world experience. So it's always been a dichotomy, really, and I don't think anyone's really come up with a solution to that. But it's difficult and obviously needs a lot of thinking about.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you had being a counsellor as a full-time job, I guess that would almost lose the interest of it. It's your job, you have to do it, you have to do this. But if it's a voluntary role, you choose to do it, and because you chose to do it, you seem some sort of interest in it, or you seek some interest in it. So yeah, I think being a counsellor would be better off being as a voluntary role rather than a paid career.
Yeah. I think I would agree with that on balance, but the difficulty, of course, and a difficulty is for people of your age as well, Demetrius, is actually then encouraging those younger people to stand and get involved, because we want a broad range of people representing the residents of any area, but specifically here in Test Valley.
So this might be a bit of a hard one, and it's definitely put people off here today. But what do you think has been a highlight of your career?
Well, as I was just saying, I think being a counsellor sort of compromises your career a little bit. I mean, I've had other jobs and other roles. I mean, I've worked in affiliate marketing. I've worked for Barclays selling asset finance. But I mean, if you're in terms of the highlight of my professional life, it would be becoming leader of Testover Council. And not just to have the title of leader of Testover Council, it's because then I can actually achieve things. I mean, I've done a lot of work over the last 3 years since I became leader. Two things that I've really sort of changed. Firstly is that focus on town centres, which hopefully we might talk about a little bit more about in a moment, in terms of regeneration, both in Andover and in Romsey, but also improve the communications. I think Test Valley has always been a pretty well-run authority. It provides efficient and effective services for its residents, but I don't think we always told people what we were doing. And I've spent a lot of time over the last few years actually improving that, not just in terms of the official communications channels in Test Valley in terms of pushing out press releases, but actually embracing social media as well. I know that you're on across social media and on Facebook and Twitter, and it's really important that we engage with people on those mediums, because actually that's what a lot of people take in their news these days, and young people especially. And you'll probably tell me that there's other platforms that that I'm not aware of that I should be on, but I certainly take a lot of time trying to post stuff on Facebook to get the messages out to local people.
Yeah, I mean, especially in my role, social media is a really big part of it. That's how we normally engage with people, that's how we connect with them, how we network with them. So it's definitely a really, really important and crucial part of how I get my job done, really. I mean, yes, Twitter and Facebook, I really enjoy using Twitter and Facebook, but it's not necessarily where the young people are. Instagram is normally where the young people are. It's Instagram, it's your, Snapchat sometimes, and then there's a lot of wide ranges of media, and that's, I guess, you can choose whatever you like, but it depends on what audience you are hitting. If you want
I do have Instagram.
Yeah, so I mean, if you want
I do have an Instagram.
Definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. I do have an Instagram account as well, but it's just trying to sort of communicate, through a broad range of mediums, really, because and especially important in these times, because of course there's less opportunity to meet people in person or deliver letters, etc., to local people. Anyway. Back over to you.
Yeah, so actually we were talking to Caroline Nokes this morning, and the biggest thing she mentioned was, I think she misses is actually going door to door and knocking and talking to people, the nitty-gritty of politics, really. That's what she misses. So it's actually quite interesting to see, because, I really enjoy going to meetings and, talking to people face to face. That's how I do my job best. So we've definitely had to utilize social media and Zoom, of course, which we're using today. It's better, yeah. So, as we mentioned, what are your hopes for the rejuvenation of the Andover town centre?
Well, the town centre rejuvenation is a massive project. It's been a big passion of mine for several years now. Even before I became leader, I was sort of asking questions on this, wanting Test Valley to focus on it, because town centres are changing. They're fundamentally changing. They're becoming more of a place for leisure and living as well as retail. I know that we're in the midst of a pandemic at the moment where people are being told not to go and meet their friends, not least in town centres, but I think we will get back to a stage eventually where that's what town centres are primarily used for. Of course, they still need to have a heavy retail element to attract people in as well, but we need to change Andover to embrace that, creating great public realm, more green spaces, making the most of the river in the town centre, embracing that historic core, allowing people to move around the town centre better, having a better nighttime economy, perhaps moving the theatre into the town. These are all things that we've been working on. So the key thing for the council in Andover was buying the Chantry Centre about 18 months ago. Previously, the Chantry Centre had been passed from pension fund to pension fund as part of a basket of assets, and they didn't really give it much love. As long as the overall basket was performing well, then they didn't feel the need to invest in the Chantry centres. So it was unloved for a long time. It's a product of its time, and it's time to rejuvenate it. I mean, what we did do by buying the Chantry Centre, and we didn't buy it as an investment to run a shopping centre. We bought it to get some more land holding in the town. So we were then able to attract the quality of master planners that we did. So Wayne Hemingway and his team from New Master Planning applied for it and got the contracts. And they've now been giving Andover. We've got a master plan in the final throes of being put together, which hopefully will be published in late summer, early autumn. And then we'll be in a delivery phase, the delivery phase of potentially demolishing the Chantry Centre, going back to that traditional street scene, and all the things that I was speaking about just a moment ago in terms of great public realm space. We're also, we've got another project on the go at the moment in relation to the Town Mills Riverside Park. And this was something that the Andover Vision suggested was their number one priority in terms of making the most of the river as it runs through the town. Of course, it runs through most prominently outside of Town Mills. So that road adjacent to Wilkinson's will be stopped up. There's a new entrance being built as we speak from Western Avenue into Town Mills car park. And then that whole area will be greened and become a sort of brand new urban park, along with an upgrade of the pocket park next to the Simply Health and where Just Cuts is. So that's quite exciting. We've got some money from the local enterprise partnership to help progress that scheme, but they gave us that money in terms of it prompting a wider regeneration of Andover. It's what people think that we need at the moment. If you go and ask people, I think the survey that the new master planning did said that 98% of people are up for change in Andover at the moment. It really does need rejuvenating. It's not something that's unique to Andover, of course. It's a small market town, and market towns of similar size up and down the country are suffering vacancy rates like Andover. It's just that we are trying to do something about it.
We've got a question from a viewer for you. So what has been the day-to-day impact of COVID-19 on your role?
Well, I've been working flat out since the middle of March, really, and I've got time for a little bit of a break next week because things are quieting down a bit, but it's been really, really hectic. So I think the first thing that we tried to do was to try and ensure that all the community groups that were forming to help people had the support of the council in order to run. And that took a lot of time and effort and various meetings. And we have a community resilience call every week. Thankfully, Test Valley put a lot of work in building community resilience prior to COVID, and quite a few of our parishes already had community resilience plans. And then we had the groups spring up in our urban areas as well. So a shout out to the Andover Self-Isolation Help Group and Veterans in Action, who've been helping them in Andover. And we as Test Valley help fund them. So we had a grant scheme that we brought up quite quickly to help those groups operate. So that was the main thing, and the main piece of work was to ensure that those vulnerable people that couldn't get out, either had to shield or couldn't do their own shopping or needed prescriptions picking up, we were able to do that through these community groups and via the Test Valley Community Helpline, which Test Valley Borough Council set up with Unity. And then I suppose the focus of my work in more recent weeks has been in terms of reopening the town centre. So as we've moved on from that initial stage to the recovery stage, we've had to put a lot of time and effort into terms of reopening our public spaces safely. So we've been working with Andover Bid and Romsey Town Council, and the county council to try and make Andover safer. We've got some money from the government to help us do that, and it's about putting signage out, liaising with local businesses, investing in measures in terms of the Chantry Centre to ensure people feel safe. Because if we go back to what I was saying a moment ago in terms of our focus on town centres, if people turn up and they don't feel safe in them, then they're not going to come back again.
Yeah.
So it was a really important moment to ensure that we were encouraging people back into our town centres, but encouraging them back safely.
Sure, yeah. And Unity has done quite a great job to set up that Test Valley Community Helpline, and working alongside with the Test Valley Borough Council. It was genuinely how quickly all the support groups within Test Valley were set up. They sprang out literally of nowhere, and it was so amazing to see so many volunteers being registered and so many volunteers actually helping out those vulnerable within our community, which is really, really good.
Yeah, it's really great to see, Demetrius, as you say. I know you do a lot of work with Unity and you're helping fundraise for them through this live stream today. But I mean, Terry Bishop, who's the chief exec, has been working really closely with Test Valley. She's been on all of our community resilience calls. And at the very beginning, we sort of spoke with them and said, right, we need to set up this community helpline because obviously there are potentially lots of vulnerable people in our community who will need help. They won't have access to their own personal support networks. As I said, we've done quite a lot of work previously to try and promote community resilience. And we will continue to do this. I think this moment in time will give certainly a lot of parishes in Test Valley a lot of impetus to set these plans up, because I think before they may be a bit skeptical about, okay, we'll set up a community resilience plan, but we've had one for decades, but we haven't had to use it unless they were involved in flooding, which in 2014 there was some flooding in Test Valley, and some parish councils set up and use their resilience plan through that. But unless they've been involved in anything, they may have been thinking, well, what's the point? But now we know what the point is. The point is to ensure that we're ready. So if anything like this happens again, then there are contacts and a network of volunteers across the borough that will help people that need helping. And I think the real benefit of having volunteers in all of the communities is that they know their local areas. They know the people that live in their village, if we're talking about parishes, and they know where the people are that need their help. So it's been really, really useful, and I've been proud as leader of Test Valley Council to support them throughout this time.
Yeah, that's just a really good effort from all sides of the community, which was really good. Another question from a viewer for you. Nicola says that it's a little bit random, but if you could preserve one aspect of the town forever, so not change it one bit, what would it be?
The town, I mean, there's plenty that I want to preserve forever, but I mean, I would say our historic core. That's the thing, and the historic core is made up of the Guildhall, Town Mills, and St Mary's Church, and I think they are really, really key elements of the town centre that obviously we will need to preserve because they're fantastic buildings, but making the most of them, because at the moment St Mary's Church doesn't feel really like part of the town centre, and you've got that big block of the Chantry Centre as people move around the town. And if we were able to demolish that, decant some businesses into other premises, have less retail space, have more leisure space, have better public realm, green areas, better walkways for people to get around the town, then it will look much more attractive. But we must preserve that historic core.
Definitely. So what have been some of the concerns that residents have raised to you?
Oh, well, residents raise all sorts of concerns. I mean, I've been a councillor for 13 years now. I'm not surprised anymore when residents contact you with some things. But I mean, recently, I think the biggest thing they've been contacting us about, other than sort of the COVID related, how can they get help with community resilience type things like shopping or prescription collection is about, well, the town centre, number one, but also about the ensuring that the local area is looked after. So I've had quite a few comments recently, because people have been getting out in the countryside and walking about sort of overgrown pathways, etc. A lot of those are down to other authorities to maintain, so I've been liaising with the county council and others to do that. But I think that's probably the number one comment that I get at the moment. But it was also, I've been quite struck, because I've been very lucky in interest in terms of I've been able to represent quite a lot of Test Valley since I've been a councillor in 2007. So when I was first elected, I represented Alamein Ward,
Yes.
which was a huge sort of urban part of North Andover, but also the villages of Smannel and Enham. And that was, it was good, because there was a wide range of things that I had to take up. So there's quite a lot of housing cases for me to take up in terms of the urban area. But now I'm the councillor for Enham and Smannel still, because my ward and the boundary changes got split up various ways. So now I represent a lot more of the villages to the north of Andover, and the biggest correspondence now I get from members in my own ward, I suspect, over the time I represented them, is in relation to planning applications. So we've moved from housing cases to people wanting their planning applications approved. But it's always quite difficult with planning, isn't it? Because what one person wants, a neighbour might want something completely opposite. So you've got to manage that very carefully.
Definitely. And during COVID, particularly, what do you think has been the biggest problem amongst residents?
Well, I just think I don't think there has been massive problems. I mean, people are obviously worried. Of course they are. And we've done our best to reassure them. But as we spoke about just a moment ago, there's been a fantastic community response to COVID. It's really, really brought the community together. People have come out and volunteered in their local areas. They liaised with the borough council to ensure that the community groups have got the support. And I think that when we come out of this, we will see stronger communities as a result. Obviously, there's been massive changes to people's lives. And for those people that live on their own or had to shield, then, of course, there's a huge, huge problem in terms of lack of not being able to speak to other people, and I really feel sorry for them. I mean, we've done quite a lot of work with the local groups, well, in terms of setting up befriending services. So if people are lonely, then they get to talk to a friendly face at the end of the telephone line. But I suppose that has been the biggest problem, is people's mental health as a result of this, and not being able to get out as much as they got out before, and the big changes that it's had on their lives. And I do worry about that, but I hope that the services that are in place, the community support networks that are in place, will help people with that.
So, as we can see, you have maybe lost a bit of hair. So, tell me about your recent fundraising efforts.
Yeah, so I mean, this is another negative consequence, isn't it, of COVID and the situation that we are in, that charities have not been able to raise the same amount of money that they would usually raise if they could have their sort of fundraising efforts. So I think the London Marathon, which usually takes place in April, is the day where a lot of charities pick up the majority of their money. I mean, I've run the London Marathon several times before for Enham Trust, and I wasn't planning to run it this year. They did have people were supposed to be running it for them. So I did a charity bike ride that day, on the day of the London Marathon. I cycled a marathon and raised 500 quid for Enham Trust. But in recent weeks, I've been doing this sort of Brave the Shave fundraiser as well. I mean, My hair, Demetrius, if you had seen it a few weeks ago, you wouldn't have recognised me, because my hair grows really thick, and I hadn't seen a barber for the last 12 weeks because they've been shut and it was everywhere. So I decided to brave the shave and raise a bit of money for the Hampshire Hospitals charity, and more specifically the Andover War Memorial new maternity hub that they're fundraising for, which would, when they've sorted it, will bring some of those services like the antenatal, the scanning, the stop smoking services in line with the other core services that they deliver there. So it was a really good cause, and thanks to everyone who sponsored me, we managed to raise £700. So I was really chuffed with that, and so was the chief executive of Hampshire Hospitals. And I think it's incumbent. I know that some people have obviously suffered in terms of a lack of income. I know the government have stepped in terms of paying a lot of people's wages, and people are on furlough. But for those people that are that can help and fundraise and donate, then I would urge them to do so, because this crisis has had a massive impact in terms of the local charities' coffers, and they do an awful lot of good work in our local area, and it's incumbent on us to try and support them. And I know that's exactly what you're doing today, Demetrius, with this big 12-hour live stream, because you're working towards fundraising for groups like Unity and Andover Trees United and the British Youth Council. I congratulate you for doing that.
Thank you. So so we've got a few more questions before we hit 12 o'clock. So how have you continued to engage with your residents during lockdown? How has that been possible?
Well, I think we touched on this at the beginning of the interview, didn't we? Because it's been really, really difficult, because previously, and as you said, that Caroline said, you would be knocking on doors and talking to people. I'd be delivering leaflets about what we've done in the local area, and if people are in their gardens, I would stop and chat to them. But we haven't been able to do that over the last 4 months. So it's been a big change. I've tried to engage with people a lot more on social media. I mean, I was doing that before anyway, but that is really the tool where people can come and contact you at any time of the day, really. And it's not just a post that you put on there and people reply to, it's the direct messages that they send you on there, and they want help and advice as well. And obviously I'm pleased to help out any way I can. And the other thing I've been doing is getting out on my bike, because in the early stages of lockdown, where we could go out for our exercise and that was about it, I was getting out on my bike and cycling around my Bourne Valley ward. I wasn't meeting people at that stage because I wasn't able to do that, but I was just keeping an eye on things, making sure the state of the road was good. If there's anything else that I'd spotted that I needed to report, then I did. But I also did, a couple of weeks ago, I did a sort of counsellor surgery by bike as well. So I cycled from sort of stopping off in Hurstbourne Tarrant and Wildhurn and Edham Alamein and Verlandine on my bike. And if people wanted to come and see me, they could come and meet me outside by the local village halls. And that worked quite well. And that's quite a few people that came out and spoke to me at a social distance. So I suppose that's what we've got to get used to, isn't it? Liaising with and speaking to people, but I did at a distance, certainly for the next few months, and hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll be able to get back to some semblance of normality when we can go out and knock on doors again and speak to people in the usual way.
Definitely. And what do you think will be the biggest change after the lockdown is completely lifted or lifted partially? What do you think will be the biggest change?
Two things, if I may. Firstly, I think people have been able to get out and enjoy the countryside a lot more, appreciate nature, and I hope that appreciation will continue post lockdown. People have been restricted in what they can do, and I think that they've had appreciated the natural environment a lot more than they previously might, and they've got to know their local area a lot better because they haven't been able to travel miles. So those walks that have always been on your doorstep, people have found them out and are enjoying them, and I think that they will continue to do so. I also think that this has obviously been a big boost in terms of improving technology. So we're now doing all of our council meetings online. We weren't allowed to do that before by law, but the law was changed to allow us to do that. Now, I'm not suggesting for one moment that I want every single one of our council meetings to continue to be online when we are allowed to meet in person, because I think there is a real benefit sometimes of meeting in person in terms of talking with people outside the official meetings. You also get better debate because you can read body language better in meetings. But actually, in some of those meetings where I've had to drive an hour or so away to go to leaders meetings in Hampshire or the local enterprise partnership meetings, then I think we can do a lot more of those over this technology now that works. It really does work. And I think it's been a big change for local businesses as well. I mean, the commercial property market will change completely after this, because I think companies have had HQs before and have been reluctant to say to their workers to work from home because either the technology might not work or because they've got fears over productivity. I've seen that it's actually worked really well for them. So why would they invest all this money in HQs when their staff can work just as productively from home? But it's one of those things that we will see, won't we? But I think that there is going to be some big changes as a result of COVID on our world going forward.
Okay, well, last question before we do have to go. What would be, if you had to give one piece of advice for the viewers during lockdown?
What, during lockdown?
Yes.
Well, I think I've already touched on it, isn't I, in terms of getting out there and appreciating what we have in our local area. And I think people have been doing that in terms of the countryside and in nature, but I hope they also do that in terms of local businesses that have been operating. There's a lot of local businesses that haven't been able to operate in the usual way during lockdown, and they've innovated and they've continued to serve their customers either by doing online sales or home deliveries. And I just hope that people recognise that when there is more freedoms and they can go further afield, that actually these local businesses that have served them during this time continue to support those businesses to shop local, because by God, they need our custom more than they've ever done before.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Phil, for coming on today and for letting me interview you. It's been a pleasure.
No problem. And thank you, Demetrius, and good luck for the rest of the day. I hope you've got enough energy for the next 8 hours and you've got lots of snacks on standby.
Yes, we'll see. Thank you very much.
No problem at all. Bye now.
Bye. Well, thank you, everyone. That was Phil North. He is the leader of Test Valley Borough Council, and thank you to him, of course, for coming along to this live stream. So that was Phil North. It is now 12:05, and we are hopefully going to go for the lunchtime Q&A. However, I do need to excuse myself, so we will be back very shortly with lunchtime Q&A and a bit of a story. All right, see you all very shortly. Hello everyone, and now we are back for the big 12-hour live stream. I hope everyone is doing well. So we've got a lot to get through now. So now is the lunchtime question and answer. So I will be answering all of your questions that you might want to ask. So do keep them coming in the comment section. Hello Pars, how is everyone doing? I do hope that we're doing well. So, I will, of course, continue to answer your questions, but do ask them, because I will be answering them, of course. Do keep them coming. I would love to answer them all and see what you guys want to know. So, I do have a few questions coming in now. So, Pepsi or Coke? I love Coke Zero. I must say, I do love Coke Zero. That's been a favourite of mine, and I think, I don't like the sugary one. I'm not sure why. Llamas or alpacas? Gosh, that is a weird one. Llamas? I guess. Cats or dogs? Cats, for sure. I have got 2 kitties, and you might see one of them pop in on or out soon enough. Favourite ice cream flavour? I don't know. I think I'm just going to be a bit boring. Gosh, favourite ice cream? I do. Right, it's not ice cream, but I do love coconut sorbet and raspberry sorbet. It's lovely. But if I had to pick ice cream wise, I'd probably go for clotted cream. You know the Kelly's clotted cream? Oh, that is good. I must say, that is very good. Favourite drink? Lipton tea. I think there was basically we buy from a food warehouse, so the Lipton teas come in like huge packets of about 12, I think. But I do love Lipton tea, I must say. But literally, do keep those questions coming in. I will try to answer them. So there we go. If you could have a dinner party, any 3 people, dead or alive, who would you pick? Oh gosh. That is such a hard one. 3 people, dead or alive. Dinner party. Jeez, that is so hard. Okay, I think I know. So, the first one, Barack Obama. I don't know why, but I do want to have a dinner party with him. The second person, Theresa May. Genuine cool Prime Minister. That was quite nice. And third one, oh, I don't know. Who would I have? Why not? Let's have a bit of a celebrity in the mix. Let's go Rita Ora. Okay, so we've got here. Okay, then we've got favourite word to say. I don't know. Favourite word to say. Gee, hard. Favourite word to say. I don't know. You tell me. What is my favourite word to say? Does anyone know? Because I'm sure you will. We'll see. I guess we will see. No, let's have. Oh, I can hear myself then. Right. One message you'd give to young people struggling at the moment. Keep your head up. Things will get better. It's not always going to stay like this. We're not always going to be in lockdown forever. Just keep your head up high, and we will get through it together if we work together and follow the social distancing rules. That's the only way we can get through this. So yeah, keep going. That's my piece of advice. How did you get involved in the Youth Voice? Right, I'll tell you a lovely little story. So I think, gosh, December 2018, school gave me a pamphlet, and it said, join the Hampshire Youth Parliament. And I was like, oh. But basically what was funny is that they gave me the pamphlet and they said, we thought that you'd be good for this. There you go. They gave me the pamphlet and I was like, oh, okay. Had a read. It sounded amazing. It sounded like a new opportunities, and I do love a good opportunities. And that's really how my youth voice journey started, really, giving young people a voice. Got elected with about a 60% majority to the UK Youth Parliament against 2 other people. And yeah, it went well. it went really well, and I'm sat here today speaking about how I represent 25,000 young people, and I'm already 1 year in a term. So yes, I've got 3-year term now because of COVID. Right. Things you do at your school to make a difference. Well, I was a student council member in year 7, kind of dropped it because of youth parliament in year 8, and haven't been in year 9. I am a student librarian. I was a student librarian in year 7 and 8. And yeah, I'm always doing something around school. Definitely always doing something around school to do something. I'm always busy, but mainly youth parliament has been taking up, of course, the most time. But yes, right. How do I listen to the young people in my area? Well, I love doing assemblies. Assemblies for autumn. Always do workshops, assemblies. I've done a lesson once about politics and young people. So yeah, I always like that face-to-face approach. It's the best way to connect with people if you talk with them, and if you connect with them, and if you interact with them. During, of course, COVID, it's been harder. I've been still sending out my newsletters and my news updates to schools, just to keep them, updated with what I do personally. And I've also been doing Hampshire Youth Parliament newsletters, which I've been sending out to. Well, we collect as a youth parliament together all the things we've done in the time period, and then we send them out. Yeah, but I always keep in contact with schools, even during COVID, which has been really good. I try to do that because it's really important that I keep some sort of good relationship, and I've been, as you have seen, I've been keeping in contact with MPs, with county councillors, borough councillors, to make sure that they know what I'm doing, just to keep good relationships with them. Favorite person you've met? Oh gosh, favorite person you've met? I met Damien Hines, who's Member of Parliament for Petersfield, but at the time I met him, he was the Secretary of State for Education, which was really fun. I also met, I think it was the Minister or Secretary of State for Transport at a conference in Farnborough. That was quite fun. Who was George? I don't remember his second name. But yeah, I'm not sure of his name at the moment. It's just going. Oh, that's a good question. Will there be a sequel to Lonely? So, for the viewers at home who don't know what Lonely is my first novel that I published back in 2018. Yes, so I managed to write a book in this whole madness. Sequel-wise, there is a sequel. However, I'm not sure if I should publish it or not. If you guys want to see something like that, let me know. Favorite person you've met? I just did. Someone you'd like to meet in the future? I'd love to meet Boris Johnson. Like to meet the Prime Minister. That'd be good. And I'd also like to meet. I'd like to meet. Love to meet the Queen at a but I know that I'm not born in this country, but I do love the British monarch, and I love the royal family. I'm a true Brit at heart, I know it. So yes, I'd love to, shake hands with the Queen and bow and all that fancy little thing. I do want to do that. If someone wants to, nominate me for an honours or an MB OBE, what's the How did you hear about UKYP? So school gave me a pamphlet, and that's how it all started, really. But yeah, that's how I got involved. That's how I started doing things, really. But it was really, really fun, definitely. Yes, yeah, yes, Giles. Yeah, giving that NYP leaflet was not a bad call whatsoever. Look at where it got me. Yeah. Yes, Gareth, you're right. So basically, I've been sending out many little newsletters to schools myself, and then the Hampshire Youth Parliament newsletter was also sent out. Yeah, how did I hear about the UKYP? It was the pamphlet, lovely little pamphlet. What values does DMK represent for you? So DMK Worldwide is quite an awesome, organisation. It's registered with Companies House, we're registered with the Queen's government, and it's all good. I mean, the values, it always holds young people's voices to it. It always holds young people's voices at heart. All of our members are young people. Of course, we've got the legalities where an adult has to be there, but that's completely fine. However, it's a young person-led company. Decisions are made by young people, signed off by adults, of course, but it's all there done by young people because young people are at the moment always, not at the moment. They always matter. They're always there. Nicola, dragon or dinosaur? Gosh, very much. But I would say dinosaur. Don't know why, but dinosaur. Okay, right. I think that's pretty much it for the questions that I've got. Do keep them coming if you do have any more. So I will just update you on how much money we have already raised. We have so far. Let me just refresh this lovely page so you know the updated one. So you can donate by going to the link that's, I think, right somewhere. No, other way, that way. It's there. Yeah, right there. The link's just down there. www.tinyurl.com/DMK Fund. So the updated amount of money that we have raised so far is £257. So thank you very much to everyone who keeps on donating. Do keep on donating. Even a little bit of money counts. So do keep on donating and share the live stream with everyone that you know. So we can get as many people watching as possible at one time. Okay, a bit of a story time. So basically, let me just move back to look. There we go. That would be much better. No, don't want to work. Come on. Okay, right. So a bit of a story time. So we the live stream about 2 days ago now. So I was like really getting ready for the live stream, working on my laptop, and then I leave my laptop, go to sleep, wake up in the morning. Then I open my laptop, start typing my PIN code, and I was like, oh, this is not working. Okay, restart it, power it off, power it on again. Okay, right, type in my PIN code, keyboard's not working. Okay, plugged in an external keyboard, see where that goes, typed it in, it's not working. Oh, if I can't log into my laptop, that means I can't do this live stream. So, the panic and the stress now commenced, ding ding. So, that was lovely. So we called in a bunch of favours, and we got a new laptop, which I'm using today to live stream on. But the live stream, the computer I'm using here is my mum's friend's laptop. So basically, my mum's friend wanted to buy a new laptop, so she did, but she gave it to me to use whilst my my actual laptop came. And today of all days, it came. So we will be unboxing it quite soon, hopefully, on this live stream, maybe, you'll never know. But yes, we will be opening this up later and seeing how it works. So yeah, do keep on donating. Like I said, any donation counts towards the bigger goal. Do keep on donating, it's really important. Right, okay, so I need to have a bit of a snack time, just so I don't starve myself during the live stream. Do keep those questions coming in, would love to answer. Okay, that was a bad voice crack, yeah? Oh my god, another bad voice crack, yet again. I'm very sorry, in advance. If you could have a superpower, what would it be? I'm not sure. I think mind reading would be quite cool, or flight. I think flight or mind reading, one of the two. That would be really cool. I would really like to do that. Yes, you were the one who received the panic phone call because I was genuinely panicking. This is such a high-profile event, and Yeah, I mean, it's just a big event, so I was really worried straight away. But yeah, so we've currently got about 10 viewers, which is good, and overall we've had about 200 people tune in, which is really good. So do keep on sharing and do keep on donating to the live stream so we can get even more people watching and more people donating. You might have noticed that we have changed backgrounds in the last 2 hours. We have done that. We have to, just so there's better internet connection. But yes, we did change backgrounds. So let's just hopefully everything will be working. Hopefully, yes again. Oh, there's a lot. Sorry, there's a lot of people who are liking and just loving the live stream. So that's good. People are liking this thing. Would be a bad thing if not. Then I'd have done a very bad job if this would not have been working, unfortunately. But yes, we are going quite well. We're going quite strong, and it's I think right. So the software says I've been live for 5 hours, and YouTube says I have been live for 4.5 hours. So we're going good. We're about a third of the way there, which is always good. So do keep on donating. We would really appreciate it if you do, of course. Right. Okay. Let's have a look at who will be coming up in the next hour or so. There we go. So these are the following guests that will be coming up. So at 12:30, which is in about 6 minutes, we've got Maria Miller, who is the Member of Parliament for Basingstoke. At 1 o'clock, we've got Councillor Sue Carter, who is a councillor for Rushmore Borough Council in one of the neighbouring constituencies, so in North West Hampshire. And then 3:30, we've got the Chief Executive Officer of Unity, who is Terry Bishop, and will be speaking about the work Unity does and why the funding that is going to be raised from this is so important to Unity. So do keep on donating, do keep on sharing, of course, and we hopefully will reach our target 500 and go beyond. Hopefully, fingers crossed. But yeah, do keep donating. It would mean the world to us if we hit more than £500. So do it. Nicola has asked if you could live anywhere, including from a book or film, where would you live? Oh, that is a hard one, isn't it? Where would I live? Okay. If I could live anywhere. See, I don't think I'll live anywhere fictional. I think I would probably live in Australia. I would love to go to Australia one day. So it would be lovely. But you never know. You never know. You can dream and you can hope, and things do happen. Okay, so it is currently nearly past. And we will be starting our. I'm not sure what interview number this is, but it is some sort. We are currently. Oh, again a voice crack. It's awful. We are about. This is our 7th guest today. So do keep watching. It's going to be amazing. So do keep it. Do keep it going. We would love to have reached our target, of course. So I'm just going to give a few shout-outs to some people who have donated, just so I am on their good side, of course. Try and reload this. So, people who have donated, thank you very much to... Right, let's go to the very bottom. And we will have a competition. During this live stream, so do stay tuned. Right, actually, we've had a new donation, so thank you very much, Charles, for that generous donation. Well, if it loads, we would love it to load, wouldn't it? Oh, come on, there we go, look. Oh, hang on a second. It's mucked up, of course. Let me... That should work. Oh, no, that's too much. Sorry about that, guys. We are just taking a while because the software is just playing around. Oh, nearly there, look. Ooh. There we go, I think that would be it. That's fine, we can do that. So, as you can see, we have raised £282. Thank you very much to everyone who has donated. 15 people have donated so far, so keep those donations coming. They mean the absolute world to us. Thank you, Giles, Terry, and Joe, for your donation so far in the last hour. I will keep on giving shout-outs to the multiple people who keep on donating, of course. So, yes, thank you very much for doing that. We really appreciate it, of course. Right. Okay. Right. Okay, so I think it is time for our 7th guest today, and I will just get all that ready. Hope everyone is doing well. Do keep me updated on if you're enjoying it or if I need to slow down. Okay, let's bring our 7th guest in, Maria Miller, who is the Member of Parliament for Basingstoke, and she has served in the cabinet in many times in different parts of government. Hello, Maria.
Hi, how are you?
Yes, I'm good. How are you?
Very well. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Good.
Perfect. So I'm going to ask you a couple questions and then we'll see where we go from there.
Okay.
Great. Awesome. So how has lockdown been treating you?
Well, I think like for everybody else, it's quite frustrating, isn't it? On one level, but hugely important on another. I mean, you obviously the tragic deaths of people reported every day has been really very upsetting and very difficult. But generally at home, I'm very lucky. I've got my family here, and in many ways, it's been that's been an enjoyable part of lockdown.
Good. So you've served as the Member of Parliament for quite some time. So what got you involved into politics?
Well, I was born in a council house. I was brought up in South Wales, and then I was very lucky. I went to a fantastic university in London called the London School of Economics, and it struck me when I arrived at university there weren't very many people like me. Most of the people who had been fortunate enough to gain a place were from either private schools or from grammar schools, and I come from my local comprehensive. So it really, at that point, politics became a very real and live issue for me, and I realised that unless we can have a political system that can deliver really good education for everybody, then that inequity was something which really I didn't want to see, and that's really what sparked my interest in politics.
So I guess politics was something that you thought that you wanted to do from the get-go, or did you have a different industry or career in mind?
I, to be honest, didn't think people like me became members of Parliament. I was elected in 2005, and even today, the majority of people elected are not women. But certainly back in the 80s, when I was starting out on my career, people like me didn't become politicians. Women didn't become politicians generally, and certainly not people who came from comprehensive schools and didn't go to Oxford or Cambridge. So it wasn't something that was really on my agenda. I went into the advertising industry, and I was really fortunate to have a fantastic career, being able to do something which was amazingly creative and also business focused as well. And I worked in advertising for 20 years, and then a very good friend of mine, unbeknownst to me, put my name forward to be a member of Parliament. I'd always been involved with the Conservative Party from the age of 18, and I'd done various jobs, but I'd never stood for election. And I was very fortunate. I was approved to become a candidate and stood for election, and I think the reason why I stood for election was going back to that experience at university to try and drive out some of that inequity and to give people the opportunity to succeed, which is what is my driving force for being in Parliament.
And so can you offer a piece of advice for people who want to perhaps get into politics?
My advice is do something that you have a passion for. If that happens to be politics from the get-go, that's great. But for many people, they get involved in politics because they have a passion for an issue. As I said, mine is equality of opportunity, giving people the opportunity to succeed. And having that passion and having some knowledge you can bring to Parliament, I think is very important. That's not to say that people can't get elected when they're very young, and we have some absolutely amazing female parliamentarians who are in their 20s. But I think for the most part, it's having something you feel passionate about, work at it, and then if politics is an obvious way of progressing that, get involved.
In government, what do you think your favourite position within government has been?
Well, any position in government is a huge privilege. I mean, it's a huge privilege to be a member of Parliament. And I think sometimes for people who are not part of Parliament, they underestimate that. I mean, every single member of Parliament has the privilege of representing the people who live in their community. To be a government minister is in many ways, some people icing on a cake, although some people actively don't want to be a minister because of the very real issues it brings. I have to say I enjoyed all of my ministerial positions, but that's probably because I will get enthusiastic about most things in life. But I was so fortunate David Cameron appointed me as Minister for Disabled People at a time where we were doing huge reform of welfare benefits, working with Ian Duncan Smith, who was really inspirational individual to work with. And then I was fortunate enough to have a cabinet position on culture, media and sport. And what's not like about that when you're dealing with everything as diverse as the internet, the rollout of the internet to the Paralympic Games. I got appointed just after the Olympics, and making sure that the arts institutions, theatre, libraries, sort of incredible art galleries are all thriving and vibrant for the future. So I don't think I could choose between them. They were all amazing. But I haven't just held ministerial positions, and it's been an amazing thing to do over the last 15 years.
And if you had to pick a highlight of your career, what do you think it would be?
Well, in politics, actually, it would be chairing the Women and Equality Select Committee, because it was set up in 2015 as a result of some work I'd actually done when I was Minister for Women. Sorry, yes, I forgot to mention I was Minister for Women as well, Women and Equalities. And it's sort of setting up that select committee to look at equality issues in this country was actually really getting back to that reason why I came into Parliament in the first place, which was to remove the inequity that so many people face in society. So whether that's through ageism, or whether it's to do with your sexuality, or whether it's to do with your gender or your ethnicity, to be able to look at through the select committee what different things need to be done by government, but also outside of government, to try and overcome those barriers to people achieving their true potential. So for me, that's been the highlight so far. But ministerial careers, being chairs of select committees, these things come and go. The real highlight, the ongoing highlight, is being able to speak on behalf of constituents, which is a huge privilege.
Yeah, and actually talking about constituents, you've held the position for the Member of Parliament for Basingstoke for quite some time. So, it's really inspiring to see that actually, such a figure like yourself is actually representing these constituents in Basingstoke. So, do tell me about your role as MP for Basingstoke. What makes it different from being, let's say, an MP for another area, perhaps?
Well, the reason why I thought I'd be a good Member of Parliament here is because it's a town which thrives because of its businesses. And my background, having worked for 20 years in business as a director of an advertising agency, meant that I could bring I think, to the community a sense of opportunity, and also how we might do that by working with our local businesses. So I think there is and Basingstoke is, it is an affluent town because of huge hard work. Residents who work here work hard to get what they've got, and it's an expensive place to live. So people continue to work hard, but have a lovely, wonderful quality of life. And I thought my understanding of the importance of opportunity for everybody, the importance of thriving business, would help me provide a bridge between the community and our business space. And that's something which I've really enjoyed doing, particularly working with schools on that. And often it isn't always easy for schools and businesses to work together, and we've forged some good links. But also Basingstoke is a growing town, and so part of the important role of a Member of Parliament is to make sure that growth goes hand in hand with the services that we need. And I think probably one of the things that I've been proudest of is over the last 10 years, being able to get significant investment into Basingstoke to compensate the community for the amount of house building that is going on. So we've had £60 million spent on expanding our local schools, primary schools, creating hundreds of new places, and we've had around £50 million spent on new roads, plus a huge redevelopment of Junction 6 at the Blackdown roundabout. And for many years beforehand, Basingstoke hadn't been getting that investment. It is now, and I think that's good. I still keep a very close eye on the level of house building, because we understand our responsibility to build houses for the future, but we've got to make sure that we don't, by doing that, in any way damage the fantastic place that it is to live now. So those are the sorts of challenges I have locally here. But what I also find is that Basingstoke is actually, it's a very, I call it it's very in touch with political issues. So, for instance, recently for Black Lives Matter, we had an incredibly important peaceful protest led by a wonderful local business lady called Effie Grant, supported by the Bishop of Basingstoke and also Imam Mohammed from Basingstoke Mosque. And Basingstoke does understand the importance of social issues, the importance of getting it right when it comes to racial matters, whether it's LGBT matters. So I think as a community, we've got a very important finger on the pulse of these things as well.
So you've done quite a lot of work to bring awareness around all sexual harassment. Please do tell our viewers.
You broke up a little bit there, but I think you said you were talking about the work I'd done on sexual harassment.
Yes.
It was an issue that really came to the fore of the work of the Women and Equality Select Committee back in 2016, well before the Me Too movement took off. And we were actually looking at sexual harassment in schools, and it was as a result of some work that was done by the BBC, who'd looked at the number of rapes and sexual assaults in schools, and the figures were quite alarming. That over a period of about 3 or 4 years, around 2,000 episodes like that had been reported to the police. And it appeared to me that it was something that hadn't really been looked at in any detail and required some scrutiny. The Women and Equality Select Committee that I chaired at that point decided to do an inquiry. And I have to say, it felt to me a little bit like picking up a stone and finding something very nasty underneath it that nobody else had realised was there. And as a result of the work that we did, it sort of then snowballed into looking at sexual harassment in the workplace, sexual harassment in public places, and obviously predominantly as it affected women, but also as it affected other groups as well to raise awareness of this as an issue, and it certainly has sensitised parliamentarians to it as an issue. And in school situations, Ofsted is now looking far more carefully about how schools report and take action on issues of sexual harassment, because the reason why it's so important is that, as the women told us themselves, is it undermines confidence. If you're going to school or you're going to work or you're just walking to the shops and you're being sexually harassed by individuals or groups of people on a regular basis, then it undermines the confidence to really step forward. And I think in the workplace, that's particularly damaging. And obviously people will now be aware of the Me Too campaign and the way in which sexual harassment and worse has damaged or even destroyed people's careers. And that sort of behaviour, particularly when it is from somebody who is in a position of authority, is completely unacceptable. And I think the work of the committee helped to start to change attitudes and to make this as something which is not just turn a blind eye to, but it's something that would be called out and acted upon. And going back to my driving reason for being in politics, to give people the opportunity, I think that means that you're removing a barrier that would stop people progressing in their careers, and predominantly women, but not only women. Certainly people who are LGBT have cited similar problems, and some men as well, suffering sexual harassment at work. So a really important piece of work, and certainly not over for me. One of the things that I'm hoping to be doing in the next 12 months as we look forward is, as part of the online harms bill, which I hope the government will be bringing out to tackle some of the abuses that people have to endure in the online world, that part of that will be around revenge pornography, which is another form of sexual harassment, where people have nude and sexually explicit images of themselves posted on the internet without consent. Again, really causing immense problems for people, overwhelmingly women and people who are LGBT, but some men as well. So that's a very interesting area of work, and something which has been a real, I think, has the select committee really changed the temperature of the water on that one.
Yeah, definitely, and it's some important work and really good work and effort has actually gone into that. And Parliament has, it's starting to evolve, especially like you said from the Me Too campaign, when it really brung upon what the issues were. Of course, it was happening, but when the Me Too campaign arose, that's when people started to really realise that much more. Hello. Oh. Okay. You will just wait for Maria. Hopefully, I think she's just going to reconnect. Sorry, guys, about that. I'm not too sure what's going on, but I'm sure I will find out quite soon. Hello. Okay, I will be back very shortly with the rest of the schedule. Thank you very much, guys, for listening in. Hello, everyone. Sorry about that. Just had a bit of technical difficulty, that's all. I am just going to let Maria back in.
Hi, I'm back.
Hiya.
Hi, I'm sorry. That was entirely my fault.
No, that's completely fine.
I'm so sorry.
So, basically, yeah, like I was saying, basically, it's some really important work has gone into it, and it's really good to see, to say the least, really. So moving on to COVID, I guess. So what have been some of the concerns that constituents have raised with you, COVID?
Well, I think the overwhelming I think I'd start by saying how many more constituents have been in contact with me over the last 12 weeks. We've seen a tripling in correspondence, which shows how concerned people are about the situation and how much more information that they want to get. We've had a wide variety of issues raised through correspondence, and I think overwhelmingly it's been about trying to get clarification and clarity on what people are able to do and what people aren't able to do. I'm really fortunate to have a fantastic team in my constituency office who've all continued to work from home through this, and one of them has a small daughter, and another one lives in a one-bedroom flat in London, and so this has been a real challenge for them, but their commitment is, I have to say, incredible. And we've been dealing with us trying to give that clarity on what people can and can't do, and then sort of a little way through the lockdown, other campaign themes started to come out, and certainly concerns over Black Lives Matter has been something. I think most recently that people have written to me about, and to express their concerns and their real hope that we can get some more equality in the way that we treat people from whatever ethnic minority background.
Yeah, definitely. So we've seen so many support groups, especially where I live in Texas Valley. We've seen a huge number of support groups pop up for residents that might be more vulnerable. And of course, Basingstoke covers my constituency. So I just want to ask, I guess, why do you think volunteers more than ever during coronavirus are so important?
Well, my huge thanks goes to everybody who's taken part in the effort of supporting others during this lockdown. And it's been an army of volunteers, whether it's in Tess Valley where you are, or in Basingstoke where I am, and overwhelmingly it's been people who have maybe never done any volunteering before, but have really understood the importance of volunteering for the first time, and then working with established local charities. And in Basingstoke, I would recognise and applaud the work of organisations like our local food bank, like in Spotlight, who are another local charity who've been hugely involved in this effort, but also Inspiro, who are a much smaller charity, although recognised with the Queen's Award for Voluntary Service already. They're only 5 years old as a charity. Again, working with people to try and encourage them to eat healthily during the lockdown, and delivering food parcels. And then I guess if you've got one favourite, I have got a favourite, because it was the people working out of Carnival Hall who were led by the Hindu Society and were providing support for BAME families. And in Basingstoke, we've got quite a sizable Nepalese population, and quite a lot of whom are first generation living in the UK. So continue to need particular sorts of items in their food packs, and many were isolating for health reasons. So I rather enjoy going down and helping them pack up their flour and their different foodstuffs. So it has been an immense effort, and it worked because it was led by people in the community, not by some big hand of government coming down and telling us what to do. And in Basingstoke, we were fortunate that our local authority gave a very significant amount of money to charities, some £200,000, to be able to give them the financing to be able to buy foodstuffs to then distribute. And a number of other charities were incredibly generous at giving monies to Basingstoke organisations as well. So it worked because it was from the grassroots, and I think that's a really important learning point for the future.
Definitely, and this pandemic has highlighted more than ever that volunteers are so important in any community, and there have been so many, like you said, there's people becoming volunteers that didn't even know that these local organisations existed and charities existed. So it's just a really good thing that everyone is coming together to just look at how we can improve as a community and help our more vulnerable residents. Definitely. So, as an MP, of course, you've continued to engage with constituents, and so how have you continued to engage with them during lockdown? You must have adjusted in one way.
Yes, I think overwhelmingly people, yes, we've adjusted the way we communicate, but we're communicating more than ever, but overwhelmingly through electronic communication, through emails. And I have been holding online surgeries when that's needed. But at the moment, that seems to be in relatively low demand. To be honest, I can help people most if I have things in writing, and then often I find that I can get answers better than just through conversations. But if the conversations are needed, then the telephone, which has sort of become quite unpopular, hadn't it?
Yes.
It becomes quite popular again, and having telephone surgeries is something that I've been able to do. Although I suppose that there would be an opportunity if it was an emergency to do a face-to-face meeting, of course socially distanced. There hasn't been the need to do that. I mean, I think we really shouldn't forget that there are people living in this part of North Hampshire for whom English isn't a first language, who may not be able to write in English. So I've had a couple of people who've wanted conversations who fell into that category, and that seems to have worked well so far. But obviously, we'll keep it under review and make sure that residents do feel that they've got that contact at this time. It's incredibly important, and some of our early emails from people were very critical in terms of getting people help, and they were finding it difficult to get medical help that they needed. So again, take my hat off to my staff and my team who've worked 7 days a week really from the beginning of this lockdown to make sure that issues that arise can be dealt with in the right way in a timely manner.
Yes, definitely. And so a couple last questions, of course. So what do you think will be the biggest changes after lockdown is completely lifted or some partially lifted?
I think it's difficult to know because it was such a rapid change in people's lives, and as human beings we only really change our behavior very slowly. So I hope that there are a number of things that change that continue to be different in the future, but human behavior is such that it's probably quite a challenge to have done it within this short 12-week period to embed that change in the long term. The one thing I do hope is that more people realise that they can actually do the work that they do effectively from their homes rather than having to travel into offices every day. And I think that's been a revelation for some organisations. And I hope that remains a new way of working maybe not all the time, but on working flexibly some of the time, because that, again, going back to that theme of giving people opportunity, if you're somebody with a serious health condition or somebody who has caring responsibilities, or you have young children, to be able to have more flexibility in your work life means that you're probably going to be able to be more effective. So I'm hoping that new trend for home working, which has been huge in Basingstoke, that stays in place. And of course there'll be knock-on positive effects for the environment. If fewer people are using their car or going on the train into town, then obviously we won't have to expand our rail systems as much as we probably needed to until recently, or indeed increase the capacity of our roads. So that's one thing I'm hoping. But the other thing you've touched on already is volunteering, and I'm hoping that more people realise the great sense of satisfaction that you can get out of volunteering and helping others in very, very small ways. I volunteer and have done for best part of 10 years for a charity in Basingstoke called Speakeasy Advocacy, which is a service that supports adults with learning disabilities. And I get enormous, I know I'm valued as a volunteer, but I get huge value back from it, understanding how best to communicate with people, and also the joy of knowing a really special group of people.
Exactly. Well, Marie, I just want to thank you for, of course, coming on to the interview today and actually letting me interview you. It's been a pleasure, so thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, and I'm sorry I inadvertently cut the conversation off. It was my yes. I realised that the setup wasn't quite working as it should have. But anyway, good luck with everything you're doing today, and really congratulations in what you're doing.
Thank you very much. Hopefully, speak after lockdown. Thank you.
Of course. Bye.
Right. That was Maria Miller, who is the Member of Parliament for Basingstoke, and she has been a part of the Cabinet previously. So thank you very much to her, of course, for actually allowing me to interview her. And I will just cut to a short, really 1 minute break so I can actually plug in my laptop charger. See you all very soon. Hello everyone, I am going to welcome my next guest, who is Councillor Sue Carter. Councillor Sue Carter is a Rushmore Borough Councillor. Oh, and I dropped my phone, of course. And we will be interviewing her today. Hello, Sue. Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. Am I?
Yes.
I haven't got my video.
Awesome.
Here we are. Hi.
Hiya. It's good to meet you virtually.
Oh, and you too. Thank you very much for asking. It's an absolute pleasure.
Bethan speaks very highly of you, so thank you very much. I'm going to just ask you a couple of questions and then we'll go from there.
Sure.
Cool. So, how has lockdown been treating you?
Gosh, I think it's been treating all of us in lots of different ways. There's a lot of hardship now out there. and I was still the mayor when it first started. So for me, I didn't get to finish off what I wanted to do, which was to showcase what people do in the borough. And I think it's tough for everyone, not just personally. And I think there's a lot of work to be done in future to make sure people are okay.
Definitely. So how long have you been a councillor for Rushmore Borough Council?
Gosh, it'd be 13 years. I'm in my 13th year. And it's been an absolute honour. I wouldn't say I'm a massive politician. What I would say I am is a community person. And I'm sure you're going to ask me about the future, which is what I need to work with you guys on. I'm a community councillor for a lot of reasons because of what I've been through personally. Always voted for a certain party, but my main passion is to help people and inspire those that may have been through things that I've been through myself, and give them the courage that they can do something to help themselves, and by helping others it actually helps you. And this sounds really strange, but I think becoming a councillor for me saved me, because I could put my energy into everything else rather than what was going on with me personally. So it's been a delight, absolute delight, and I love every moment of it. I love it.
Well, that's good to hear. So can you possibly offer a piece of advice for people who may want to become a councillor? What would you offer them?
Do you know, I think if you want to make change, and I can't wait to talk about you guys, then I think it's really, really important to be a community person. And I coached football for 12 years, and I loved it. I built a nursery for a local club, made 22 squads. And it's about that understanding that if you want to make change, which is so important now, that it's good to have your voice. And, if you have that passion inside you, then become a councillor. You then get the opportunity to make change, which can only be positive. And I think, we all have that we have our different views. And sometimes when you don't agree with somebody, as you know yourself, having somebody else put another spin on it can actually change your views for the better. So I love cross-party working. I don't actually look at the colours. Maybe that's wrong. I look at how you're a person at the end of the day with lots of different views for whatever party. And so it's my passion to engage with all you youngsters to say, your vote's important. It's people like yourselves that, are up there, you're interested. Bethan, I think, is wonderful. And I can't wait for this lockdown to be over and meet you all, and let's get together and make change. I just know, and you're the future. I might be in my late 50s, but my passion is about you guys. And also youngsters, I think, could do an awful lot working with the elderly, and understanding that some of those that are much older than us do have fantastic experiences, which we can only gain and add to our experiences. And I also chat for England, Scotland and Wales.
Yeah,
I think that's good as a councillor. You've got to be able to stand up and say what you believe in. So for people wanting to make change, become a councillor. I think it's actually got a bit of a spin on it, that if you're a councillor, you're this, you're that, the other. Well, I don't believe in that. I believe that you're a person that cares, and that's how I like to look at it.
Definitely. And so you really believe in young people and young people's voices and how much they matter. So tell me about the kind of work that you've been doing, of course, in Rushmore, and tell me about the Rushmore Youth Influence.
Rushmore Youth Influence is a group that I set up, and we need to take the Rushmore out of it. I had to call it for something. And to me, Demetrius, it's an all-inclusive group, because I really believe that it doesn't matter where you come from. We're all the same. We've got skin and bones, and we all have the same red bloods. And it doesn't matter if you have any disabilities. I believe that you can all make a difference together. And also, I love the view of the youngsters now, and the passion seems to be not more genuine, but more heartfelt. And I just want to capture that and say, look, what can we do? You're part of the Youth Parliament. I think that's wonderful. I just want to get Rushmore Youth Influence Group so that we can discuss things, we can debate things, we can put it forward, and we can try and make change. So Rushmore Youth Influence Group is a 15 to 30-year-old. And I've done that for, I think, those that are in year 10 definitely start to think about what they can do and have views, and quite strong views as well, whether right or wrong. So I've picked up the 15-year-olds. We had a meeting some time ago now, because obviously I became mayor, I was very busy, and I met lots of lovely people. But we had a meeting. We had some guys that had been homeless. We had somebody who was a young offender, knife crime, was part of a gang and was doing work out in the community to realise that this isn't the way to be. So, and we had people from the army, and then we had people that were obviously looking after different people from the source. And obviously there was other people that go to college. I think there was about 20 of us at that meeting. And to me, that proved that you could have lots of people in a room with different abilities from all different backgrounds, and that you all have the same because you all have a view about one thing or another. I had a girl that was, and I got her to bring her father because I can't sign read, but she was deaf. How important is that? We can't exclude anybody, and I'm not going to. I really have a massive, massive passion for getting out there, and I'm so excited about doing extra work with you guys. And as I say, I love Bethan as well.
Yeah.
And getting other people to just jump on, understand about voluntary work, understand about that actually doing something for nothing is worth more than, my father would say, a pound note, but obviously a pound coin now. It's important. And so I think we can only make change for the better.
Yeah. What if you had to pick one highlight of your time as councillor? What do you think you would pick?
Gosh,
it's thrown a couple of people off.
I'm thinking. I think Demetrius, for me, is, like I say, I'm not a big politician because I believe in everybody can make change. They don't have to be a certain colour. I didn't want to be the mayor, and I'm going around schools, meeting young children that have got their little miniature councils, and I'm still going to do that. I can't do it. I could do it as a past mayor, but I can't do it as the mayor. I do it as a councillor now. And understanding the youngsters and getting their view, getting them to understand that being a community person, and maybe, you're sort of a leader in a way. You have that, civic responsibility as the mayor, that it's important. No, I don't want to be the mayor. I said I'll only be the mayor if I can put my spin on it, which is to showcase what people do out there. And that's what I did last year. I have a blog as well, which youngsters over at the Sixth Form College did for me. And I'm going to showcase that because they have my journal, they have my pictures, and it really is fantastic. I don't think anyone could have done it any better than those children or youngsters, young adults even. But it is my thing to bring people together, bring youngsters together, and I want to achieve it. My aim is to get us on the BBC and say, even through this, we can make change. You know, once the lockdown starts to end, it's time to work, and it's time to see, you know, what we can do. And you're the people to do it. I'm just going to help you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, how long were you mayor of the Rushmore Council?
You get a year as deputy, and then you get a year being the mayor. So the deputy, obviously, it just gives you a little taster. So you pick up duties that the mayor couldn't go to 2 duties at once. And the year goes really quickly. And for me, you know, I lost my deputy to the virus, who was going to be the mayor. And I was looking forward to handing over to him. So, yeah, it's been really tough for me. I mean, I've handed over virtually. Normally we have a big occasion. But it's the virus is bigger than any of us. So we just have to roll with it. It's fantastic experience.
I heard about, unfortunately, him passing away as soon as he was about to become mayor, and all my wishes are with him and his family, of course. But yeah, so I just want to continue, I guess, with the work. So, what kind of work do you do with the organisations in your local community?
Well, my last year being mayor was not just to showcase what people do, but I wanted to. You then, even though I've been a councillor for 12 experience where I could network more and meet people that are doing different things. So my aim this year was to, you know, try and integrate these different peoples, like Stepping Stones, a fantastic organisation with those that have got children with Down syndrome. Halo's not in the borough, but I support them because they do a lot with disadvantaged children, and I just believe in them. One of them came to one of my meetings, and I really don't mind if there's 5 people there, 30 people. You know, sometimes less is more, and you get more done. But I'm going to continue my work. I hope to still go around schools as a counsellor and really tell my story of somebody who never thought she'd get into politics. But through my own personal life experiences and illnesses, that you can get on with life, and you can make something and make others believe that if they've got something going on in their life, there is a way to manage it. And sometimes it is by doing things for others. And that's not to say I've got a halo on my head. That's to say I'm realistic. And sometimes things can break you. But there's always that thing that takes you out on another direction. And it's for a reason. So I'm going to continue my work, continue that passion and drive I have, continue to get to meet yourself, and really see what we can do to make change. It sounds so simple, doesn't it?
Yeah.
However, the politic trail, as you're just getting in to yourself, it's not that easy to break. I don't think there's enough being done for you youngsters.
And
that's why I'm championing it.
And it is part of our role, you know, trying to get government and local council, local politics, national politics to listen to young people, because, as you say, when all is said and done, young people are, of course, the future. So it's really important that they do listen to us.
You are the future. Yeah. I mean, I really do want to get onto once we get together, and I really do want to try and get BBC or anyone to really understand what you youngsters are championing for. I want to see more youngsters go to the vote. I don't mind what people vote for. Yes, I'm a Conservative, but if somebody has a view and they're actually going to go to the polling station, then go.
Definitely.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And I'm sure, I haven't seen any of your debates actually, but maybe you can send me some where, like I say, it's, the debates are for a positive outcome, not a negative.
Definitely. Actually, I had an email just now from a councillor who, from my area, who wishes to meet with you. So I'm sure we can set something up and we can work together. I'm sure as a cross-county, cross-borough. So yes. So
I'd definitely like to do that.
Definitely, and I think it would be quite good after lockdown to actually do it face to face and actually do something.
Oh. Yeah, it'd be fantastic.
Yes, it would.
I think it's really difficult, isn't it? I think even the person that I am, I mean, for my mayoralty, I wrote by hand 155 letters. And I made them personal to people that were struggling, children that were finding it hard to homeschool. How difficult is that for a parent who may be working, trying to homeschool? So I wrote, and I got lovely photos back, and I need to change my blog, rename it to Past Mayor, but I still want to continue my work, and I don't want to stop. Nothing's going to stop me. My father passed away at Christmas, and it was my deputy, who we have now lost, unfortunately, said to me, Sue, I'll take over for a bit. I think if you've got that loyalty and that passion and drive, stick to it. I'm quite strong. I'm probably quite annoying to some people because I believe, and I'm not going to stop until you youngsters have the platform that you really desire. And you earn it. You're the country's future. I'd like to ask you lots of questions, but I know it's you interviewing me.
Well, like I said, I'm sure we can set something up and actually, meet face to face once this is all over, really. So it would be a really good opportunity.
Yes. Yes.
So, right, what has been the biggest problem amongst your residents during COVID?
I suppose I got to hear more as the mayor because people were writing to me personally. Residents are in our ward, Cove and Southwood. We have sort of one side that is not as affluent as the other, and I think people really worried about bills, what's going to happen. They were renting somewhere. Were they going to get any help? Those with mortgages obviously got the 3 months if they wanted it, and going to work. And I think the biggest thing is the non-social interaction, where you can go to somebody and you can have a problem and maybe somebody will cuddle you, or that social interaction is so important. And I think that's really driven it home to me, even where you can't engage, and if somebody has a problem, I'm more likely to turn up at their doorstep and say, I'll have a cup of tea with you and listen. I think that's the biggest thing. And those that are struggling, I know we've got loads of organisations, so I daren't mention just a couple because there is lots of people doing things out there for people that are struggling. I did a sharing and caring project before Christmas. I did a grotto. So I was an elf and I got a Santa, and I made sure we specifically looked after those that were on benefits and couldn't afford presents. Now I still have lots of presents because it really did take off. I had 350 presents. I think I've got 100 or so left, maybe a bit less than that. But what I'm going to do is speak to the organisations and say, right, okay, I have got some presents. They've all been labelled, they're for girls, boys, etc. And maybe be able to help out that way. just saying, well, this will cost you nothing. There's a little gift in there. Because, there's so many things that are affecting people. It's really hard to pinpoint the biggest one, actually, because if you think about it, people go to the doctors. I'm waiting a call from my consultant. Just routine appointments, able to pop to the doctors, being able to pop to the shops. Shops are just opening, and I think people are queuing because they just want to get out. It means I'm just going to go shopping and get some fresh air. That's what they're going to do. So I just hope we're not doing anything. My personal view is I'm a bit concerned that things change quite quickly. And obviously schooling, that's a huge issue. Children don't always, when they're at home, they're at home. And that, I think that's what's happened it's not just my ward or the borough even, it's everyone, isn't it? Really difficult. I mean, my children are grown up, so I have different worries. But if I was still working, when I was a single parent, I'm remarried now, trying to work, trying to homeschool my children, I don't know who would have lost out.
Yeah.
Probably the children. So there's lots of people out there. So your question to me, I think there's a variety of issues.
Definitely.
And, our organisation has got fantastic voluntary services who've been awesome and championing those different problems. So a bit of a long-winded way, but it's just too many issues.
No, that's completely fine. I mean, I completely agree with you. People are brought up with different circumstances, and they have different issues and different problems that they all, face, and especially during such a big pandemic as we've got now, it's going to be difficult because of those different people with different circumstances. Everyone will have to adjust and solve those problems in their own way, of course. So, yeah, I get you completely.
I think about those, just picking up on one thing, those with autism, those children need routine. They, to get in a stable place in their life, routine is really important. And I just feel for the children. I feel for the parents. There's adults, obviously, that've got autism, and their world is momentous by having those constraints in place to make them feel comfortable. And that's just one little sector, I think, it's been hard for people.
Yeah, definitely.
Sorry, I feel so passionate about things.
No, that's completely fine. We really appreciate your passion and your appreciation of everything. So what do you think will be the biggest change after lockdown is completely lifted?
For people to understand that there'll still be rules in place. And to understand that the economy is gonna be really hit. I know lots of people say, our taxes and that. I think it's going to be hard work. I think businesses are going to suffer. I think also people are going to be working from home. I think there's going to be lots of office space where people have said, well, it does work from home. But then think about the social interaction that I was talking about. I found it hard working from home. I have a company. I have another company that I've launched as well, and it's to give youngsters a job. It's called Radio Activate. So, I was overseeing that, although, my guys were furlonged and everything, and that was really difficult working from home. Especially when you're a people person.
Exactly.
My husband thought I was mad. How on earth could I write 155 letters? I loved it, and I've reached out to the Samaritans because if you're a person that can write something and it makes a difference, then you take the time to do it.
Yeah.
And so after lockdown, I think there's going to be a lot of people reaching out to say, I need help. I'm concerned, obviously, with mental health. That was one of my charities when I was mayor, but I think there's going to be lots of areas which they're going to have to work harder on, just so that people can come back into the normality.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a new normal. That's where we have to look at it.
Exactly, yeah.
So.
Well, I think we'll have time for just one more question. And what, if you had to give one piece of advice for the viewers during lockdown, what would it be?
Try and stay positive. Try and think of when we finished the lockdown. I mean, my mother's been critically ill. I haven't seen her since just before the lockdown. Think about what it's like when you can do something that you haven't been able to do, and actually believe that it's you can actually appreciate things more. I'm hoping that people are going to be more kind, more loving, more flexible. I know with the people that work for me, can't wait to come back for work. And have a normal day, whereas some people are like work. So I think it's just let's try and be upbeat, and let's try and see that positivity is the way forward, but also to reach out to those lifelines that are there, because if you need it, and you don't need to tell anyone. People reach out to me. I don't discuss anything with my husband, my family. I like to help, and I have somebody ringing me recently. I can't help him because it's bigger than me, as it were. But I'm prepared to listen.
Well,
and I think you youngsters are what I want to see. It's really important to me that I showcase what you do. I've just set up my own council webpage. I haven't done it before, and I put what you've done on there, and I'm going to be showcasing your work, other people's work, and it can only be, I think, with the remote things that we have now, we can do that. So I've asked Bethan to share my page, so the more youngsters I can get on, the more I can get that momentum, and really, and what you're doing today is wonderful.
Thank you.
You should be very proud of yourself.
Thank you. Well,
I've never met you, and I'm proud of you already.
Thank you very much. Well, Sue, thank you very much for coming along and letting me interview you. It's been a pleasure, and hopefully after lockdown we will actually meet up and plans in person.
Yeah, and well done.
Very much.
Well done. If you could send me a recording of any bits
we'll do.
You want, I will make sure that goes out to all the people that I know.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Have a good day.
You too.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Bye.
And that was Sue Carter, who is a councillor for the Rushmore Borough Council, they are one of the neighbouring constituencies near North West Hampshire. So thank you very much, Sue, for coming along. And now we will move on to our next guest, who is Terry Bishop. Terry Bishop is the Chief Executive Officer of Unity, who are going to be benefiting from the money raised today. Hello, Terry.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm very good, thank you, Dimitri. How are you?
Yes, I'm doing well. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, and then we'll see where we go.
Okay.
Great. So how has lockdown been treating you?
Yes, fine. I don't think I've ever been as busy as I have been over the last 12 weeks. I think from a personal point of view, missing friends and missing family and the social scene and nice meals out. But from a business point of view, it has been phenomenal. running the helpline has been a labour of love, I suppose, really, for 12 or 13 weeks, just working with a lot of people to make sure that others have support in their, isolated home.
Yeah, definitely. And so we know that you are the Chief Executive Officer of Unity, of course. So what got you involved with charity work as a particular thing?
Well, I kind of fell into it really 20 years ago. I'd been a PA. I'd worked in the commercial sector, and I'd been a PA. I'd worked in sales and marketing, and I had a chance meeting someone who was involved with a volunteer centre, and as a result of that, I was successful in getting a job running a volunteer centre, which was in Hart actually, and I did that for 5 years, and I've been very fortunate because I've actually been involved with infrastructure bodies in all my time, which is 20 years now. And I've learned an enormous amount. I've worked for national, regional and local charities. But as I say, all of them have been infrastructure bodies. And so I kind of learned on the hoof to some extent, because I had no experience of the charity sector at all up to that point. And in fact, when I joined the volunteer centre, I thought I knew about as much about volunteering as I don't know what. I suppose I thought volunteers were people that worked in shops and in hospitals. I had no idea of the breadth of opportunities that were available.
Exactly, yeah. So the Test Valley Community Helpline was established by Unity, of course. So do tell me about the Test Valley Community Helpline.
Okay, so it's been, as I said earlier, a labour of love. We developed a helpline response, just being reactive to knowing that there were people that were stuck at home and needed help. We worked with various partners at that point. There was Daily Hub, the radio, the borough, and also the Romsey emergency plan. And in the first 3 weeks, there was myself and one other member of staff who was answering the phones, and boy, was it a hotline. I mean, I can remember days where we were on the phone literally from the moment the phone lines opened, and in between that we're taking 30 or 40 answer phone messages, and that was unsustainable. So to be able to work in partnership with the borough, who invested in some more telephone lines for us and equipment, we were able then to really pull together a much better offer, which included volunteers manning the helpline and linking to the groups that were already doing stuff in their local community, as it kind of became a much more, I suppose, slick operation. But then when we started the process, we started with the view that it was actually being really reactive to a need in the community. And to me, that was what Unity is all about, and that is about helping people.
Do tell me about the different services that Unity does offer within Test Valley.
How much time have you got?
Go for it.
So we run the volunteer centre, or the volunteer hub, promoting volunteering opportunities, recruiting people into those opportunities. We provide, the core of what we do is about helping charities and community groups, whether that be providing them with information where they can go for funding, signposting them to other agencies, helping them with good practice materials. But over and above all of that, we are community service providers. So we run community transport. There are 13, when they're running, there are 13 dial-a-ride services across the Test Valley. We run group hire services so that charities, community groups, education, other statutory providers can either hire and drive their minibuses themselves or use our own drivers. So with that is a comprehensive service. We run the mobility service, Shop Mobility in Andover, which incidentally is due to open on the 4th of July as a pre-bookable service. And over and above that, we provide financial services. We have payroll, a payroll bureau, which helps us to provide services for not only voluntary groups but businesses as well. And I think we've got something in the order of 25 customers at the moment. So you can imagine my finance team are extremely busy trying to work out the nuances of furloughing and unfurloughing staff at the moment. And we run projects. So we have a project around social prescribing. We've got a project around veterans becoming volunteers in heritage groups. We've been involved with housing and tenancy support. And one of our biggest pieces of work is around home support. So we provide a service where people will go into people's homes as a companion to help with admin, to provide that friendly person to visit and have a cup of tea with, to help you in any way you wish, but not personal care. So we'll do everything else that you might need. And I think what we're finding from the COVID helpline, where people are lonely and isolated, people are beginning to need that little bit extra help. So I can see that we are responding to more inquiries that way at the moment. So we're diverse, very diverse indeed, and all of this we do in partnership with others. Our mantra really is about partnership working and the importance of doing that with other people in the community, other organisations in the community.
Sure, and it's just great to see that, you know, Unity is continuing the services that they do, if not more. They're doing much more during COVID. So the money that will be fundraised today will go towards all of the amazing things that Unity does do. So what is the history behind Unity? I guess how did it all start? Where did it start? And how did it continue running?
So Unity started as Test Valley Community Services in around 1987. And it is what is known as a CVS colloquially, but that's a Council for Voluntary Service or Voluntary Action. What we are actually is an infrastructure body that comprises of member groups who are voluntary sector organisations across the borough. It started its life, and I think the main office at that point was in Romney. And so we're very keen to, to be pushing the point that we are Test Valley wide and not just based in Andover, although this is some of our important services based in Andover. It started as literally as a support group of volunteer centre.
Yes. Sorry, there have been a few little hitches in the sound, so I'm just trying to look at that. So I guess also, if people do want to gain support, if you're a Test Valley resident and you are self-isolating because of the coronavirus, or if you need support, then you can call the Test Valley Community Helpline on 330 400 4116, or you can email unityc-19@unityonline.org.uk, and there will be a member of staff or a volunteer there to help you. So
that's right.
Yeah, so I've been learning, see. So can you offer a piece of advice for people who perhaps want to get involved within the organisation?
I mean, if you're looking to become a volunteer, then our doors are wide open. There are so many different volunteering opportunities, not only within Unity, although seriously quite limited at the moment, as you'll appreciate. But, we have something in the order of 700 volunteering opportunities across Test Valley. within other organisations. So if it's not something that you can support us with, then we probably know a man who does need you. And I think what I really ought to say is that during the time of all this COVID work, so many people, a lot of whom have been furloughed, have stepped up as volunteers. And we did a quick recce, supported by an audit that came out from the borough's community team as well. And we estimate probably around 3,500 people have volunteered across Test Valley during this crisis. Our third hope is that quite a lot of those people enjoy what they've done and would like to do something once all is over. And so we're really looking now at the groups that haven't been doing anything through COVID and how volunteering might look to their organisations in the future. In other words, rebuilding our database of what opportunities are available. And also those that we do know are still in existence, and how people might need to carry on volunteering in some form. Even if they've gone back to work, there are volunteering opportunities that they've still been involved with. So there's still an immense amount of work to do, not only around those volunteers and people who may think, actually, I haven't really done anything I'd like to. To add to that conversation.
Yeah, definitely. What do you think has been the highlight of your time with Unity?
Oh, that's a toughie. I think for me, it's about the people. There's something inherently special about Test Valley, and I don't live in the borough. I live outside the borough, and it has an enormously powerful community feel about it. And that comes across not only in Andover, but in Romsey and Stockbridge. There's a real wealth of desire to work together on good things in the community. And for me, I think it's that. It's about the volunteers that we work with day in, day out. And it's about the people that we engage with, whether it be the borough council, whether it be the parish councils, the groups, or the other agencies, as well as all of those volunteers. I mean, there's something very special here, actually, and I just love it. I've been here 7 years now, and I have no designs on moving on at the minute, and I don't think I will. I think I shall. I think it feels as though it's in my bones, to be fair.
See, what have been some of the restrictions you have faced or have experienced during quarantine, and how have they impacted Unity?
I think it's got to be about the limits in terms of how we've been able to engage with groups, because we're very well aware that not all groups are in the virtual world in the way we are, and we're learning every day because we're not massively experienced in it either. But it's about not being able to perhaps get out there and talk to those groups that might need a little bit of assistance, or I think that's the limit. I think when something goes awry, and COVID is a prime example, it's been unprecedented, and we've had to look at other ways to handle things, the same as businesses have, the same as the local authority has. We've had to think about being more virtual, and I think in a way that's brought positive opportunities for us, but it has meant that we've had some real challenges, and of course that has also meant delivering our services. We've had no end of conversations around what does the bus service look like moving forward. We know that there are people that really want to get out of the house now, that are desperate for the dial-a-ride services, and we're having to work with Hampshire County Council to make sure that we get the next steps right. So I think that's a big challenge. I mentioned that we're setting up the shop mobility service. Well, it won't look like it did before. I mean, we're offering a part-time trial service that's pre-bookable, with the short-term aspiration that people won't be able to come into our building, and that we'll service them we'll take the equipment to them outside. And all of these things are very different from what we're used to. We're kind of touchy-feely, really, and that's been a very, it's a big learning curve for us all, I think.
And so what does the future look like for the more practical services that Unity offers, like the transport, like you said, and the shop mobility?
I think the shop mobility will be, at some point, we'll get back to where we started from. But obviously with social distancing, with making sure that the cleaning regime is absolutely in place. It's hard for me to say where we're going to be with transport at the moment, because we're in the hands of, largely of government and Hampshire County Council right now. But yes, we will run services. I think as an organisation, we're keen to continue to deliver our services in some form. I just can't tell you exactly what that will look like right now, but I do know that we're already having conversations about when the dial rides can start, where the drivers are going to come from, because the other issue for us is that we've been supported for years and years by volunteer drivers, and they have been absolutely fantastic. But a lot of them are getting a bit older now, and we know for sure that at least 4 are not coming back, and that is going to create a big problem for us. So our need to find new drivers, paid and unpaid, is critical. So we're having conversations behind the scene now about recruitment, because that's going to be the difference between us being able to deliver some of the services or not.
So I guess what has been the biggest adjustment that you yourself have had to make to, continue your job during lockdown?
Homeworking. I think we're all learning on that one. And probably it's less travel, really. Otherwise, I don't, we're still engaging with people, but we're doing it virtually. We're still open for business in most ways. I think I've spent obviously a lot of time looking at internally how COVID's going to impact on staff and our volunteers, because obviously we haven't seen any of our volunteers in the office for quite some time, and yet they've been beavering away behind the scenes. So it's just making sure we've got the processes right for our own staff to remain safe, our own volunteers to remain safe, and those people that actually visit our services.
After the lockdown is completely lifted, I guess, what do you think will be the biggest changes?
I would probably will be how long we continue home working for some of our staff team. I think the other thing is adapting our home sports service to make sure that we've covered every risk, because obviously people are going out in the community into people's homes, not just for our own team, but obviously the people that they're visiting. I think it's probably very similar to everybody else, actually. We are still going to be there in some form or other. It's just we're trying to adapt what that form looks like.
So last question. So one piece, I know the time has flown by. So one piece of advice for the viewers during lockdown, what would that be?
I suppose know that the helpline is still there for you, because and that there are also, I should plug the local groups that are doing such a sterling job in the community, and to remain safe and to take every precaution, because I think it's really easy at this point for us to be a bit lax about social distancing, a bit lax about how we behave in the community, and we are getting out there. But for people who are stuck, there are a lot of people out there that are prepared to help. And if you don't know where to go, come to Helpline, because we will certainly direct you. And I'm just so proud of everybody that's pulled together, from all of the volunteers, and of which I've said there have been over 3,500 just working on the COVID alone. from all of the local groups in the rural community and parishes, and for the entire team that's been involved with the borough and with Unity during this time. I mean, I'm really proud to have been a part of that, because I think the groundswell of support has been phenomenal.
Yeah, and Unity is doing such an amazing job within the community, as always, but even more now during COVID, of course. And of course, the Andover Self-Isolation Help Group, they've been set up, and so many other different smaller groups that have been set up across the whole of the Borough Council. So thank you very much. Terry, thank you so much for letting me interview you today. And yes, we will hopefully get on with the live stream and raise as much money as possible.
Thank you very much, Dimitri, and well done on a phenomenal day. I've been listening throughout the day, so congratulations.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye. That was Terry Bishop, who is the CEO of Unity. It is now just coming up to 8 to 2, and we will hopefully be doing my 2 p.m. slot very soon. Until now, I will be back very, very soon with some more content. See you all very soon. Of the Borough Council, so thank you very much. Terry, thank you so much for letting me interview today, and yes, we will hopefully get on the live stream and raise as much money as possible.
Thank you very much, Dimitri, and well done on a phenomenal day. I've been listening throughout the day, so congratulations.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye. That was Terry Bishop, who is the CEO of Unity. It is now just coming up. Hello everyone, and we're back again with the big 12-hour live stream. Thank you very much for tuning in today. So it is now 4 to 2, and I'm just going to pop something on my Instagram to make sure that people actually know that we are still alive and we are still watching for the big 12-hour live stream. I will be announcing a brand new project. No, I won't. No, I won't. I will not be announcing a new project. I will be announcing a brand new competition at 4 o'clock. So do stay tuned for 4 o'clock when we announce that new petition. I will now put something on Instagram. Hello all, at 4 p.m. I will be announcing a brand new competition for the Big 12 Hour live stream, so stay tuned for 4 p.m. when you can get another chance to win a £10 Co-op gift card. Stay tuned for 4 p.m. Right, at 4 p.m. of course, that is when we will listen more about the new competition. So thank you very much to everyone who's been tuning in. It's lovely to see that you are still, tuning in and actually listening to this really long live stream. So do pop some questions in the chat if you really want to, and we can answer them for you right now at 2 o'clock when I've got the slot. So at the moment there are 5 people watching. So it's hello the 5 people who are really dedicated. And we have currently, over the time of this live stream, we have had 234 people tune in. So thank you very much to the 234 people who have tuned in. I will just check on how the stream, the GoFundMe is doing. Please do donate if you can by going to www.tinyurl.com/the DMK Fund, and the link can be found somewhere there. No, it's somewhere. Oh, I don't know. It's either that one, one of those, up and down there. So go find it. And we are currently still on £282. Do keep donating. Like I said, you just heard from one of the charities, Unity, that will be benefiting from the money raised today. So do log in and do have a watch, and of course donate, because it's really important that you do. So it is now just around 2 o'clock. We've got about a minute or so until 2 o'clock, and then we will start from for the live stream. Well, we'll start from my 2 p.m. slot about quite soon. So do still keep sending those questions, and I'll try and answer some that we didn't answer last time. Okay. Okay, so what country would you go if you had the chance? What country would I go to if I have the chance? Probably Australia. Definitely Australia. I don't know why I've always been gripped to it. Can you speak any languages? Would you like to learn any? I can speak 3 languages. I can speak English, of course. I'm trying to communicate with you all. I can also speak Russian, though I have been decreasing in my knowledge of Russian, unfortunately. So I have started to speak even more English than before. I can also speak French. I take French at school. So yes, we can speak a few languages or two. Favorite color? My favorite color is purple, but it does tend to change. So it was blue a couple years ago, but no, purple's been quite prominent, and then green every so often. But no, purple's beautiful. Who shares the same color as me? Come on, someone must love purple as much as I do. Do let me know in the comments below, and I will hopefully try and interact with you even more than I can. Hello, my friend. I have figured out your favourite phase. Oh, I don't know. Do you think it's my favourite phrase? Do you think it's going to be my favourite? My cat has tuned into the live stream, and she's not going to come over here. So I will drag her here because I think she needs to say hello to the stream. So we will see each other in just a second. Hopefully. Well, I think this one needs to say hello. This is Michelle. Hope everyone is doing well, and I think she's really... Ooh, she's mad. She's mad. But anyway, there's Michelle. She's the oldest. She's 3 years old, and I'm going to go let her go because I think she's going to bite me. Okay! See? Very, very, very rude. So, do keep on donating, and we will continue throughout it. What is it with me and Australia? Nicola, I simply do not know, but I really want to go to Australia. There we go. So, okay, I did promise to unbox the new laptop, so I will do just that. I think... Okay. Right. It's quite... Oh, wait, wrong side. Yeah. There it is. I'm not sure how to unbox it just yet, so this is the top, I think, I hope. No, and someone's already opened it, I think. Anyway, oh, okay. Oh, oh gosh, that is loud. Oh, it smells. Remember, like, the new, like, car smell, or, no, this is the new computer smell. Okay. Right. Okay, some lovely pieces of paper. We've got Windows 10, of course. What else have we got down here? We've also got charger cable. Very weird one, but we've got a charger cable. Okay, I don't think there's anything down here as well. Okay, now grand review. Oh no, what do I do? Right, just right. This is where I end up breaking some. Okay. 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 Oh, come on. I have to put it on its side. Oh. Oh. Okay. There we go. Okay. Okay. It's looking good. Right. Oh wow. Okay. Okay. Oh. It's silver. It's very lightweight. I do love a good lightweight computer. Oh wow. Okay. Okay. Liking the keyboard. We're liking the keyboard. Looks good. Looks good. All right. No, this is really comfy. Okay. Right. The grand reveal, of course. We have to shove it on charge, of course. Okay. Here we have to plug it in charge. Plug it so it can charge. Okay. Alright. I thought these come. I was about to say what? The instructions say that apparently this comes apart, but I don't think that is how a computer works. So I will not take it apart. Let's just check what kind of questions we've got. Crazy. Okay. I mean, I don't. I was about to say I don't know, so I would have then. I was about to say I was going to prove you wrong, but then I'm not going to prove you wrong if I. Okay. That made sense up in here, just not out. Right. Okay. So let's try this. Okay. Let's try. Okay. Right. Welcome to Adventures with Demetrius, of course. For anyone who's joining us today. Of course. Right. Oh no. Am I frozen? I hope not. No, I do hope I'm not frozen. Because then that would be bad. Basically, I can see. Okay. That's fine. We're all good. We're all good. We're all good. Okay. We'll work out. Okay, so to continue donating, you can donate by going to www.tinyurl.com/the DMK Fund. Of course, do donate because it's going to amazing causes like the British Youth Council, Hampshire Youth Parliament, Andover Trees United, Unity, and DMK Worldwide. So do continue donating, and we would be very grateful for your donation. So do keep donating. It's going, like I said, it's going to some amazing causes. So, like I said, do keep donating. We will continue to update you throughout the day on how the fundraising efforts are going. Hopefully, we'll raise more than £500. But like I said, I'll keep you updated. The GoFundMe page will be open until next month, so you guys can continue donating even after the live stream. So if you happen to have a payday, do donate. It's a great cause. We will be back right soon after this very short break. So, welcome back to Adventures with Demetrius, of course. I have now plugged in the laptop, and hopefully, well, if all goes well, then this thing should work. But yeah, so thank you everyone for donating. It means so much to us that you do keep donating. Yes. Michelle, right, my cat's going weird now. Not good. Guys, do let me know in the comments if I'm live still on your streams. It seems to be lagging quite significantly. Weird. It does keep...
Hi there, I'm Cortana, and I'm here to help.
Cortana?
A little sign in here, a touch of Wi-Fi there, and we'll have your PC ready for all you plan to do. Use your voice or the keyboard along the way, and if you'd like me to stay quiet, just select the little microphone icon towards the bottom of your screen. If you need an assistive screen reader, press the Windows, Control, and Enter keys at the same time to turn on narrator. Okay, intro. Let's dig in. Your region is set to the United States. Is that right?
No. United Kingdom. Thank you. She can stay quiet. I don't want her shouting. No. The UK. She doesn't even know where I am. Right. Okay. Am I freezing for everyone? Just do let me know in the comments below, because I think I am. Yes. So. Oh, my cat. Come here, kitty. Come here. Come here. Right, my cat's being annoying now. Do keep on donating, of course. I will just let you know who is coming up next. The next few guests are... we have got, at 2:30, we have got Bethan Hogan, MYP, who is the member of the Youth Parliament for North East Hampshire, and she's the member for the connecting constituency next to me. Then at 3 o'clock, we've got Sam Paul, who's the lead for media and communications on Hampshire Scouts. And then at 3:30, we have got Wendy Davis, who is the project director for Andover Trees United, and we'll be speaking to all of them about what they do and how they do it during the lockdown. So I do hope you will join me then. The competition will be announced at 4 o'clock, and the winner will be announced at 7:30 during the wind down. So I do hope that you will join me then as we wind down today's events and see where we go from there. Do continue to send those questions in. I would love to answer them. I'm trying to set this lovely little computer up, and I'm not failing at the moment. It's all going well. All going well and according to plan. It is currently 14:11. So it is just 2:11. and hopefully we will have our first guest very shortly. Alright, I hope you're all doing very well. Lockdown has damaged us quite significantly. Do tell me your lockdown stories down in the comments below, and I hope we can talk about them. Just so we can, oh, that's so weird. The pictures seem to be lagging behind, which is very bad, and I don't like it. I think it's what you get for live streaming for 12 hours. Okay, right, let's have a look. Output? I don't know. I'm going to try and shift up some settings so it's just not... Okay, right. I think things seem to be going well. We hopefully... Okay, right, it's lagging, which is not good. I'm here. Right, okay. Okay, right, weird. But hopefully in the next few minutes we will get a better picture. Yes, so do continue sending in those questions and I'll try to answer them. Very sorry that it keeps on lagging. It's not too good that it keeps lagging like that, but we hopefully will continue to do that. Alright, so thank you very much for joining us, of course. Do keep us joining, and we will be announcing the brand new competition for the 12-hour live stream at 4 o'clock, so do join us at 4 o'clock as we announce the new competition where you can get another opportunity to win a £10 gift card. Okay. So yeah, please do so and continue to, support the live stream and continue to donate. Of course, it is starting to lag a little bit, but we will continue the live stream. We will not stop that. So I do hope that you will join as we... Okay. It does seem weird. Yeah, that's not good. It's okay. We will continue the live stream and see if it manages to catch up, which I hope it does catch up. But that's fine. I'm sure we can. Yes, I'm sure we can find something out as soon as it continues. Sorry, it is my computer. I'm trying to set this up. As you can see, it's all, starting to set up, of course, which is very, very but yes, we're doing well. Everyone's doing well, and thank you for keeping on donating. It really does mean a lot to not only me, but the amazing charities that we are benefiting. So yes, do continue, of course, sending those lovely questions in. So we can actually, do a good job. Do share the live stream. It's very important that you do share. Okay, I'm just checking that to see if everything works. We do have 4 people on watching at the moment. We do hope you will join us. Oh, makes Arno. My cat's going a bit weird. Yes, very sorry that it does seem to be lagging. We don't like it lagging. And I don't like it lagging, of course, because the stream should be working nicely. But apparently it's not working. It's not good. Huh. Interesting. It is taking a bit of a while, and I don't like that it is actually. Anyway, we will hopefully find out what's going on quite soon. Yes, so the new computer's being set up, thank God. But yes, I will enjoy this sandwich, and then we will get back at 2:30. See you all very, very shortly. Hello everyone, sorry that there is quite a lot of buffering going on. I'm not too sure why that is. However, we will proceed and then we will see what's going on with the live stream. I'm very sorry that it is taking a weird turn. I didn't know that it was going to be that bad. I'm going to... Okay, I'm going to try something there. Hopefully it'll catch up. I'm not sure if it will or not, but we will find out. Thank you very much to everyone who keeps on donating. Do keep on donating by going to www.url.com/the DMK Fund. For more information, you can visit www.dimitriusmasonsnyp.weebly.com. And then you can also, for all the links, go to www.linktr.ee/Demetrius where you can find all the links to where to donate, where to watch, and so much more. It is now coming up to 2:02. That was very complicated to say. So yes, we will be starting our next guest very shortly. So the things that are coming up, let's have a talk about that. The guests that are coming up are... We've got at 2:30, we've got Bethan Hogan, MYP, who's the member of the Youth Parliament for North East Hampshire. And then at 3 o'clock, we've got Sam Paul, who's the Assistant County Commissioner of Hampshire Scouts and the lead for Media and Communications. Then we've got 3:30, we've got Wendy Davis, who is the Project Manager for Andover Trees United. So thank you very much again. I will keep on saying this for everyone who keeps on donating. Very sorry that it is bothering. I'm not sure why there. But it is unfortunately buffering. I am going to be snacking. We did have a couple of questions come in, so I will try to answer them now. So, what is my favourite song? My favourite song has got to be at the moment Soul Survivor by Rita Ora. I'm not sure why, but it is. So, yes, there you go. That's my favourite song for today. Right, I am just going to check how bad it is when YouTube, the buffering. Yeah, I'm very sorry that it is buffering. I do not like it. Believe me. Buffering. Wow, it is buffering significantly. I'm very sorry about that. But hopefully, if all goes well, we will have a good time here. So it is now 5 past. 5 past what? 5 to 2:30. And we will be interviewing Bethan Hogan, Sam Paul, and in the next 5 minutes. But do keep on sending your lovely questions in. I'm very, 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 very sorry that it is taking some time and it's buffering quite significantly, which I'm very sorry about. I'm not sure why it is buffering so badly. But I guess we will find out once the live stream is over, because that's when we always find out what's going on and what's going wrong. Right, let's see if we've got any of your lovely questions to answer. What is an MYP? So, a Member of Youth Parliament, that's what MYP stands for, is... So, a Member of Youth Parliament role is to represent young people's voices. So, I represent the constituency of North West Hampshire, and I represent, alongside my support member Charlie Kinghorn, 25,000 young people across Tess Valley, Basingstoke, and Dean, and South Newbury. And it's a really awesome project. I really, really enjoy it because it really, like I keep on saying throughout this whole live stream, it's a different job every day, which is really, really awesome. And it's given me, it's given me a lot of experience, and it's given me a lot of opportunities to talk with different people and etc. So thank you very much yet again for actually donating. Keep on donating all the lovely links are over here. There's the more information, and then there's to donate. Oh, look, I'm going to try and expect. There you go. There's to donate. And then, oh, no, over here. Then we've got over here all the lovely links that you need. You take them and use them. I will go back to YouTube and see how badly it is buffering. Hopefully it's not buffering. Because that would be very, very bad. Yes, it would be significant. Let's see, look. Oh no, it is buffering very badly. Oh, that's not good. I'm not sure why that is. Like at all. I don't know why. Oh, it wasn't receiving any data at some point. Well, that's not good. Technology has failed us yet again. Okay, we will be back very shortly as I finish some technical difficulties. Very sorry yet again. Hello everyone, very sorry that it really is really bad. I can see myself in the camera and it's working here, so I'm just not too sure what is going on the other side. So yes, I am trying to figure that out. It's very weird that it's not working, but we will let our next guest come in, who is Bethan Hogan, and Bethan Hogan is the member of the Youth Parliament for North East Hampshire. Bethan, hello. Guten Tag.
Guten Tag, wie geht's?
You alright?
Yes, how are you?
Yes, I'm doing good. The live streaming software doesn't seem to be just adjusting to everything, so I'm not sure what's happening there. However, I have lost my questions. I'm not sure where. Oh, there they are. So yeah, I'm going to ask you a couple questions, and then we'll go from there.
Cool.
Sue loves you, by the way. She was literally talking about you so much during her interview. So yes, she loves you very much. Yeah, so we'll hopefully meet after lockdown and actually meet with her for once. Yes. All right. So how has lockdown been treating you?
I mean, it's been alright. It's obviously very different to what everybody's used to. For me, it's just kind of been a time to rethink stuff over. Get to. I mean, I'm not seeing my family, but I think we've definitely gone closer in our methods of communication. So we FaceTime quite a lot. I'm connecting with people that we don't necessarily talk to as much, which is really nice. Yeah, it's hard, definitely. I mean, as a college student, it's never going to be easy, but I have learned a lot from the experience as well.
Yeah, no, that's good, and it like you said, it's different for everyone, and people just have to adapt in their own ways to the situation, I guess. So, what got you involved in the youth sector, and what was your first youth voice-related job?
Okay, so my first youth voice related job was with the National Children's Bureau. So I joined their advisory group, and that's where I've done quite a lot of parliamentary work. So I gave evidence to a select committee with them, and I'm doing a few things at the moment, and I now work with their board of trustees, which is really cool. With regards to what got me into youth voice, I mean, my brother, my whole family are quite not political as in party wise, but we're very kind of engaged in what's going on in the world.
Yeah.
We're very kind of into understanding the politics of the country. And so I guess I've always had a kind of natural want to help the community. And I mean, that's why we're in Parliament, is to help the world around us and make it better in any way that we think we can. So I guess there's I wouldn't say there was an event that pushed me into youth voice, but like I guess a connection, just like a genuine desire to do better, and also the element of community and having lived experiences spoken about as well. So as young people, we're in the best place to talk about what kind of decisions should be made about us.
Definitely. So tell me about your work with NCB. What kind of things have you been doing with them?
So I've been with NCB for quite a while, at least a few years now. We gave a report to the Select Committee of Science and Technology on the experiences of young people on